Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 10th part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Do you think this is enough? Midoriya and Aiko walked neck and neck from the auxiliary building. Midoriya doing one last check over the supply list on his phone. A long stack of materials they'd need to buy to repair their room, with the rough amounts already included. Included were pictures of the floor and walls so they could find the right paint and tiles, the kind matching the rest of the room. While Midoriya was all in for doing a good job, he didn't really want to try fixing all the floor for their room. Even if it's not enough, it'll be good enough. Midoriya tried thinking of anything else they'd need. And while he couldn't right now, he had little doubt they'd think of something else over the weekend. I'll bring some extra cash just in case. So as long as it's nothing crazy, we're good. Aiko nodded, adjusting her own bag as the two stepped into the sun. And if I think of anything else, I'll text you. Perfect, Midoriya agreed, closing his phone and flashing her a brief smile. Sounds like this is gonna be pretty fun. Yeah, while Midoriya said it just because it felt like the right thing to say, Aiko's agreement had a genuine element his couldn't hope to match. While he couldn't see her face, he could still hear the smile in her words. It was a light that, even if he couldn't match, he was more than glad to enjoy. Midoriya glanced up at her, his smile growing a bit as he basked in her quiet enthusiasm before giving her a pat on the arm. Stay safe, Aiko, and rest up. Monday's gonna be a lot of work, and there'll be a hell of a lot of walking. You too. Aiko's exclamation was quieter, but the passion was undeniable as they crossed the school's boundaries and went their separate ways. Aiko, as usual, was waving goodbye as far as he could see her all the way down the street and until she finally took a turn to head to the train. Midoriya stayed planted near the school's entrance, returning her enthusiasm with a much smaller wave even a few seconds after she left his view. He looked at his own hand, glanced at the corner as Aiko left his sight, then dropped his arm onto his bag, gripping it by the strap as he turned heel and headed back into the school. The crafting club room was still in a small state of disarray, the table and its chairs sitting to one side of the room. The spare materials they'd bought for the kendo sticks sat on a countertop, their tools locked safely inside a shelf. It would all have to be moved. The table, the chairs, the boxes, it would all be moved around while they cleaned the room up. Midoriya hoped the table would fit out through their club's door. It was a measurement they'd forgotten to take, but it could be stored in the room next door. Same for the chairs. They would have to stay there until the floor was fixed. Midoriya withdrew his keys, flipping past his house key and the tool cabinet key to his final key, opening the bottom shelf and peering inside. The boxes might have to be moved while they were fixing the walls, and definitely once he started trying to fix the shelves. Those at least could be placed on top of their table after the floor was done and the table had been moved back in. But there were some boxes he didn't want anyone to see. He'd probably have to put in a little of his own time to make sure those stayed hidden. Raising the bottom of the shelf, Midoriya drew out his favorite box. With all his equipment inside, it was quite heavy, needed to be slid from its hiding spot onto the floor. Opening it up, he was greeted by an empty and scrunched duffel bag sitting atop a folded bodysuit, alongside many other items. Midoriya moved through the equipment, setting it aside into small sections for what he needed. He was planning to go to UA, so the small keycard pass thing Nezu had given him was a definite must. The rest of his gear was more questionable. Plucking the keycard from the duffel bag's pocket, Revenant glanced at the other items still in the box. His weapons, his armor, his clothes. He'd attend the training as Ronin, but did he really want to go to UA? In public wearing his vigilante equipment? In the past he would instead wear Ken's outfit, but without a helmet for Ronin the two were virtually identical. They carried the same equipment, the same weapons and outfit with only minor adjustments. This was on purpose since Ken was a poor disguise he made with a little makeup and his vigilante equipment so he could easily switch between the two, but they might have become a little too close. Midoriya held up Ken's mask, unfolding it into Ronin's mask. He could make a better divide between the two. Or he could pack his vigilante outfit into the duffel bag and just go as himself. Nezu already knew who he was and nobody else even batted an eye at him, turning his real face into the perfect disguise. The only person who could have recognized him would have been Bakugo, and a glance at the time said the boy who boomed would likely be long gone from UA. Still, even if no one would recognize him, drawing a connection between himself and UA would be a pain in the ass. Plus, if he ran into any problems, he might not be able to defend himself. So, he would compromise between the two. Revenant looked over the equipment, his hand idly crossing over most of it before settling on the bodysuit, pulling it free of the box and tossing it onto the table. A set of long sleeves and pants followed, pursued in short order by his own shorts and t-shirt. If he wanted to be subtle, there was no place better to start than trying to mix his usual equipment with casual wear. pulling the bodysuit across his frame and following it up with longer clothes to hide the edges of its metallic form. Midoriya made a quick stop at the bathroom next door to make sure everything was hidden before realigning the duffel bag strap with his shoulder. If he wanted to stay inconspicuous, he wouldn't be taking any trains, and that meant he was in for one hell of a walk. At least Bakugo definitely wouldn't be there when he arrived at UA. If even Nezu'd still be there. The interesting thing Midoriya didn't count for, when legging it to UA, as fast as he could, was that the bodysuit he wore underneath his clothes was useful as hell. The bodysuit itself was an incredible feat of accidental engineering Midoriya knew he had barely tapped into. Originally, Midoriya just wanted a large amount of metal muscle for armor, a bendable but durable defense. Some of the things Midoriya hadn't realized was that, as a metal, not only did it not decay, but it was still intact enough to act as a muscle. That was well documented, though. In his time as Wraith, he'd done a little research into it, discovering that with just a small current running through it, the entire bodysuit became twitchy and willing to react to an enhanced stimulation. This was how it enhanced his strength, but that wasn't Midoriya's biggest joy while running through town in his weird suit. On such a hot day, Midoriya had originally wondered how long he could run around outside before he cooked, especially with the long clothes covering the bodysuit. What he'd forgotten about were some of the side effects of the quirks he'd put into the bodysuit. The quirks of battery and regeneration were both best forgotten most of the time. These two quirks let the bodysuit hold energy inside it and then use that energy to repair any damage to the suit. A function he also used to create more bodysuits like the one slowly growing in the crafting club. Alright, that one he should move to Mao's hideout. Trying to hide that mess was too much work. Back on track, though. The bodysuit had one more quirk he picked out to create a perfect trio for his defensive option. Energy absorption. Anytime the bodysuit was hit with an energy attack of any kind, it absorbed it, turning it into power battery could store and regeneration could use. This meant Midoriya didn't have to run through AAS to keep his suit working in the middle of a fight. But by complete accident, it had a very nice effect in summer. As long as the suit had a charge, all three quirks would be constantly active. Regeneration didn't do anything unless the suit was damaged. Battery only served to make the power put into the suit last a little longer. Energy absorption, however, kept trying to pull in energy from the surrounding area, including heat. Midoriya ran faster than ever through the summer heat, not pushed by muscle but by freedom from the heat hell he'd been stuck in, easily moving through crowds with a springiness unknown to most. Straight through alleys as shortcuts Midoriya went, the wind pushing his hair back while he sprang forward unabashed. With a solid layer of cool coating his body, Midoriya was in peak condition to continue doing his best moves over and over, staying refreshed within the confines of his suit. Of course, he used the bodysuit's muscles a little bit too. The added strength combined with his parka was a slightly reckless combination that Midoriya didn't have full control over. The alleys he sprinted through a touch more complicated than jumping from rooftops. Taking a corner too fast, Midoriya crashed into the far wall of the alley, bouncing then kicking off it to regain lost speed. With a small jump and a twist of his body, Midoriya went sideways to clear a toppled trash can before planting a foot down and straightening out to rebuild speed. His pace got faster and faster as he moved to the dividing wall in the alley, once again picking a spot near a wall to clear it. Midoriya eyed up the wall, 8 feet tall with no good lead-up points, but it hardly mattered. He was the lead-up point. Midoriya jumped into the divider at the corner, kicking off it to push himself into the alley's wall and then rebounding right back off the wall over the rest of the divider. His body flipped neatly through the air as he cleared the divider, seeming to float through the air until gravity kicked in and he came crashing back down. Midoriya pulled his feet under him as he roughly hit the ground harder than usual, weighed down by the bodysuit, but he still managed to turn it into something of a roll and rolled himself straight into the wall. Even after his epic landing, Midoriya managed to peel himself off the wall with a smile on his face and a slightly sore shoulder, but even his previous crashes couldn't slow him down. While his movements had gotten a lot more wild as he tried to fine-tune to the power of the bodysuit was still a suit of armor. The minor bumps and bangs he'd been taking from his own sloppiness wouldn't even be bruises this time tomorrow, acting as encouragement for Midoriya to keep going. The longer Midoriya kept going, the better he got at it. Midoriya pushed off the wall, picking back up his run and breaking out of the alleyway, orientating himself with a quick look around before continuing to run through back streets towards the giant H-shaped building in the distance. Midoriya had often worried about his martial arts and which ones he should focus on, especially on combining it with his possessed items, but it seemed one of the biggest things he had to get used to was wrapped around him the whole time. Midoriya was grinning like days long past as he bolted down the street, easily handling the straight lines. Running through crowds wasn't that complicated, so it seemed better to try turning things up. Midoriya only stayed on the major roads for moments at a time, keeping to the more disjointed and disorientating mess behind the buildings. Sprinting across a parking lot, Midoriya hurdled jumped over the front of a car, putting his hand on the hood for height to then slide across it and keep running on the other side. This felt amazing. The wind in his hair, the speed he was able to move at, the rush of trying to keep up with such a high speed. Midoriya could see why so many heroes only relied on their quirks, with power like this at his fingertips. But as he readied to round his next corner, the familiar glint of metal caught his eye. Midoriya glanced as he passed a dead-end alley he would have had no interest in, save for the suspicious men standing in it and the knife glinting, a reflection of a reflection from the setting sun's light. Midoriya passed it by in the blink of an eye, but even as he moved, Midoriya started to put the lock down on his legs to slow down. His long sleeves and pants looked generic enough, but to really complete the look out came the only piece of cloth he had spare, his white undershirt. Should he have brought Ken's mask? Yeah, probably. Would he next time? If he didn't think up a better costume by then, sure. Would he let that stop him from doubling back, checking out those guys, and demolishing them if they were trying to do anything shady? Midoriya's smile couldn't be seen as he wrapped the undershirt around his face, dropping his bag at the back of one of the buildings while he made his way up the building. Would it stop him? Would it ever? The small band of criminals had been confident in their small ploy. Small hits so close to UA. High school, a place ironically hero-deficient with the rising villain crisis, left them unscathed by the roaming heroes who focused on more major players. With all crime on the rise, the heroes had to assess risks and would almost always choose the bigger threats than the small ones. Small-time crime bands like the Musutafu robbery ring were skipped over in favor of the larger ones, allowing them to become bigger even as the heroes tried their best to crack down. Sure, the heroes could crack down 1 or 2 arms, but the ring itself was so much bigger than it seemed. With just the 4 men in some back alley, they'd already gotten quite a large spree in one hit, taking small goods as they came. A watch here, a ring there, with phones and wallets for every occasion. This small arm of the robbery ring was having a great day right until a shadow they barely noticed ran past their alley. They hooked into their victim, applying pressure from all sides as they further pushed him into the alley, with the alley's brick walls seeming so constricting. The small band of criminals applied their trade, easily terrorizing the man into parting ways with his valuables. Their victim took out his phone and wallet in one hand, hesitantly holding it out until shouted at to drop it on the ground. 6 pairs of eyes were on the valuables as they fell from the man's hand, like the unseen 6th figure who gracefully dived from the 2nd story into the alley to make some noise. The phone and wallet struck the ground simultaneously, bouncing off the asphalt like the 4th criminal's body as a slim figure crashed into him from on high. Both barely made a sound, the man's eyes struggling to focus at the small figure that landed on him, using his larger frame to safely land before flipping to his feet. Phone and wallet hung for a moment in the air after bouncing, just as the intruding figure did. Flipping off his back, the figure seemed to pause for a moment as he whipped his body about him to place his feet back under him. It was quiet as everything turned, the criminals turning heel to look at the intruder while the intruder spun heels overhead to return to his feet. The wallet and knife clinked, blades extending and criminals turning. Everyone drew, the victim delving deeper into his coat to hide and the criminals their knives to attack. They stepped forward as the vigilantes landed almost daintily on his feet, the ground much more stable than the wobbly whims of a certain stupid Parker box. The vigilante wasn't even looking at the villains before him, instead focusing on his own footwork as his feet came together. His legs bent as he landed, spreading out the impact evenly across the ground just like he practiced on the boxes. It was well past overkill with such a solid surface underfoot. But that level of overkill is what let him pull off diving off a roof to body check someone and walk away. Although, rising from his feet and arms flicking out to maintain balance, he figured he'd be the only one walking away from the alley for a while. Well, technically the victim would be walking away too. Two men rushed him with knives, impeded in their efforts by the fact they were 2 men sharing one target. Both pressed into each other as their target rose off the floor, still crouched, before suddenly sprinting straight at them and scaring the hell out of them. Ronin performed the basics of judo as he approached, pushing his 2 arms between the 2 oncoming daggers before shoving both to the side. Their arms twisted and momentum shifted. The 2 criminals fumbled as they were shoved out of the way, nearly toppling while the intruder ran straight past them. And, yes, the victim would be walking away, but he wasn't the one they'd been talking about. The 3rd criminal fumbled, stuck for a moment between trying to grab the valuables and trying to defend himself with a vigilante sprinting forward. The wall of muscle once separating them pushed aside like curtains in the morning. It took him a second to bring his own knife up, putting it between the charging maniac and himself while stumbling toward his own equally terrified victim. Stay back. He couldn't even finish his threat as Ronin ran his fade, grabbing his knife arm and shirt for a traditional judo throw. Ronin forced the criminal's arm out of the way, jumping in to slam the top of his skull into the criminal's nose with a satisfying crack before sweeping his legs. The man's shout of fear turned into a single, loud, long scream of pain as his legs dropped out from beneath him and his knife arm was forced back until he couldn't grip the knife any longer. The knife, phone, and wallet all fell to the ground far more limply than the criminal, barely noticeable compared to the way he landed on his already stretched shoulder on hard asphalt, making strange small sounds barely noticeable beneath all his screaming. Ronin forced the man's arm back just a bit further, keeping a foot planted on his back to keep him from running as he finished off one moron for good. A slight twist in the arm, a small popping sound, and one hell of a scream signaled a likely dislocated arm. This was one criminal who wouldn't be getting up anytime soon, leaving Ronin free to deal with the other two. The other two criminals were already booking it out of the alley, having given up any semblance of fighting before the first guy had even hit the ground. Ronin wasn't sure if he was more upset that it was a cowardly thing to do, or that it was probably the right move when shady figures start dive-bombing off rooftops. Hardly something he should be upset by, but still, stay calm. Ronin raised a hand to the civilian he'd barely batted an eye at, eyes still focused on the two fleeing problems. He didn't even have to pat himself down to find a pair of throwing needles, lining up his shot before throwing one with each hand. The criminals didn't even get to the end of the alley before a tiny pin stuck them both in the back, making them jump and scream almost as much as the guy stuck under his foot. Drop down or drop dead. His words carried across the alley, and the two men didn't hesitate to hit the ground. Ronin glanced down once, letting go of the punk's arm to release the tension while stepping back off the criminal. The criminal was springing up before Ronin was fully off him, diving for his knife with his good arm a moment before Ronin punted the criminal into the alley's wall, fully putting him out of commission. If you're hurt, call the police. They'll bring first aid. The criminal with a new future in chiropractic demonstrations rolled off the wall, phasing in and out of reality as Ronin moved across the alley, drawing the zip ties from his pocket. Ronin barely tilted his head back, finally giving the original victim a little acknowledgement as he moved to tie up the last two victims. If you're fine, call the police. They'll bring these pieces of trash in. The victim behind him made something like a nodding motion, reaching down quickly to pick up his things off the alley before jumping away from the still twitching villain lying against the alley's wall. Victims on edge. Seemed like the police might have a little more work laid out than just picking up these three clowns. He followed his own advice after tying the punks up, using the criminals' own phones to call in their little crime spree and bring it all to a close. Midoriya glanced over his work, chucking the criminal's phone at his face even as the police babbled questions on the other end, walking calmly towards the end of the alley without so much as a glance at the victim. He seemed the epitome of cool with his slow, careful movements until he turned the corner, bursting into a run as he doubled back, trying to move as quick as possible to get his own things and make sure the criminals didn't try anything funny after he left. He needed to make sure the police arrived, but he couldn't be there when they did. So while it was a little confusing, this was the best strategy Midoriya could think of. Midoriya ran from the alley, breaking the line of sight for a few seconds before turning heel and moving up the wall to get back on the rooftops. To make his own plan more confusing, he needed to deliberately leave the wrong way so witnesses would point the police in the wrong direction. Yes, it wasn't much, but every bit that helped confuse witnesses helped him keep his identity a secret. Midoriya climbed down the fire escape to get to the ground, hopping the final railing to hit another wall and kick off it as a landing, putting him right next to his things. Midoriya pulled the undershirt off his face and his bag over his shoulder, doing one final check that he hadn't left anything around like an idiot before flying back up to serve as a watchman. Stepping to the rooftop slip, Midoriya kept an eye on the alley and the people within, staying close to an air conditioner to stay hidden while staying close, while the criminal whose ass he kicked returned to consciousness pretty quickly. He couldn't return to his usual activity with his hands tied to his ankles. Midoriya got a small smirk from that before the sirens in the distance signaled his exit. He waited until the sirens came to a stop just around the corner before moving off the roof's ledge, moving along the roof a small way before dropping his undershirt mask and dropping to the street, hiding in another twisted alleyway to put his shirt back on before booking it away just as he had before he caught wind of the crime. Midoriya continued to move along the ground, familiarizing himself with the movement he could pull off with his bodysuit when he wasn't at risk of accidentally throwing himself off the top of a building. He could apply more experimental moves with the bodysuit, both from the power it gave and the safety it provided. The vaults he did, the sudden changes in direction he tried, they were things he'd usually only do either in the park or gym where everything was padded or after hours of practice. With the bodysuit, however, he could at least try some of the riskier moves even if his chance of pulling them off correctly had gone down. Even after trying tons of different things all the way to UA, Midoriya had barely managed to pull off a single one, unless he'd been trying to crash into all those trash bags in the alleys. Wiping off another smear of dirt from his face, Midoriya reflected on himself as he stood across the street from UA. Combining martial arts and possessed items was definitely the right play once he got good enough with the martial arts, but maybe he'd also have to get good enough with the possessed items. While Midoriya knew that trying to turn up the power on the bodysuit could have him accidentally snapping himself like a twig, that was a durability problem, not a control problem. He didn't think he'd be so bad with the finer details of controlling the suit. Midoriya groaned slightly as he pulled a leaf out of his locks. Maybe the reason he'd done so poorly against the Namu in the UA summer camp was because he didn't have enough control over his own movements. If he had the type of movements that heroes like Maruko were capable of, he'd have been able to take out 8 or 9 Namu all at once. Instead, he'd been forced to run away and let them create the openings for him. He didn't need Mao's preaching about taking the opportunity or whatever to see how bad that was as a whole. Sloppy movement wasn't just bad at taking advantage of openings, it created openings. In other words, he was so bad at using the bodysuit, it was both making him better and worse. This was getting way too complicated. This was barely even the beginning. Midoriya moved his arm, feeling the muscle suit move with him. Its move started after his move and stopped only after he stopped. To make the most out of it, he couldn't just react. He'd have to predict his own next move. He'd have to write that down, cause he did not have the time to deal with this right now. Midoriya drew good all number 14, making a note to practice some with his suit on, then glanced across the street at the giant daunting entrance and the massive H beyond it. Its impressive size was still a little daunting, but the boy Blunder was well acquainted with being outside his weight class. Besides, he smashed the place up once with Kaminari, tossing his notes back into his bag. Midoriya stepped out of the alley and moved along the sidewalk, going down the crosswalk and eventually all the way to those giant gates. The closer you got, the bigger they seemed to get, giving Midoriya another reminder of how much he preferred entering UA from the bottom. Still, he'd already said his motivational speeches. Did they count if nobody heard them but him? Either way, the gates were nothing compared to his own rambling thoughts about illegal heroism, weapons made from dead animals, and the ramshackle mess he called a fighting style. Midoriya gripped his bag hard, held his head up high like he belonged, and made his way through the gate and down the path to UA proper. The difference between his own school shone like night and day. Besides the obvious budget gap wider than some oceans, large amounts of well-cared-for vegetation grew along the path to UA's main building. Unlike the poultry barely hanging in their tree stuck to one side of Ishiyama's courtyard, even an hour after school there were still students on the grounds, more walking the path to the main gate than were probably in all of Ishiyama right now. Some students did give the strange disheveled kid in their midst a glance, but never a second one as they moved in their own disconnected worlds. UA students seemed confident in their security, judging that anyone walking this brazenly into UA probably belonged there no matter what they looked like. In the birthplace of heroes, dressing strangely seemed to have become the new normal. He probably should have gone more out there with his clothes, like Ken's getup. With that realization in his heart, Midoriya started to finally piece together why nobody questioned if Ken was real or not. Not because Midoriya's disguising skills were good, but possibly because Ken looked so stupid that people automatically assumed he was a hero. With new knowledge and a fresh scar on his mind after Kirishima and Aiko's accidental tag team on his fashion sense, Midoriya's held high head fell just a step lower as he finished crossing the courtyard to the main building itself. Even with experience, UA still felt massive. No, it was massive. The doors were twice as big as Midoriya but opened easily with one touch. The only thing bigger than UA's building seemed to be its budget, over-designing everything they overcomplicated, fitting in like a fish in water but the anxiety bubbling under the surface. Midoriya took a second to look around UA's entrance hall. He'd never had the chance before to really look around, always getting met by someone sent by Nezu like Midnight or the feral football himself. A vaulted ceiling caught the light streaming through UA's front window wall, making it feel even later than it was. Small crowds of students moved around the entrance from first to third years, with a few robots and cleaning supplies running around the edges of the place. The walls that weren't windows were decorated with awards and medals awarded to the place over the years. Medals for the school, awards for the heroes who graduated, papers of incidents resolved by UA's intervention. UA had a history even bigger than its frame it seemed. Midoriya adjusted his backpack as he moved to one of the walls, eyes flicking through the display. A year after his exodus from Hero Fanboy, but he could still recognize most of the things pinned up on the wall. Almost everything could be placed to a big incident in Japan's hero scene, both the legal and groundwork. From UA's founding as the 25th official hero school to the raising 4 of the first top 10 heroes, or their taking down of major villains like Toxic Chainsaw here in Japan to the Juggernaut in America. Unsurprisingly, there wasn't anything here about things like the USJ or their little summer camp, even in the most recent section. Midoriya was taken aback as he reached the most recent section, a newly set up display. Some of the older bits were a little cramped because of it, sitting on the far end. Prints of photos, news articles, some medals, and even a screen displaying looping footage taken from the Kamino ward of Yokohama, the remnants and wreckage from the villain attack of the century. A battle of generations that most didn't know about. That Midoriya barely knew about the fight between All Might and All for One. Hell Knight. Hell Knight wasn't a very descriptive name, but it still described the night pretty well. Midoriya hadn't done much research into what happened that night before he woke up, how the Namu had been unleashed on the city, how the heroes responded, or how many civilians died while he was lying in a bed helpless. He barely even knew what happened afterward himself. By the time he'd woke up, almost all interesting bits had blown past, leaving only the city's efforts to clean up physically and mentally. He lingered around the projected reports in the display. While they were positive and in favor of UA, they couldn't hide how much of a tragedy that one night had been. Major devastation, with many streets ripped to pieces still being worked on to this day, buildings collapsing from the Namu's rampage, and thousands dead. The heroes had made a valiant effort in the face of a catastrophe. He wouldn't knock their efforts, but if they could have done more. The heroes had put up a valiant effort against the Namu, doing their best to contain them, but most heroes could not match his destructive prowess. Even if they were stronger than him, even if they could tear those Namu apart, they hadn't been trying to. They were trying to hold back the monsters to keep the city safe, not to kill the monsters like he had. If they'd been better trained, it would have been different. Revenant's grip on his backpack tightened as he stared at a report of heroes rescuing people from a collapsed building, the favorable photography unable to hide the destruction around them. If those heroes had his fighting instinct, if they had just his bloodlust alone, how many monsters could they have killed? How many would still be alive today? If the monsters that cut them down had been cut instead. He shifted his backpack, feeling the weight on his decisions as a blocky object shifted into his shoulder blade. Hero Notebook number 15. Even as he shifted the annoying poke away, he was hyper-aware of the weight that book carried. With that book, with his notes and techniques, maybe he could train a few more heroes to be better. Maybe, if he was willing to go for it. It could have been a lot worse. A small voice chirped up from beside Midoriya, stirring him but unable to pull him from the display like the people inside the picture. If the mastermind hadn't been taken down so quickly, his attention remaining intact and his plans coming to fruition, there might not be a Kamino ward today, let alone Yokohama. An entire city turned to a graveyard. Midoriya chewed on his thoughts for a second, thinking of going along with the attitude before realizing going against the grain was more his thing. Besides, he wouldn't get anywhere by hiding his problems. It should have been a lot better. The mastermind escaped, the city was destroyed, and people did die. They did. Nezu stood as tall as he could beside Midoriya, both in quiet contemplation of the work before them. Midoriya could only see UA as principal out of the corner of his eye, but he could still see the still smile stuck to the principal's face that never moved. We try our best, but we can't change the past. We can only prepare for the future and train for darker days. Darker days. Midoriya had heard something of Hell Knight. All for One had given a speech while he was clinging to a metro to sneak into Kamino as Namu tore it apart. He'd said many things. Promises of power to unknown figures, the approaching end to the age of heroism, and, worst of all for Japan, his return. He hadn't said when, he hadn't said where, but All for One had said he would return. He promised he would. As someone who almost literally tried to stab All for One in the back, Midoriya wasn't looking forward to it even if he wouldn't run from it. That's why I'm here, I think. Midoriya turned from the glass case to look at Principal Nezu head on, the somberness still reflected in his face. I need to do my best to help, and I think you can help me help you. I'd like to review your files on Exam F and go over a few ideas with you. Nezu did a double take as Midoriya stared into him, his own small beady eyes matching Midoriya's emerald pits. It was a little scary how intense the boy could get at times, scary but enticing. You're asking me for help. Nezu glanced up in surprise, his confusion almost matching Midoriya's slightly visible confusion with himself. The young man's eyes drifted to the side for one final time as he pushed the thought in his head before moving forward and locking onto Nezu again. Yes, well, Nezu bobbed his head, starting as a nod and just trailing off as he too chewed over this latest development, a small twinkle forming in his eye. I do like making sure my students succeed. I think some tea would help us with our big work, if you'd follow me. Nezu continued to speak as the pair moved into the school, both missing the small scene they had created as several UA students looked at the odd couple in confusion for answers they wouldn't get. Still, their idle wonders wouldn't matter, especially not in the face of the big plan Midoriya was setting up. Maybe the heroes of the past couldn't do more, but if he pushed himself far enough, then perhaps the heroes of the future could. The path to Nezu's office was one winding and confusing mess, good for security but great for creating a strained atmosphere between principal and vigilante as they navigated its twists and turns, both not sure what to say. While Midoriya was being more cooperative than ever, it was clear from the confusion and something resembling regret on his face that he didn't enjoy it. He still didn't like Nezu, he doubted he ever would, but if Midoriya was going to try and train some heroes to rise above, he could use the help of someone more experienced. Nezu knew that. Nezu knew that Midoriya, or Ronin for the sake of argument, didn't like him and was only putting aside his grievances to try and work to something greater. Nezu could tell all that, even if he wasn't exactly sure what that greater problem Ronin was preparing for. A world of heroism was created from a world of villainy, and in it there were a lot of villains. From the small fry muggers up to serial killers like Sane. Small-time threats with big public names like the League of Villains to massive organizations sitting in the shadows such as the Shuai Sky. Looming over all of them, the powerhouse of All for One in his return cast a dark shadow on Japan for those who dared to look up. Still, they couldn't stay silent forever. Nezu might explode if he didn't talk once the whole way to his office, so he ventured out into what felt like safe waters between the two. The young vigilante's thoughts on Exam F and his plans for them. He didn't venture as far as he usually would. He could tell that the connection between them was strained at best, but exploring it and trying to lend his aid could be just the thing that connection needed to grow stronger. Midoriya was ever reluctant. Keeping his ideas to himself and his plans in the dark had been a great defense against Nezu's schemes so far. But if he was going to help Exam F, he'd, in turn, need Nezu's facilities and trust. He didn't have to like it, he certainly didn't like it, but he felt like it was the right thing to do. So, even with teeth grit, Midoriya opened up while Nezu kept his curiosity in check, both acting against their own natures today to try and make a better tomorrow. Continue where you left off. Nezu cast a curious glance as they rounded what felt like the 100th corner in a row with no end in sight, the small principal's voice rich with skepticism. You just want to continue where you left off from the summer camp. Of course, Revenant started strong, then spared the principal his own glance. While he had stayed free of the principal's grasp with his own strong principles, teaching anything to anyone was definitely out of his expertise. Perhaps it'd be better to seek some advice, or at the very least, explain himself like the furry FR seemed to want. The summer training camp focused on growing and developing the students' basics, right? But we didn't even get a full week to train like we were supposed to. You can't skip over that. It needs time to develop and cement. Time we don't always have. Nezu chirped back in a sing-songy tone, bouncing from leg to leg with energy. With so many villains rising up, our time is limited. We can't afford to spend it only learning the basics, else we never go beyond. Go beyond. Revenant scoffed at the stupid phrase. Every time UA posted their message of going beyond, it was with a cheery tune and awe-inspiring scene of heroics. Every time he tried going beyond, it ended with his injuries going beyond what he thought possible. Looking at his record, however, that might have been a result of his own poor planning. And you said you have the students training. What are you planning for them to train, if not the basics? Super moves. Nezu spoke so nonchalantly, continuing to walk and talk so calmly that he actually moved ahead of the startled and confused vigilante. He only stumbled for a moment, catching up with larger strides quickly. But Nezu kept right on going with his own justification just as Midoriya had. We need to spend our time wisely, and we need to keep moving forward. Developing a super move is a great way for students to take that first step beyond the basics. Super moves. You're moving too far too fast. Revenant spoke back with vitriol, letting too much anger bleed into his words. He deliberately cut himself off from continuing, turning his head forward to bide time while he regained his composure. When he had agreed to come and help UA with its training, it seemed in his haste he hadn't paid attention to all the details. A super move. If those students are anything like I remember, they can barely handle the basics, let alone something beyond them. But they can't stay in the basics forever. They need to grow, and they'll need to grow fast. Nezu's point definitely stemmed from something. Midoriya didn't know what, but his confidence was too strong for it to be unfounded. His reasoning for pushing his students' development became clear soon though. I'm putting the first-year hero course students into the provisional license exam. First years. Midoriya dropped his mask for a second as he thought it over, trying to make sense of the verbal flashbangs he was hearing. In the provisional license exam. The provisional license exam was a big thing for anyone even dreaming of becoming a hero. A semi-annual test for second-year hero course students, it gave potential heroes their provisional hero license, a big step towards becoming full heroes. The specifics of what that license was, what it did, or even what the exam was weren't important for this argument, not nearly as much as the fact that the test was supposed to be for second-year hero course students. We need to accelerate our curriculum to create heroes to catch up to the wave of villains, Nezu explained, still smiling but much less sing-songy to match the serious nature of their discussion. But if our students stand any chance of passing the exam, they need something unexpected. They'll need super moves, something unexpected. Their first years among second years, their very presence is unexpected. Midoriya understood what Nezu was saying. but that didn't mean he agreed with it. If anything, he disagreed more because he was one of the few people outside of the teachers who understood what Nezu was talking about. UA broadcasted their festivals every year, opening up to the world to see the progress of their students and let them shine in all their glory. He'd even gotten off from school this year to watch it, since so many people these days took time away from their lives to watch the action of the sports festival, the more exciting of the two festivals. The problem is that it showed off potential heroes to the world. That was the point of the whole festival, but it also served as a major thorn in the aspiring heroes' collective side. Villains and other heroes alike watched the festival for future competition, and there was no doubt that the second years attending the provisional license exam tuned in to see exactly what they were up against. And therein lay the unexpected twist, that those second years had definitely watched for UA's own second years and not their first years. They would have trained and prepared to fight the wrong people and would be blindsided by a crowd of people they hadn't bothered to take notice of. Even with the twist, though, it would not be enough to save UA from a swift defeat. While the second years won't have as much research on your first years, they will beat your first years in experience. Revenant kept all those thoughts in his head as he laid out his counterpoint. A shoddily created super move based on weak basics won't save your students. Perhaps not, but we can make sure there are no such bad moves before the exam even starts. Nezu returned Midoriya's retort with a shrug of his own, finally bringing the pair to a stop outside of an innocuous patch of wall. We have a teacher entirely dedicated to testing, trying, and trialing the students' super moves to make sure they're up to spec. Besides, a shoddy super move. We're trying to create super moves, not shoddy moves here. Nezu gave a final joke as he pressed an unseen panel on the wall, opening it to reveal a very familiar-looking room with one large desk, several computer monitors, and a kettle of piping hot tea in the background. Even if Midoriya was sure this wasn't the office he'd seen before when Nezu had introduced him to All Might, it looked so similar any differences could just be his mind playing tricks on him, or more likely, Nezu effing around. But I am excited to see your work, so come on in and let's get scheming. Hours flew by as Midoriya and Nezu sat at that massive desk, going over notes and footage of Exam F's members, small snippets of their training interspliced with papers over their performance as the two talked over each member's action. Signs weren't good at the start when he first saw the students exactly as he remembered them from their very first fight. Half a year ago, he'd challenged one in small groups to fights and won most of them easily. The only one he didn't win easily. He could have won if he put a bit more effort in right at the end. No coordination, no teamwork, barely any planning. Midoriya winced as he watched the training videos, thinking to his own fights alongside Mao and comparing their skills to 1A. If he wanted to fight with Mao again, it looked like a little practice could go a long way by looking at these messes. Luckily, the reason it looked so bad was because the footage was from the very start of the year, before even his fight with them. It started out with a little 2-on-2, then branched out from there into more and more complicated situations to force the students to adapt and grow. Of course, as Revenant suspected, there was something missing. No quirk training, no combat practice, not even a workout. Nezu, UA, seemed to throw its students headfirst into problems without giving them any solution. In his own eyes, it seemed to be more the students' natural ability that kept them afloat than anything the school did. The only points he could give the school was its haphazard training had probably served as great practice for the USJ incident, when the students were thrown into a real villain attack and had to survive on their own until real professional heroes could arrive. Hardly a point in UA's favor. I'm afraid those things are a little outside UA's scope, Nezu said with his eyes fixed on the monitors, still watching each video as if it was his first time. Midoriya wasn't sure what paperwork Nezu was working on as he watched the footage, but the vigilante couldn't quite shake the feeling the papers they were taking might be quite similar. Besides, look at the work these students are outputting. The students in the videos worked hard against their competition. Undertrained as they might have been, each video segment showed their effort clear as day. Whether it was against robots, obstacles, or even each other, the students of Exam F and 1 as a whole fought tooth and nail to get results. UA is meant to create the best heroes for Japan's future, and right now we're on a tight schedule. Nezu's pencil scratched up a storm on his papers, flipping from page to page as he twisted about in his chair to reach them all. We have to make the best of our resources. The robots, the equipment, the teachers. Worst of all, the time. So many exercises packed into such short time periods. Revenant checked the current exercise's length. 5-minute skirmishes against robots inside tight enclosed spaces. It was a good use of time, forcing them to adjust to minimal space while dealing with many enemies. Clearing it would require good adaptability and teamwork. That was probably why so many failed, but he knew deep down that was not entirely UA's fault. We make our resources available to our students, but Nezu trailed off as he held a paper in his hand, flipping it slowly as an excuse to take a good look at the young man across from him. You can see the problem, can't you? It was a good question. Midoriya himself had wondered just how competent a teacher he could be, judging and condemning UA from the outside. But questions like these forced him to put himself into UA's element and see the problems they had to deal with. Problems like why some of these students failed those 5-minute skirmishes. Problems like why Kaminari's thunderclap and flash had barely changed from the hero killer incident to the UA summer camp. And a problem that he was too familiar seeing in most modern heroics. They're not training on their own. It felt like giving ground to the Ronin. But the problem was clear to the someone who did almost nothing but train. Most of one weren't putting in time to train on their own. The students were using the time in class to work, taking on the challenges UA threw at them as they came up, but never preparing before the challenge arose. He could see it on his own. Revenant could see that their fighting styles never improved from training exercise to exercise. That all their innovation was done in the heat of the moment. That was why their fighting styles seemed so familiar from the beginning of the year even to now, only growing and changing when external forces forced them to. Anyone can lead a horse to water, but who can make them drink? Nezu laughed, certain they were both on the same wavelength now. UA and its teacher, even you don't have all the time in the world. Our training halls, our equipment, our tutors, we can offer them all, but nobody can force the students to use them. Revenant shook his head, eyes naturally drawn to a member of Exam F he'd sooner forget. Nido Monoma. A complete waste of his time. That idiot had not even thought about accepting Revenant's help, content to continue in his own failings. He hadn't been too bothered by it at the time. It gave him time to focus on people he actually thought were important. But in hindsight it was a symptom of a larger issue. Exam F was only taking this help because someone went out of their way to offer it, and even then one still refused. Like I said, UA is meant to create the best heroes for Japan's future. Nezu carried on in a more somber tone, seeming weighed down by his own words. That means while we hold our hands out to all our students, we can only focus on helping the ones who grab on. It felt strange hearing it from the other side and more than a little dark. A school admitting it focused on certain people more than others. But wasn't that true for him, too? While he'd always been willing to give Kaminari the time of day, his expectations for someone like Maruko only seemed to get lower every time she failed to listen. Once failed, twice disappointed. That's why I'm delighted to have someone like you working with us. Nezu's expression brightened as he focused on the young vigilante. Someone else reaching out for these students to grab. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, skeptical, but couldn't shake the small smile on his face. If the effort he put in could help these students help themselves, maybe this nuisance would be worth the annoyance. Besides, are you sure you don't like me because you don't have to pay me? Hey, just a few signatures and you could have your very first paycheck. Nezu didn't miss a beat as he sprung back, bringing up the old topic with new fervor. We handle educating you. You handle educating the students. Before even finishing high school, Nezu definitely got a rise out of him that time, his smile turning into a small laugh. If I'm your best choice for a teacher, I think we're all a little deeper in than we thought. Hey, could you play that last video of Kirishima and Mina's training again? I want to see their movements into a fight. Midoriya moved away from the topic and returned to his work, his own pencil making tracks fast upon its papers while Nezu worked the computer, mumbling to himself so softly even Midoriya couldn't hear. Oh, you have no idea how deep it gets. In the end, Midoriya stayed UA. Late into the night, Nezu had taken several calls and even 2 video meetings with Midoriya sitting just across from him, unsure how illegal it was for him to hear UA's internal affairs like that. That was more UA's business though, and what really mattered was the work he put in for Exam F. Nezu flipped through some of the papers, reading Midoriya's work. He nodded as he digested it, understanding even if he didn't fully agree. So you're still focusing on the basics. That's what I believe will help the most. Midoriya admitted his thoughts with a shrug. The basics versus the advanced was the one point they couldn't come to agree on this entire meeting. But maybe they didn't have to agree. Even if one was right and one was wrong, the upcoming provisional license exam would prove which was which. Besides, you want them to create super moves. I don't think there's anything I'm worse at teaching than how to make super moves. I do feel you there. Nezu got a good laugh there. Nezu's own quirk, super intelligence, was amazing in its simplicity and usefulness, but it seemed even super intelligence wasn't enough to think up a super move for being super smart. Besides, while Nezu was the principal of a top-ranked hero school, even Midoriya's ex-fanboy knowledge wasn't enough to know if Nezu was an actual professional hero. Will you be needing help getting home this late? We have a car that could drop you off. Now it was Midoriya's turn for a laugh, tapping his papers against the desk to straighten them out before shoving them into the mess that was his backpack. Help, cause it's dark out. Somehow I think I'll be fine. If I can figure out how to get out of this maze, I'll call someone to lead you out. Nezu waved Midoriya's worries away, returning his various monitors to their positions orbiting his desk with a yardstick. Are you sure there's nothing else you wanted to ask about? Anything I could help you with at all? A check of a mental list. then a double check. He had gotten to study each of Exam F's members. He knew the facilities he'd be using, and he knew what time he was going to start and end. Was there anything else that he would need? I don't think so, no. Not even an update about a certain. Nezu drew it out, fiercely wiggling the eyebrows he didn't have at Midoriya. Helm duh. Midoriya nearly dropped his bag as he face-palmed, then ran his hand through his hair. With so much focus on Exam F, he'd completely forgotten Nezu's end of the bargain. Nezu would get some help teaching Exam F how to fight. And what was Midoriya supposed to get? You really forgot. Nezu laughed harder, tiny fist pounding his desk. You really forgot. Huh. Midoriya pushed his chair back, standing and shaking his head at Nezu's display. If you made it, I'm sure my helmet will turn out fine. As long as you don't add anything unnecessary, right? Revenant's glare lacked its usual edge, staring at the squirming furry effer, who probably was going to shove as much unnecessary sit in the helmet as he could. While Revenant wanted a simple helmet for easy maintenance and use, as to the very end he still wasn't sure all the functions of his last helmet, he had no doubts that wasn't what he'd be getting. Sure, Suura. Nezu tried to wave away his worries, but Midoriya wasn't buying it. The fluffy football bounced from his chair to his desktop, drawing a remote from a back pocket and pointing it at the door out with gusto. One click of an overly large red button and the door swung open neatly for Midoriya's exit stage right. Remember to come a little early to pick it up. Or stay a little late, doesn't matter to me. I'll be early. Midoriya made a mental note he'd be going straight from school to school if he wanted to get the rundown on how this helmet actually worked. First, of course, he'd need to put on his disguise though, so he might just duck out of class before lunch. Then I'll be seeing you next week. Don't get in too big of fights. Nezu waved him off as enthusiastically as he did everything, paying no mind to the nonsense that came out of his own mouth. But if you do, take some pictures. Midoriya returned Nezu's wave with a touch less energy, adjusting the strap on his backpack as he headed out into the halls. With all his plans laid out, the only thing left to do was to see how they all went up in smoke this time. Midoriya only waited a few minutes in UA as halls for someone to come rescue him from this spaghetti school. While his discussion, be realistic, arguing with Nezu was a lot better than usual, he still couldn't quite get along with the rat. He had some good memories of this place, but after debating and studying in a small room with UA as principal for hours, he couldn't wait to be free. Checking his phone, Midoriya saw that he had a few missed calls racked up while he was in the office. He hadn't noticed it at the time, but Nezu's office was a hidden room inside a wall deep within one of UA's towers. Stopping a few phone calls would be child's play compared to even the simplest thing in that office. The calls he missed had been from his mom, of course. Mao would not call him unless something really wild had come up. Aiko had no reason to, and Kirishima would only call if All for One told him to. Still, he was surprised his mom called. He had told her he'd be out late. Had something bad happened? He didn't notice his own nervousness as he selected call back, pushing down the buzz in his body as he placed the phone next to his ear. It rang once, twice, and then oh, hey there Izuku. Is everything all right? Getting straight to business, Midoriya paced down the hall, doing something, anything, to get the anxious energy out of his body. His free hand grabbed the strap of his backpack, pulling it taut and making the weapons within clink against one another. I saw that I missed 2 calls from you. Well, you did say you'd be out late, but I wanted to make sure everything was all right with you. In a few words, the creeping dread and most of his rigidity seemed to leave his body. Let go with the breath Midoriya wasn't even aware he was holding in. Guess great minds think alike. Click, 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 click. Guess so, Mom, guess so. Midoriya leaned against the wall, scratching the back of his head while laughing to himself. Seriously, thinking something bad had happened. What were the... No, he'd better not think about that. Something always went wrong when he did. Sorry, the reception was a lot worse than I thought, but I'm all done now. I'm on my way home right now. It's a little late, but I've still got some dinner warm for you on the stove. As worried as Midoriya had been, the smile in his mother's voice made those nerves a memory as he grew a little more comfortable. Any chance I could hear about this special work you've been doing? Just some school work, Midoriya fibbed, lying as easily as he breathed. I'm gonna be doing it next week, but it shouldn't be as crazy as today. I'll be home by the normal time and, actually, I'll probably tell you all the details when I get home. That's probably for the best. It sounds pretty complicated. His mother's tone was jovial as their call wrapped up. Hopefully, he had eased any worries she had like she'd done for him. He'd make sure she could stay at ease once he got home. You better stay safe, you hear? I know I told you not to gossip, but that school's in a pretty shady part of town. While Ishiyama definitely was a shady part of town, it had nothing on the shadiness of UA as principal alone, let alone the school itself. I think that's going to be pretty easy. See you soon, Mom. I better. Love you, Izuku. Izuku just sat on that for a second, his once scrunched face breaking into a smile. Yeah, I love you too, Mom. Bye. Midoriya ended the call, and then pulled his phone away to check the time. Just past 9. If someone didn't come get him in a minute, he'd probably just look for the fire escape and make his escape that way. It could not be harder than parkering on the rusty fire escapes in the city, or even close to the time a fire escape broke under him. Midoriya spun on his heel, taking a defensive stance to see where the noise came from and finally noticing that he wasn't alone in the hall anymore. Standing a small ways off, a woman in a tidy business suit smiled through her glasses at him, giving him a small yet playful wave hello. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm here to see you out. Oh yes, thank you. Midoriya pulled himself together, giving the woman a small bow. He didn't immediately recognize her, but by taking a step back and a few seconds to think, he was pretty sure this was the R-rated heroine, Midnight. More surprising was that he hadn't noticed someone approaching, and Midnight of all people. It was even clearer he should avoid phone calls until he was sure he was safe. You are Midnight, right? Oh, you recognized me. As they made their leave, Midnight struck a pose, flamboyantly flipping her hair as she sauntered down the hall ahead of him. You know, I think I recognize you from somewhere too. What year are you? I'm not from UA. Miss. Midoriya recollected himself pretty quickly, unfazed by the professional heroine's theatrics. It might have helped that he was pretty sure they had this conversation the last time he'd come to UA, but professional heroes met a lot of people. How was she supposed to remember some guy she'd met a month ago? I was just here to meet with the principal. Oh, I see. Midnight nodded as they began to navigate some of the more confusing twists and turns of UA. As Hall then snapped her attention back to him as she really thought about it. Wait, no I don't. You don't go to UA. But you met with the principal? We've met before, haven't we? Once or twice. Seemed she did remember some of it. Color him surprised. Revenant only remembered that day because of how stressful it had been. If he had met her somewhere else, he had little doubt he would not have remembered it. But it was a while ago. 3, maybe 4 weeks ago. You were Nezu's guest. Yeah. Midnight worked it all out in her head, smiling a little wider now. And now you're back here again. Guess we got to see each other again after all. Guess so. Midoriya responded with some idle words, not really interested but still trying to put on his best smile. While he didn't really have beef with Midnight, the R-rated heroine, it went without saying that she wasn't really his type of hero just by her title alone. He was surprised she was even here this late, on a weekend. But then again, he was surprised anyone would be at a school this close to the weekend. UA sure is something else. Don't make it sound too positive, darling. Midnight let a few of her real thoughts slip through as her confident posture slipped, showing just how tired she really was. I might not know what the principal's got you going through, but some days, it feels like us teachers are the ones running through a maze. With all that furball's plans, I'm sure it's more than a feeling. Midoriya wondered almost every time he saw Nezu just how many plans that fluffy football cooked up, roping everything and everyone into them. He could chuckle in hindsight at all the stuff he'd done with Nezu, even if in the moment it had been a massive pain in the ass. But time and distance made him appreciate how well it had gone instead of how bad it could have gone. Oh, have you been roped into a few too? Midnight caught Midoriya's tone before he even realized what he was saying, making the young boy freeze up for a second. Whoops, what school are you from? Ketsubatsu, Isamu, with your attire, maybe even Shiksu. Is that principal planning something funny for the provisional license exam? Isn't he always planning something? Midoriya tried to laugh it off, but the glint in Midnight's eyes made him feel that she wanted a little more than banter. Besides that, the 3 schools she listed were all relatively well known in the local area. While they were no UA, all 3 were great heroing schools that helped produce some powerful professional heroes and were places Midoriya planned to apply to once. But that was another life. I don't go a hero school, Miss Midnight. I'm not even in a heroics course. He wondered if that was the right thing to say even as the words left his mouth. Midnight raised an eyebrow, exactly like he thought she would. He could practically hear the thoughts in her head before she even vocalized them. You're not, but you still came to UA. Well, how mysterious. Then what exactly are you here for? Midoriya groaned, cursing his straight answer. That had definitely been a little too straightforward. He'd have to ease back into the half-truths. While it was true that Izuku Midoriya, the law-abiding citizen, had no connection to heroism as a good cover, it made no sense why he'd be inside a heroing school talking to its principal so late at night. He definitely should have worn the Ken outfit. But if he couldn't undo his mistakes, he'd just throw the blame onto someone else. Sorry, I can't really say. Principal Nezu said there was something complicated behind the scenes, so I shouldn't tell anyone. Midoriya pivoted into a pseudo-lie to try and create distance, backing up the little lie with a small apologetic smile. While Nezu had definitely said no such thing, it was definitely the kind of thing Nezu would say to keep everyone in the dark about his plans. Oh, I'm sure he could explain it all to you if you asked. Oof. Midoriya almost stopped dead at Midnight's reaction. From what he'd seen, what he'd heard, and most of all the shit he'd go through sending anyone to Nezu should have been a lot worse than oof. What the hell did oof even mean? Nezu must have you wrapped up pretty tight if it's something that complicated. Midnight was looking at Midoriya, but instead of backing down like he intended, Midnight moved towards him while extending something Midoriya had hardly ever seen. Sympathy. Don't worry. Midnight put a comforting hand on his shoulder, her eyes gleaming with a pain that was foreign yet all too familiar to the young vigilante. No matter how hard Nezu pushes you, you're not alone. Midoriya blinked, still getting used to being confused. You'd think with all his practice he'd be better at it, but he never seemed to. What? That principal has no principles. Midnight fumed as she guided Midoriya through the halls, moving with more purpose than she had while she'd been questioning him as if a fire was lit inside her. This was, technically, another very important thing he had never questioned. While as Ronin he had an adverse relationship with Nezu most of the time. He did not like Nezu's personality beyond a professional level. He never had the chance to really see what anyone else thought of the furry effer, though. This was the first time he got to see what someone else thought of the furball, but it seemed their story was pretty similar to his. I know it seems strange, but I've had to deal with that principal and his insane ideas for years. Midnight took a second to reflect on herself, trying to decide how deep to go before pushing on. Just this last year, he's had me running all over the city on top of my teaching duties for a whim. On top of teaching, and on top of heroing. Midoriya wasn't sure how literally Midnight meant running all over the city, but it seemed a pretty bad idea to pick her among the cast at UA. Why on earth would Nezu choose her, and what was he having her round around for? That seems a little ridiculous. Definitely, darling. Midnight agreed with him a heartbeat, giving him a heart nod as she continued on. But when the principal sets his mind to something, for better or for worse, he sees it through. I spent over a year running ragged all over the city, staying up late on rooftops and chasing leads for that whim of his. Midnight laid out the story of her woes, shaking her fist at the image of the principal snickering at her misfortune in her head. And in the end, none of it even amounted to anything. He escaped the investigations, the police, everything. He even had appearances here and we still couldn't get anything on him. The last year, Midnight was assigned for one case last year by Nezu. Thinking over the events of the last year, there were a few standout events, but most did not fit the bill to be whatever Midnight had been chasing. It would have to be something that started before the school year. That was around until recently, and had activity all over the city. It had to be the League of Villains. The goddamn Ronin. ... Oh. Midoriya was very glad he only whispered his idea while Midnight shouted. Or else he'd look even dumber than usual. Seriously, the League of Villains, that was just a stupid idea. Instead, it was Ronin. Midoriya deadpanned as Midnight carried on, mistaking her escort's increasing confusion. Ronin was a vigilante who first came into the limelight almost exactly 1 year ago. A vigilante that is certain someone took a very special interest in. He had me running all over the city and even outside it chasing down that vigilante. But no matter how hard I chased, no matter how many times we fought, I just couldn't get close enough. Midoriya honestly couldn't remember a single time he fought Midnight. Now, he had no reason to say she was lying. But he honest to God couldn't remember ever seeing her even while he was running around on the streets. He did see a few heroes while he was out, but as long as he saw them first, he'd just turn around and go the other way. To think that someone was trying to chase him this whole time. And worse, that they were either so good or so bad that he never noticed. In the end, even after a whole year, my search didn't turn up anything naughty or nice. Midnight's rage simmered down as they finally made it out of the twisting halls and into UA's central lobby. Their footsteps and words echoing in the empty, cavernous room. It turned out that while I was searching the streets, Nezu and Ronin had gotten comfortable under the sheets, so to speak. Midnight glanced his way, Midoriya twisting so his face wasn't visible in the small light of the room. Are you all right, dearie? Sorry, must have got something caught in my throat. Midoriya pushed that little horror story from his mind, turning back to face Midnight with his poker face mostly unscathed. You were saying, it was no surprise the UA teachers thought him and Nezu were buddy-buddy. No matter how much he denied it while in costume. He had helped Nezu out quite a few times in the name of helping heroism, but to outside sources, it might look like Ronin already worked at UA. From the training exercises he had helped with on his own whims all the way to the final help he'd given so far, UA's disastrous summer camp. Nezu loves to twist everything and everyone up. Whether it's for one of his plans or just his amusement, Midnight naturally slid back on topic, musing about the principal while looking through the darkened displays Midoriya had seen on his way in. Their lights had been turned off long ago, the digital displays, but one could still see the pictures of UA's large achievements under Nezu's rule. The principal means well, he really does, but he doesn't always remember to think of people as people instead of board game pieces. In the end, he pulled that sad old man too far, too. The vigilante, Ronin, was another person Nezu pushed too hard for their own good. He brought him on to help the students in what should have been a routine training exercise. But when things went wrong, Midnight paused in her story, seeming almost somber for a moment. Her expression and tone managed to touch Midoriya, despite how widely ridiculous the scenario was. That vigilante did something he never should have had to do that night. He paid too much for us in a place he shouldn't have even been, all because no one stopped him. Midnight seemed almost distraught at the memory, leaving Midoriya in quite the confused state trying to figure out what he should say. Luckily, as Midnight pushed up her glasses, she seemed to also pull herself together. It was our inaction that led to such a disastrous situation. And that's when I decided I'd push myself to go further for my students, to make sure I wouldn't leave them out to dry. That's why I couldn't just leave a little cutie like you out to dry with me and all, Mr. Nezu. Midnight gave him a little wink, then turned back to the display quickly to touch up her makeup. For some reason, the mascara around her eyes had started to run a bit. Well, thanks for going plus ultra for me, Miss Midnight, Midoriya joked, ignoring how stupid it was just so he could respond with something. At this point, anything no matter how cringy was better than nothing. Anytime, darling, anytime. Midnight played it off a lot more gracefully than Midoriya did, holding the front door open for Midoriya while she made sure the building was locked up tight. Midoriya and Midnight made their way out of UA on their own, which just happened to keep them tied together all the way through UA. As front gate, Midoriya was more than eager to make his way home, if not to escape and digest everything that happened that day, then to catch up with his mom. But before he could make a break for it, someone called out to him. Oh, that's right. All that talk, I forgot to take action. Midnight suddenly spoke, more to herself than Midoriya, and began to rummage through her suit coat. Grabbing a hold of something, she quickly yanked her hand out and offered it with a small bow to the young boy. In her hand was a small piece of cardstock, a black and purple business card with some very fancy writing on it. A little hesitantly, Midoriya took the card, trying his best to read it in the streetlight as Midnight confirmed what he assumed. I did a lot of talking about helping you, but that's no good without my card. Midnight stuck her chest out confidently, tapping the card with a finger and shooting Midoriya her patented flirty wink. So if you want to turn a bad time into a good one. Oh, Midoriya blinked, a little amazed. He used to collect hero cards, and to be honest, he never had Midnight's before. Midnight wasn't exactly the type of hero his mom would let him see, after all. Beyond collectibles, though, he never imagined a hero would actually give him their business card, or even offer to help him. It was reassuring, even if ironic, but still reassuring to see someone put in the effort. That effort was why he could only say one thing, turning to look back at the R-rated heroine with a smile more genuine than even he knew. Thank you. Midnight took a second, staring at his face, then returned his smile. No problem, cutie. You sure a little lady killer like you can get home safely? Yes. Revenant pulled himself together, but could still feel something pulling at his face. Was it professional pride, tugging his mouth upwards? Who was to say, thank you for escorting me? That's the least us heroes can do, darling. Midnight made her way into the night, taking one last second to blow him a kiss for some reason. You better stay lively. Midoriya stood for a second, shaking his head at the heroine and her antics before turning heel and making his own way through the streets and their lights. He was glad some people were starting to take heroism a little more seriously. But why did they all have to be weirdos? Yes, because he was nothing weird at all. Training at UA began on Monday, giving the entirety of the weekend as free time to spend as one pleased. With so much work in advance, no last-minute adjustments would pay out. 2 days wasn't enough to learn any new tricks, so Midoriya spent his final free days as he wished. Relaxing. He spent time with his mother, more time than usual. They usually were together for Sunday, doing something in the afternoon and going out, but with so much ahead, Midoriya wanted more time to spend with her. He wasn't sure if it'd amount to anything, but it felt right even if it meant he spent extra time getting whooped at mini-golf. Despite losing left and right no matter how many handicaps his mom gave him, it was fun. Doubly fun on Sunday when he decided to try something extra unusual for himself. He spent some time with Mao off the streets, an unusual spectacle for him. One small talk on Saturday, barely even an exchange of greetings, but it had been nice. He had headed to Mao's home, catching the main man working on his motorcycle, and the two took a quiet moment just to talk. They didn't talk quietly, or at least, they didn't talk of quiet things. Midoriya wasn't sure they even could, instead going into their usual topics. The word on the street, the heroes, and of course the fights. Midoriya was almost amazed just how in-depth they could get about fights, planning out the next place they'd go to when they worked together. The location, the entrance, the fight, the escape, all things he'd intuitively done on his own now needed to be planned between two people, shared and analyzed before they could be put into action. Compared to planning training though, this was like a new wind had blown into his sails. Far from complaining about all this planning, Midoriya loved it, scratching an analysis itch he hadn't touched since his days as a hero fanboy. Even as they parted ways, he knew he wanted to know more about their next target, so he could feel a stakeout calling to him like a siren, pulling him into case the joint just one more time. Still, that little visit wasn't the last time he'd see Mao that weekend. Finally, on a complete whim, he spent a little time with Aiko. It had been completely unplanned. It started setting with him talking to Mao in their garage, right after they wrapped up talking about the next hit. Aiko had come in a step before Midoriya had made his exit, surprised to see him, so Midoriya turned heel and pretended he just arrived to see her. The pair went back in, having their own short little talk with an annoying massive fly buzzing around back with an even more annoying smile stuck to his face. Midoriya genuinely had no idea what to do, so instead of making something up for once, he tried turning something he already planned around. That was why, come Sunday afternoon, Midoriya was getting dunked on by not just his own mom, but by Aiko and Mao too at mini-golf. While Midoriya's mom was in a league of her own, Aiko was pretty good as long as she kept calm and controlled her strength. Ko and Aiko spent a large share of the time just talking to each other at the end of the holes, slowly growing closer while Midoriya and Mao partook in a whole new battle. The battle to stay out of last place was fierce, a new kind of fight that neither Mao or Midoriya wanted to lose. No, in front of their family, couldn't afford to lose. Mao had too much power, but pretty good precision. While he could always get the ball moving in the direction he wanted, getting the right distance was another story. He'd usually end up right next to the hole, hitting his ball in circles around it as he smacked the ball with a little too much power. On the other hand, Midoriya had gained control over power but still had trouble actually aiming the damn ball. Given his terrible aim with guns, it seemed like some things might just be universally constant, but still he pressed on trying to navigate each hole's tricks. He always had the slowest start, but by the time he got close to the hole he could get into a decent rhythm and could start applying the pressure to Mao. As long as he gave Mao enough time to start effing up and get agitated, he could pull ahead. Come the end, while Midoriya had taken the longest, Mao had taken the most hits. They might have said they were going to play for fun and weren't keeping track of just how many hits it took. But Midoriya and Mao damn well did just to rub it in each other's face like the mature criminals they were. The Midoriyas and the Voorheeses parted ways there, one going to their usual bar and grill while the other went to their usual chicken place. Wrapping it all up with a quiet meal, Izuku and Inko talked about their day and marveled at Izuku's friends. This was the first time Inko had a real chance to interact with Aiko, and Izuku tried his best to make sure it was a good one when he wasn't trying his hardest to make sure Mao ate sit at mini-golf. The familiar atmosphere was pleasant as always, a calming backdrop while the two got past the day and into the future. Inko's job was going well. She worked as a data entry clerk, staying at home and organizing information for a company while staying at home. Izuku's schooling looked good, or as good as Ishiyama could look. While Izuku wasn't really worried about his future as long as he could find time to be a vigilante, and Ishiyama graduation wasn't exactly a glowing recommendation unless he was applying for a gang. Hisashi, Izuku's father, had just been moved around in the American branch, so he'd have to reorganize his time off before he could come see them. Izuku didn't think much of his father. That wasn't to say he thought little of the man. He just literally didn't think about his father very often. He knew the roof they had over their head and the food they ate mostly came from him, but he didn't have many memories past the age of 4 of his father. He'd been one of the only people in his life supportive of Izuku when the doctors discovered he didn't have a quirk. But that didn't change how little time they spent together, especially when his father got his job in America. His father was supposed to spend a week with them last week, but because of that promotion it had been pushed aside. Still, it sounded like he'd get an extra week to spend with them because of the inconvenience, so that was nice. Put a little extra warmth in Izuku's chest. Or maybe that was the Katsuden. His father did call once a week, but Izuku had slowly slipped out of contact. Just a year ago he'd barely been speaking with his mom past formalities. It was no wonder he couldn't keep in touch with the man barely there to begin with. Maybe he should, though. He would try to connect again with his old man the next time they met. Packing up their leftovers, Midoriya made his best effort not to drop his things as they walked by the bar and a certain rabbit heroine who was currently ragging on the bartender. Inko laughed at Izuku's fumble. Both brushing it off with a laugh before hitting the streets turned neon by the coming night and headed homeward to their places of comfort. It was a busy Sunday, and how much more could you fit into one day? Night rolled in as Ronin adjusted his boots atop his latest perch, standing high over the partially ruined and mostly abandoned section of town. He gave the rooftop a few taps as he made sure his foot was deep into the boot, realigning his belts and straps before moving to the edge. A large scar ran through the district along one of what had been its main road, an entire street torn up with the buildings alongside it blown back by one large attack. His attack. The city had made no effort to repair the damage, barely acknowledging it as damage from a fight between a new villainous organization and some heroes. Most of the details had never been released. How many heroes had been involved? How few villains? And how far the damage had really gone. While he'd taken his toll on the road, his actions that night had hardly put a dent in the face of professional heroism. Revenant wondered if there were others like him. other villains, powers that the government refused to acknowledge. He knew that the government had pretend All for One wasn't real, but it was hard to tell if that was his influence or affluence. All for One was far more powerful than Revenant could even put into perspective, and the man in the chair had a lot of powerful people on his side. It was likely he had powerful people on the other side too, people who could help him keep things as quiet as he liked. There would be others. There must be others, lurking in the shadows with power beyond what Revenant could dream of doing right now. But if the modern heroes couldn't save one city block, let alone defeat him. RRRRRRVVVV. The hum of an engine silenced his contemplation. Revenant turning to look at the two-bit gangsters pulling in under his building to meet those Yakuza weaklings. The two pairs moved from vehicle and building to meet in the middle, their guards still raised as they appraised one another. If the heroes of today could barely touch him, then perhaps more was riding on this little training exercise than he would like to admit. He had to make sure he was in top shape, and there was nothing for that like practice. Moving more calmly than he felt, Revenant moved towards the ledge of the building, his boots activating to hook his feet down. Hands clasped the ledge, claws scraping the walls as the quirk embedded into his gauntlets activated. One final motion to draw his mask over his face as the gangsters and Yakuzas settled into business. Revenant settling into Ronin before descending gracefully into his place of true relaxation, the fight. The night sky flashed bright as day, a brilliant blue light overtaking the forest training camp. Villains and heroes alike could see the surging light that seemed to dance and envelope the forest, radiating off the nearby mountain like aurora borealis and shimmering high over all. It created a moment of quiet before giving way to an earth-shaking rumbling, pulling into itself and pulling down tons of trees, rocks, and anything else unfortunate enough to be caught in its shimmering field. Although everyone in the camp could see the spectacle of light, no one alive could say what it meant. Not even Kaminari could figure out what coated that dark night sky before it disappeared, falling back to the ground to the low rumbling of its own success, pulling the forest in on itself with hundreds of portals. What it was, whatever it was, could wait. The heroes and teachers first needed to pull themselves together, to take stock and defend against any further attacks. Through Mandalay and her telepathy quirk they gathered their forces, telling everyone still conscious to return to the base camp for roll call. What they couldn't identify, especially what they couldn't identify, still scared most of them however. Kaminari pressed his head against the window, watching the strange flurry of blue lights alongside his classmates. Dude, holy shit, the F is that? Everyone, step back. There's no telling where more villains will appear. Vlad King scolded them before stealing a glance himself, unable to hide his bewilderment. Could any of the pros do that? Mina tapped her chin as she voiced her musings, her energy shining through. The students still had a lot of energy, the combination of nerves and the fight brewing pulling the soon-to-be heroes into their element before they were ready. I never figured out what that green-haired one did, you know, the one with the yellow outfit. Maybe this is her quirk. There was a lot of speculation amongst the students, unable to do anything. They'd been given permission to fight, but with this crop of students almost immediately staying stuck in a building, their nerves were dialed up to 11 and they needed something to get it all out. Vlad was more than eager to let them work off their energy and gossip, possibly the safest way as long as it didn't turn into mass panic, but still tried to steer the students towards the right answers to maintain calm. No, Ragdoll's quirk was to find people in a certain radius. She hasn't been in contact since the start of this mess. Diorarrar. Everyone stopped as Mandalay sent another message straight to their minds. The villains have begun to retreat. They said they accomplished their goal, but we don't know what it was still. Everyone, remain on high alert and reunite at the main building. Mandalay's message faded to silence, the room dead quiet for a moment as everyone took in the broadcast before the words and their meaning sunk in. So, we did it. We won. We're alive. The students' gossip turned to cheers. Most of the students had returned from the woods, leaving only a few heads unaccounted for that no one would think of as a problem. The few missing were such as Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and the temporary teacher Ken as a few notable examples. Of course they were missing. Why would they come back to the safety of the base when there were villains in the woods? The students didn't put much thought into the missing at the moment, happy that it was all over and that they made it out in one piece. To re-establish order and calm the students back down, someone had to step up and take charge, and that was a teacher's job. Stay focused everyone. The villains haven't left yet and there are still people missing. Vlad King reined them back in before glancing out the window, surprised to see that the strange new blue light was gone. Maybe that was a signal to the villains so they'd know when they were done. Hardly matters now. Vlad King refocused on the current issue and faced the students. All right everyone, line up by class and by number. Leave space for anyone missing right now. We're gonna do a roll call. The last few people trickled into the camp space over 20 minutes, with the students growing calmer and calmer by each person who came through the door. Some were injured, some were unconscious, but all of them had managed to make it back. All of them, that was, until the last student arrived. Shoto Todoroki alone. The villains took Bakugo. That was the only thing Todoroki said before seeking medical attention himself. And in 4 words, the room had become colder than his ice. The triumphant air around the students froze as the teachers became more determined, pulling themselves together now that they realized they didn't make it out of this nightmare cleanly. The teachers reorganized the students, moving to get the students out immediately. With the whole class accounted for, even if not currently present, they would send the hero course back to UA, and then on to their homes for their own safety. But, with the news of one student's disappearance, a few of the students began to have questions. But what about Sensei Ken? Kaminari was insistent about asking the pro-heroes where his teacher was before he left, backed by other students. Sensei Ken is. Seeing the students resolve, Eraserhead had to make some snap decisions, both as a teacher and a hero. He pondered over it for a moment, looking at the already bad scenario and the aspiring heroes before him. It was only a moment's hesitation before he knew what he had to say. He gave a final look to the other heroes gathered in the room, a hard light shining in his eyes as he came into focus. His fellow teacher, Vlad King, looked as determined as they should be. The wild pussycats, unfortunately, were only hanging on by staying in the moment. With 1/4 of their team confirmed missing and no sign of a child, they were only staying in the game by not thinking about anything beyond it. This wouldn't be the last hard time, so he had to be realistic and prepare the students for what they were going into. Ironically enough, Eraserhead had no doubt it was what Sensei Ken would have wanted if he was there, stepping up and speaking up to silence the students. Sensei Ken hasn't made it back yet, so we can only assume the worst. Eraserhead's voice carried over the dining hall they had organized themselves in, first bringing quiet, then a cavalcade of whispers as the students tried to speak. He pushed on by reaffirming the plan the heroes had made, passing it on clearly to the students to maintain order. The classes will be returning home tonight. You'll be going back on your buses, so grab your things and get into class formation by the door. Eraserhead gestured towards the dining hall's exterior doors, the ones they'd leave the camp from. You'll be sent back to UA, and from there, back to your homes for your own safety. You have 5 minutes to grab your things. We're not sure if the villains are really gone yet, so stay in pairs and keep moving. Got it. The orders reverberated through space and student, leaving little room for questioning. Quickly the students moved from hall to halls, then to their rooms as the pros swept around them, forming a defensive perimeter in case any villains were spotted, with Mandalay and her telepathy quirk in the middle for safety's sake. With Mandalay in the middle, they had a network in case anything tried to move into the base camp, like when something slipped in through the side door and came at the group with a stumbling run. Running through a side door and stumbling into the crowd by complete accident, a small boy came in, smaller and younger than anyone else in the camp. A boy by the age of 5, with his red hat dusty, his knees scuffed, and a torn bandana gripped tightly in his hands. Koda, his body heaving between exhaustion and tears. Koda reunited with the larger group. Mandalay broke formation, running to comfort the bawling boy. It was hard to make out his words, but it was clear he couldn't stay here. The heroes held a small conference among themselves. Originally, the wild pussycats would stay put as the teachers drove the students home, but with Koda accounted for, it was the best that he left too. They were deciding whether to wait until the police and heroes arrived and inspected the scene to leave, or if it'd be better to go as soon as possible. On one hand, speed was important after a villain attack, but on the other, one teacher was still missing. With Bakugo and Ragdoll confirmed to be captured by the villains, it seemed likely that the hired help called Ken had also been abducted along with the rest. Given that, it seemed like possibly waiting until the police had arrived could be for the best, so they could find out what happened to him, until a certain small boy spoke up through the tears. Sensei's gone. His first coherent words were harsh, but backed by the dismembered black bandana clutched in his hands. That dirty shred of cloth could have been from anywhere, but the black fabric seemed too similar to the old man called Ken's, and so wet with blood it stained Koda's hands. His Aunt Mandalay tried to coax more out of him while keeping him calm, but the night was too much for a 5-year-old boy. They didn't have the time to ask questions. They had everyone who was still alive, so it was time to clear the scene immediately. The students had been evacuated as quickly as they could, with the heroes showing up minutes later. A full inspection of the scene would take days, but in the first couple of days, Ken's disappearance was confirmed. The forest had been devastated. The woods looked like a cross between a wildfire, an earthquake, and a tornado. Trees were cut to splinters, the earth was torn to pieces, and through it all the partially regenerated corpses of Nomas sprawled about, some still trying to recover from the impact of 3 natural disasters at once. The villain's fire had turned into something of a real wildfire, burning the woods. The earthquake turned the mountain into a landslide, bringing rubble down on the flaming remains while tearing open the ground into crevices and sinkholes. At the center of all that mess was the impact zone. The impact zone, the start of the destruction and the end of a very gruesome fight. Initial investigation quickly found the remains of a villain named Muscular, a large chunk of his head with his face mostly intact. The rest of his body was easy to see, splattered and sliced so finely it covered the surroundings like red paint. Something else, however, was mixed in with it. Fingers lay strewn on the ground, blown off from someone's hands by the fractures and burns. The partial remains of someone's eye. A pool of blood that didn't match the villain's, along with the body parts too small to belong to the massive villain. Someone else had been at the impact zone, and while his true name was a secret, his identity was obvious and his fate doubly so. Ronin was gone. The blood loss was lethal. If the explosion that blew off his fingers and destroyed his eye hadn't killed him first, judging by Muscular. The police's working theory is that he'd caught the villain in a single large attack so powerful it disintegrated both of them to bits. Those few fingers forensics found was likely the largest piece of Ronin left in the world. This matched the boy, Kota's, testimony. After being taken down to the precinct, they had coaxed more of the story out of the young boy. How he'd gone to the mountains, alone. How the villains appeared, how the hero appeared. And then how they both disappeared with one final shout for Kota to run. The young boy was still crying the next day, still clinging to a bloody bandana with all his might even as he sat in the police station. The police couldn't get him to let it go, but it was clear whose it was. Same story for several metal fragments littered about the impact zone. It was hard to say at first, but as they collected more they were able to put together a jigsaw puzzle forming a rather cheaply made sword. The investigation proved the presence, then absence, of a man at the impact zone called Ken. His cause of death was believed to be from some massive explosion, likely caused by his own quirk in a last-ditch quirk boost seen in some heroes. Everything passed that shortly became speculation as the authorities were suddenly forced to turn heel and run into an even bigger national incident. Further investigation was cut short due to the Hell Night, the battle at Kamino Ward, that itty-bitty fight of the century between one for all and all for one, that spread personnel thinner after some principal came in meddling around to keep everything on hush-hush, and soon hardly anyone could even remember researching any more into that random guy named Ken who'd been at some campsite days before the largest villain attack in a century. Besides, that case had been handed off to UA. The police still had to deal with the living members of the League of Villains. They had no time to deal with the dead ones. That cocktail of events led to Ken's, or rather, Ronin's true identity being almost entirely untouched. No family to contact. No history to look into, just a footnote in a larger investigation against the League of Villains. Still, although untouched by the authorities, there was one final thing that had to be done to lay the dead to rest. Over a week after Hell Night, UA had personally contacted everyone, the affected students and their families, to see who'd be returning to UA. To the teachers' surprise, not a single family backed down. Every student stepped up against the challenge posed by the villains, and with their families behind them, they would be returning to UA to complete what they started. Even Katsuki Bakugo, the one affected the most by Hell Night, stood proud and loud against the villains and their influence, showing not a single sign of fear as he resolved to come back and finish what the villains had started. At least, in front of his parents, that was the face he showed. Next is, Monoma's house is pretty far from here. Toshinori and Aizawa walked themselves out of the Bakugo's home and toward the car, surprised by the family's strong reaction and caught unaware as a third person left the home behind them. Walking more calmly than the two heroes, the young man called out for their attention. Senseis. Both teachers turned suddenly at the voice behind them, surprised. Katsuki Bakugo walked down his front path, hands in pockets and brows knit. He looked at the two teachers, trying to peer straight through them and creating a tense air before speaking. What? They couldn't send the teach? Bakugo put up his usual sneer, but it was unknown if he'd heard something from his fellow students by the look in his eyes. While Toshinori was a little confused, especially at Bakugo using words like senseis, Aizawa had picked up Bakugo's habits back in the summer camp. He knew what the young hero was on about, and while he already knew the news of Ken's fate, that didn't mean he knew what to say. Ken is unable to come here right now. Aizawa put care into each of his words. Not just to avoid lying but to try and say something accurate to what Ken would have if he was still there. But, Bakugo snapped back confidently, almost as if he was looking for a fight, but there was something in Aizawa's eyes he didn't like, a line he couldn't cross. But if he could, Aizawa matched Bakugo's gaze, taking a deep breath and placing a hand on the young boy's shoulder. He would have been the first one here, maybe even beaten the press. Bakugo took it in stride, getting a small laugh before his mother's voice blared out. Hey, Katsuki, the police said not to go outside. Well, next time we meet, I'll blow him away too. Bakugo's smile was confident and genuine as he raised a hand, creating a small explosion in his palm. He didn't brush Aizawa's hand off though, instead just turning back to his house and moving towards the door. The next time we fight, it'll be different. Katsuki, Hag. Aizawa kept a neutral face as the boy went back inside, turning back to the car. Toshinori knew of the events but not the details of the summer training camp, leaving him a little in the dark. He'd had much more pressing things to do than review that case file, after all. You know, I think I'll handle the skipped one by myself. He's pretty close by. Are you sure you'll be all right? Toshinori was surprised, staying in the car with the door partially open. I can drop you off, at least. No, I'll take this place. Aizawa waved Toshinori's worries off, checking the address. Amonoma's house is in the other direction, close to the Yaorazas. We'll meet there and take care of the Mintas together. Just don't push yourself. Toshinori gave him an uncertain nod, knowing that there was something going on even if he didn't understand what. Make sure you do the same, Aizawa. I think I'll treat you to a drink after this. Don't waste your money. Aizawa barely gave him a wave goodbye as he hit the streets, walking slowly down the road and towards the only student they skipped. For the most part, the pair had been taking their students in order save for directions. Ashido and Kirishima lived within minutes of each other, so no point in seeing Ashido then waiting to see Kirishima. This was true all except for one house they skipped, so that Aizawa could face it once he was a little more prepared. To buy a little more of that time, Aizawa walked to the house. It was the slowest he'd moved in years, instead of the constant sprint he usually maintained while out and about. But that slow walk couldn't buy time forever. Slowly, the building grew larger and large in his sights until he stood before a slightly plain-looking tannish yellow building. The Kaminaris. Aizawa checked the time, guessing that he was still ahead of Toshinori, and thought for only a moment about wasting more time before shaking it off. He moved up the path, the sinking feeling in his stomach growing heavier as he knocked on the door. No response. He rang the doorbell, checking the time again to make sure this was right when they said they'd go to the Kaminaris. Having known in advance this house might be tough, Aizawa had given himself a large margin to show up in, and he should still be in that window. He was about to ring the doorbell again when the door finally opened itself, revealing a grinning Denki. Yo, sensei, come on in. Kaminari threw the door wide for him, stepping back to let his teacher enter. Keeping his emotions in check, Aizawa entered the surprisingly quiet home, taking in the sights as he went. Tried to tidy up best I can, but organized isn't exactly the Denki way, you know. Pictures adorned the entranceway. 2 boys, a girl, and the parents in a family photo. School photos of each child in their current year. Pictures of 2 distinct heroes he couldn't quite name. Come on, I think we got some tea or something I can serve. What this it? Kaminari paused at the entrance to the next room, a living space with a few toys scattered about. Doki, Denchai, I told you we had an important guy coming over. Don't leave me hanging like this. A pair of saris rang out from elsewhere in the house, putting the other 2 siblings in Aizawa's mind. With Kaminari's prodding, a pair of twins appeared to help him clean up. Aizawa stayed quiet, but did his best to help his student and family as they sorted and put away the toys before the twins ran off to corners unknown once more. Sorry about that, sensei. I'll just be a second with the tea stuff. Hands dirtied. Kaminari gave him an apologetic look before beelining it for the kitchen. Aizawa left him to it, if not for his sake then for the boy's own. While Kaminari kept his mouth rambling, Aizawa could see the stressed fidgeting he did. Unlike Bakugo, Kaminari had been at the summer camp when they announced Ronin's disappearance. He'd been right beside Aizawa at the time, trying to ask about the teacher right when Kota appeared with his summer news. He hadn't taken it well, the very last student to leave the camp. Are your parents working right? Aizawa didn't want to put it off, but looking around the house there was a sense of emptiness. Although it was dirty as far up as the twins' hands could reach, there was an air of abandonment that filled the home, pressed by the face that the 2 people who should have been there for this important discussion weren't. A hero never quits. Kaminari put all the tea stuff he could remember on a plate, laughing to hide the chattering made by the kettle and cups as he wobbled his way over. It's nothing unusual. We already read your letter over, and don't you worry, your favorite student is coming back to ride out the rest of this ride. Kaminari. The slightly disappointed look in his eyes didn't translate well as Kaminari nearly jumped, barely hanging onto the tea set he tried too hard to bring over. That was before the twins reappeared at the living room's doorway, eyes only, to peer at their older brother and his strange guest. What, only second favorite? Don't hurt me like that, man, I've got a fragile ego. Placing the tea set down between them, Kaminari hunkered down on the couch while Eraserhead remained standing. Come on, at least take a sip. I put my heart and soul into bringing that over. Aizawa glanced at the children hanging by the doorway, 4 curious eyes peering at him, and gave in. Taking a seat, he grabbed a cup of tea and took a sip. Damn, this was some city tea. And he'd had 15 different teas today alone. Are you sure you've thought this through enough, Kaminari? I know. Yeah. Brushing him off, Kaminari took a cup himself, taking a good long drink. Aizawa couldn't help notice that while his tea was green, Kaminari's was somehow orange, like the orange liter of soda sitting opened on the counter. Don't worry, me and my parents went over everything already. While I've gotta come home on the weekends, we're all totally down for me doing that high school dorm stuff or whatever too. Glancing at the children still standing just behind the doorframe, Aizawa couldn't help wondering why the hero student was needed here for the weekend. It seemed heroes never quit or took time off. That's good to know, Kaminari, but I was wondering if you had any questions. No, well, was the training we did at that camp for a grade? Kaminari leaned forward, smiling wide while pointing a thumb at his chest. Cause I definitely think I passed. Sensei Ken put in some good words for me, right? And there was that shake again. Aizawa squinted, knowing the hardships of exactly why this house had been saved for last, and took a deep drink of some bad tea to sharpen his senses. Sensei Ken. Aizawa repeated the rehearsed words to Kaminari, keeping his face blank as he repeated his lines for the umpteenth time that day. I'm sure he would be here right now if he could. Kaminari kept trying to smile, but it cracked as his mouth twitched. If he could. What do you mean by that, Sensei? Yue. Can't say. We'll tell the class officially when school restarts. Eraserhead shored up his game face, grimacing slightly at the bitterness in his mouth. It was far worse than the tea, talking to someone directly like this. I wish I could say more. He's just missing, right? Right. Kaminari's voice rose to a yell as he slammed his hands on the table, his drink splashing out of the cup and onto the floor while his body emitted small sparks. Or he's injured. He's in surgery, so he needs time to recover. Right. It wasn't a question, but Aizawa's eyes were an answer. Like a lightning rod, his expression grounded the young boy, snuffing out those sparks before they could fully start. And no, you're kidding. You're just kidding, right? Kaminari's smile was broken as he tried chuckling, pulling back and away from Aizawa. He was trying to laugh, but Eraserhead's stern expression was nothing to laugh at. They both knew what a funny guy Eraserhead really was. But Aizawa didn't have the heart to say anything to his student. If he could, he'd be the first one here. Eraserhead repeated the partial truth he'd told everyone who asked. While he didn't know Ronin that long, he was confident he would have at least visited his students if he had the chance. He would have gotten here before me, maybe even before the press. Kaminari gave a cold chuckle at that, no longer able to meet Eraserhead's face. You really think so? Or did he tell you that? Eraserhead finished his tea, placing his empty cup on the table. I think you should pay a visit to our school consular, Hound Dog, outside of whether or not you want to keep attending UA. I can set up an appointment for you. Aye. Kaminari still didn't meet his eyes, but had finally managed to piece together enough of a facade to smile. I'll think about it. That's all I can ask. Aizawa let down his guard a little, giving Kaminari a small smile. He would have tried reaching out to pat the young boy, but that wasn't his style and probably wasn't what the young man needed. So instead he prepared to leave, still thinking over what he should say, what he should have said, and what he couldn't say. He couldn't say anything more about Ronin, but he also couldn't just leave Kaminari alone like this, stuck between a rock and a legality issue. Aizawa sighed to himself before resettling in his chair and grabbing that stupid tea kettle for some more good awful tea. You know, Kaminari, this sort of thing happens a lot to active heroes. People go missing in action, get injuries they can't walk away from, and some just never make it back. That's just part of being a hero. Is that supposed to console me? No, it's supposed to warn you. Aizawa thought over how far he'd go with this, looking at his own cup of tea sloshing in his cup. The water rolled back and forth, and no matter how still he held it, the hot water still seemed to move and shake, a cloudy sea of sentiment blocking his view. I suppose, if Ronin really was here, this might be what he'd tell you. Aizawa closed his eyes to the swirling mess, tossing back the next cup and forcing it down his throat. Rolling his cup between his hands, Aizawa looked directly through Kaminari, his usually stern look a lot softer as he pulled at both their wounds. Let me tell you about Aburo Shurikumo. The students moved on campus easily enough. All across UA, students moved into newly built dorms, set up in just 3 days by Cementos and Power Loader. Aizawa gave them a small speech over their upcoming events before stepping aside and letting these young heroes run free. The students pushed through the dark of their recent events, coming together to help one another move in. They even held a competition on their first day there, comparing the rooms to decide who had the best room of all. It was a joyous sight for sore eyes. Unbeknownst to most, Aizawa didn't leave the premises entirely. After his speech, he stuck around, lending a hand in his capture scarf to get some of the heavier objects to the top floor. Once that was done, he met nearby with the other teachers, confirming that everything was going well before returning one last time with a large duffel bag to bear some bad news. While the class was still in high spirits, Aizawa slipped in unnoticed. He picked his time carefully as the students spoke, laughing about the results. It had seemed Sato had bribed his way to the top. Aizawa gave a small smile before emerging from the back of the pack, silently avoiding everyone's gaze until appearing behind one student, too preoccupied in tussling with Sato and his cake bribery to notice the gloomy teacher. HGH, Kaminari, Wacha-wan sensei. Kaminari's goofy expression became startled, causing many of the students to jump away from the tall shadow they didn't even realize was in their midst. Honestly, it was like this when he was in the streets, in the classroom, and even when he was in the break room. Didn't people ever get used to him? Kaminari managed to pull together his flailing act and stand straight. Hey sir, this is just fair trial and punishment for a criminal. Sato was illegally bribing the judges. Yeah, he what? I really don't care about that. Aizawa glanced at Sato, who had been laughing even harder at Kaminari and mind his play fighting than being hurt by it. The boy's intention was clear, and while Aizawa enjoyed messing around with his students as much as, alright, nowhere near as much as Midnight or Present Mike, he wasn't here for fun. I'm here to talk about Ken. Let's step outside. At the mention of his name, many of the students perked up. While not everyone had interacted with him, everyone had at least seen him. They knew he existed, and they knew he'd been at the summer training camp, but no one truly knew what happened to him. Kaminari had figured it out during his discussion with Aizawa the previous day, but he should hear it straight. That was why Aizawa called out to him, but he didn't think so many people would be interested in the vigilante. Come on, gloomy bastard. Bakugo took a surprising interest in the vigilante, following Kaminari and Aizawa out on his own. His presence as the class's strongest deterred most other students from coming out, thankfully thinning the numbers a lot. But what was most interesting was his intensity. He leaned forward as he spoke, more invested in the random teacher he only knew for a few days than almost anything Aizawa tried to teach him. Out with it, how's the teach? Yeah, I was hoping he'd be here to at least say goodbye. Ashido was one who hadn't been affected by Bakugo's overpowering aura, if she even noticed it anymore. In fact, most of Exam F had become much closer throughout the 3 days, far surpassing what they'd been before the summer camp. How's he doing? Is he in the hospital? Man, I hope it's nothing serious. I heard the police took a while to get to the scene. Yeah, injuries only get worse with time, but we've got Recovery Girl. She can patch up just about anything. Kirishima, Zero, and even the man of the hour Sato had all come outside, the three speculating on what happened with pretty good accuracy. It was true, Recover Girl could help almost an injury between her quirk, her skills, and UA's equipment, but there were a few things even beyond her. Sensei Ken. The last one to say anything was the one Aizawa actually reached out to, Kaminari. A shadow hung to the young hero like a thick cloak, weighing him down. While he wasn't the brightest spark in UA, he'd managed to piece together all the clues yesterday. Now, while the rest wanted answers, he just wanted closure. Sensei Ken is dead, isn't he? Sensei, hey, don't jump to conclusions so quick, Kami. Teach wasn't some weakling, dunce face. Yeah, tell him Sensei. Sensei, Zero jokingly gave Kaminari a quick elbow, thinking Kaminari was just messing around. But the attitude grew more grave as Aizawa stayed silent. He wasn't sure how to phrase this, drawing the papers UA had received over the summer camp investigations from the duffel bag, slowly flicking from page to page. Well, he didn't die like a weakling, that's for sure. Aizawa settled on the 5th paper, taking deliberate care to make sure no one could see the picture of Ken's final remains right below cause of death. At 11:15, 5 days ago, the police found the cause of the large explosion back at the summer training camp. They believe it was a violent quirk evolution, created by someone being placed in a life or death scenario. A large amount of energy was released into the surroundings, creating an earthquake and strong winds that destroyed almost everything in a half-mile. 15 Namo and 2 humans were caught in the explosion. No one survived it. One victim was identified as a villain named Muscular, most likely working with the League of Villains. The other, Aizawa skipped over the details about Ronin's true identity, then settled for closing the paper before anyone could see any more. The other was Ken, wasn't it? Kaminari didn't ask, his eyes not meeting Aizawa's still. He could still see though as Aizawa reluctantly nodded, flipping back open the papers to continue a little after he'd left off. The second victim's body was torn to pieces by the explosion. By the residue found, he would have only survived for seconds at best. Aizawa paraphrased, making sure not to describe exactly what had happened to the vigilante's body, instead focusing on what came after that in the papers, what had came after the explosion. Even in death, he saved lives. That explosion killed a powerful villain, destroyed over a dozen Namu, and might be what forced the villains back from attacking any further. He died fighting to keep everyone safe. He died a hero. It felt weird, talking like this about a person he disliked so much in life. It wasn't that he had any distaste for what Ronin did. Despite their past encounters, they were just two people trying to do two different things. And Aizawa had enough taste to admit that Ronin was damn good at it. There was no way in hell he could have survived fighting 5 Nomas at once. And even he wasn't sure how he'd fare against the villain Muscular if the reports were right. The students were stunned, in something like shock. Aizawa put on his game face, taking a deep breath and looking them all over to try and give them whatever the hell Ronin's last words would have been. Ken, no. Ronin fought because he believed in each and every one of you. Eraserhead's eyes lingered on each student as he spoke. He didn't have any family that we know of, no friends that we can reach out, and even if he did, there's not much to give. Everything that was on his body was destroyed in the explosion. But while everything on his body was destroyed, the things in his room were picked up by the boys in blue. Eraserhead moved the duffel bag in front of him, setting it on the ground. The bag wasn't his, instead, the final belonging to a certain troublesome vigilante that had been left abandoned in his room. And I think he'd rather each of you get these. From the bag came 6 notebooks, each labeled for each of the students as if they were personally addressed to them. Opening them, the students of Exam F discovered the notes Ronin had made in advance for each member of Exam F, from the things he remembered the first time all the way up until the day of the incident. Rough sketches of equipment, partially formed theories of quirk use, martial arts to pair best with each of them. Each book was a small treasure trove of information if one was willing to delve into it. The students were taking it well. Better than Aizawa might have, at least. Most of them were crying. Bakugo just had this mix of anger and pride as he flipped through the pages, trying very hard not to explode and burn the book. Kaminari just stared at it in stunned silence, rubbing his fingers on the cover. While most hadn't noticed, it was clear one notebook was a little bigger than the rest. Ronin might not have left much, Aizawa said, fumbling in the bag past the 7th notebook until he found the last object hidden inside. This one hadn't been in the bag originally, but with nowhere else to put the damn thing, the authorities had stuck the final remnants of Ronin in his duffel bag. It felt right to give this to his apprentices, but Ronin did leave a legacy in each of you. You carry that legacy in the heroes you'll become, and I think he'd rest easy knowing each of you made it out. Setting down the bag, Aizawa struggled to remove a strangely shaped object, almost as long as the bag. He drew out a mostly straight tube with a strange trigger on the open end, almost like a gun. The front of the tube was blown to bits, wood and metal blown from the inside out by his final attack. The sheath of Yamato, the Ronin's blade. This is the largest thing that survived the explosion. Aizawa was careful with the saya, some of the metal having turned jagged and sharp by its explosion. He gingerly held it out, offering it to the Ronin's original student. With the investigation wrapping up, this thing was just going to end up sitting in a storage locker anyway. I don't think Nezu would mind if I gave this to you. Kaminari had managed to keep it together up to this point, looking from the book in his hands to the saya in his teacher's hands. He glanced around for a spot to put the notebook, handing it off to his friend Siro before taking the saya with both hands from Aizawa. Destroyed and wrecked, this saya was still heavier than his. Kaminari ran a hand along the metal and wood body, trying to take note of each and every scratch. He'd been there. Ronin had worked to build this, training their swordsmanship and improving their equipment here at UA. Him and Ronin had both made sayas for their swords, but Ronin's looked so much older, with scratches and dings along the body. He pulled the saya's trigger, barely hearing the small click that would have started another one of Ronin's explosive draws. If it still worked, that was. Kaminari wiped down the saya again, smiling at the memories and longing for his own saya, if only to compare the two. They had good memories, yes, but Ronin and Kaminari had left so much more than memories. Had he used his, though? Was his saya half as used as Ronin's? Kaminari tightened his grip on the saya, promising himself that he wouldn't let his own saya go so easily next time. He'd hold on to it longer, he'd use it more, and prove that he could measure up to all of Ronin's expectations. No, Kaminari lifted his head, finally letting the tears run down his face as he smiled at his teacher. Thanks, Teach. He'd go beyond. After a relaxing weekend of playing golf and beating the shit out of criminals, Monday rolled back around and it was time to get serious. Midoriya woke up same time as always, washed up, and gave his mom a hug before booking it out of the apartment just he would on a normal day. He even took a similar route to normal, using his metro pass to get as close to his school as possible instead of walking the distance. There'd be plenty of walking in his future, so he might as well enjoy every break he could get. Showing up at school at his usual time. Almost no one was there yet, save for a few members of the kendo club. Instead of going in as usual to challenge them, though, Midoriya walked straight past the club room and towards the auxiliary building. Coming into his own club room, Midoriya took stock of the contents. He and Aiko had done a rough job of trying to clean everything up, moving the spare desks and chairs to the neighboring rooms in preparation for all the repair work they'd be doing to the room. Their equipment was sitting in whatever boxes they could find around the school, ready to be taped up and follow the desks. Midoriya drew his keys and opened the cabinet, unlocking his special little place and pulling out one of the larger boxes, revealing a duffel bag already stuffed full of his things. One last check to make sure he didn't forget anything inside the box as he placed the duffel bag on the table. Pulling his vigilante costume from the duffel bag, Midoriya donned his second face, put his civilian costume into his backpack, then placed the backpack back into the cabinet. It wouldn't do to bring that with him, especially if anyone accidentally found it at UA. With his things sorted, Midoriya checked the time. He still had a comfortable gap before school started, or even before Aiko got to school. Still, it wasn't wise to stick around and invite misfortune. Midoriya took a quick stop to the auxiliary's bathroom to check his makeup, donning faux facial hair and mixing fake scars amidst all his real ones. Midoriya gave his new face one last good look in the mirror before donning his bandana and hitting the streets. The practice with the bodysuit came in handy as Ronin moved around the city at his own pace, fast. With students heading to school, businessmen heading to work, and heroes out on morning patrol, the streets were quite a slog beneath Ronin's lofty path. He took a second to admire the crowds as he jumped from building to building, squeezing in a little more practice where he could. Never hurt, right? Ronin stayed high as long as he could, until he hit skyscrapers that would be a real waste of time to try and scale, before descending to the streets. He covered a good amount of distance in the sky, saving a little time, but he didn't really need to save time today. He was already extremely early, and the only reward he'd be getting was extra time spent with Principal Furuya. On second thought, maybe he should have stayed on the streets the whole time. Adjusting his bandana, Ronin, or more so Ken, blended right into the crowd. With his weapons stored out of sight in his jacket or duffel bag, he looked like another if bland hero. The hero craze might still have been strong, but most people only cared about heroes they actually knew or thought looked cool, which Ken slipped right out. He only had to smile and wave a few times, mostly to excitable kids who were glad to see anything interesting. The crowd grew then waned as he grew close to UA, the illustrious hero center. While many people moved near it, the center of attention it was, almost no one was going to it. Midoriya was surprised to see no students walking to class, but a look at the time told him they were all probably inside the building already. His walk had taken longer than he'd thought since the streets were so packed. Breaking out of the pack, Midoriya moved straight through the gate without a care. The pass badge thing he'd gotten from Nezu ensured no intruder alarms were going off, although Midoriya was sure that Fluffy Football had an alert for any time it was used just so he could jump Midoriya once inside. It couldn't be a coincidence that Nezu showed up in the entrance hall shortly after Midoriya every time he came. Midoriya wasted a second, admiring the path to UA's main building. Trees and flowers lined HD walkway, well-groomed and cared for. A far cry from Ishiyama's growing flora of graffiti. The types of trees or flowers were lost on him, but hey, it looked nice, and someone might as well enjoy it since there was no one else around. Midoriya wondered where the students all were, since the walkway was completely abandoned save for him until he realized UA was, for all intents and purposes, a good school unlike Ishiyama. The people here actually wanted to be here, so why would they skip class? Laughing at his own twisted expectations, Midoriya returned to the entrance hall. It was unchanged from Friday, with sunlight streaming through the large windows and a high-tech display of UA's prestige flanking the hall. For his slow walk enjoying the garden, he got his reward. One Nezu nuisance, balancing atop a handrail to match Ronin's eye height. When most people say they'd be early, they mean a few minutes, not a few hours. Do I look like most people? Ronin walked towards this tiny tear, sighing as he offered his arm to the principal. I need that helmet, so let's try to get this done quickly. We've got a lot of work to do. Nezu glanced at his arm, then stared up at him with sparkling eyes, making Midoriya regret this whole thing even more before jumping and climbing up, clambering to Ronin's shoulder. Indeed. So, it's time for that mask. Lead on, Ronin. To the development studio. Ronin blinked, staring at the principal who wanted him to guide them through UA. It seemed Nezu could see his raised eyebrow even through the bandana. Someone was getting a little ahead of themselves. Oh, right, I'm sorry. I forgot you don't know how to get there if you're not breaking in. Forward then, Ronin. To the development studio. Following Nezu's unorthodox instructions that seemed to take them in circles, the pair made their way through UA to what Ronin hoped would be the R&D wing. While he'd been there twice himself, he had been breaking in through the air vents the first time and had a guide the second, a fact Nezu enjoyed reminding him about every few minutes. Past the nagging, though, they went into details over the helmet Ronin would be looking at, or more specifically, the helmets. We weren't sure what kind of helmet you'd like, so there's a few prototypes we developed for you. Nezu didn't go too much into detail about the specific helmets, letting Ronin learn more about them when they actually got to them. Instead, he focused on the timetable. One is set to begin their training after lunch, so we have a few hours to ourselves. It should be enough time to get into the nitty-gritty of each mask, don't you think? More than enough. Ronin shook his head. It was just past 9:30, giving them about 3 hours. Didn't he ask for a simple helmet? Just what the hell had they made? By the way, who made the prototypes? Support course students. It seemed like an interesting project, having several students try to design one item based on the client's request. Of course, only one could succeed, so maybe it wouldn't be that good as a project after all. Your support course teacher. Oh, no, Power Loader has so much to do, it'd be rude to add more to his plate. Nezu laughed at the thought. Power Loader is the teacher in charge of updating the hero course's costumes while they develop their super moves, and that's not just 1A. He also has to deal with 1B, 2A, and 2B. Plus, fixing all his robots, making sure the security is up to date for our upcoming festival. Say, are you considering coming? It's an open gate event. Nezu just rambled and rambled while Midoriya tuned out after the first no. So the prototypes were designed by students. Does only the helmet I pick get a passing grade? Or anything that I think's good enough? Yep, these masks were designed by our second-year support students, with a few chip-ins from a very excited first year. Nezu bounced on Ronin's shoulder, threatening to fall off. A sight Ronin would have loved to see after his questions were answered. But in such a competitive market, I believe we are planning for the helmet you pick to be the passing one. What if some of the helmets are bad? It felt wrong that the good helmets he didn't pick and the bad ones would be on the same level. Then again, with the heroes he'd grown up seeing, he'd be surprised if there was a single helmet he liked out of the gate. If they follow modern hero conventions, I might not like any of them. Shouldn't we judge them on how well they fit my criteria? That'd be a question for Power Loader, not myself, I'm afraid. Nezu gave him a small sad pat on the shoulder. I give my teachers the freedom to run their classes as they please. It's not my place to interfere, as long as they produce good results. We'll see just how good these results really are. Oh, stop. Here it is. Nezu yanked hard on Ronin's bandana, turning his head and bringing them both to a stop as he reflexively grabbed at Nezu to throw the furry football. They turned the corner to the first not identical doors Ronin had ever seen in UA. A smaller set of sturdy metal doors. Metal rivets ran throughout the door, reinforcing it against any force trying to blow its way in or out. Sitting over top the entrance was a large sign for the development studio, a little more confusing than just calling it the R&D wing or something. Either way, it was what Ronin asked for. After that last sharp tug, Ronin gracefully gave Nezu the punch off, like a brush off but more personal for that fluffy effer, then grabbed one of the doors and gave it a sharp tug. It slid sideways roughly, its size and weight proving that metal door was the real deal. Slowly squeaking into view as he forced the door open stood the development studio, or as a sane person would call it, a workshop. Several tables for workbenches spread out across the room, with small equipment stored in named shelves and larger power tools stored on the walls. Shelving units lined the walls, big and small, to store the various equipment made in this room, but even so it wasn't enough. Small bits of machinery, knickknacks, and incomplete equipment littered the scene. There was a pile of such junk in the corner so big it stood taller than Ronin, maybe even Mao. Apart from the scraps, more than a dozen people were inside the workshop before Ronin and Nezu. Several students were hard at work amidst the mess, some using the junk to make something new and others taking something old and making more junk as they ripped it apart. Presiding over them all, a large hunched man with a massive yellow helmet and no shirt to speak of moved between the tables, keeping mostly to himself with the occasional word to his students. The excavation hero, Power Loader. He'd once been one of the leading construction heroes, but had since moved into the equipment scene after he hit his 30s for some easier work. Still, the sturdiness of his equipment was said to be as good as the buildings he used to raise. Ronin had really been hoping Power Loader was the one to make his mask because of that. But now he could only hope Power Loader had passed some of his wisdom to his students. Ronin and Nezu stepped around the classroom, Ronin looking over the students' work as they went. A series of bands seemed to be forming on the desks, large bands between 1 and 4 inches thick and longer than his arm. The bands were covered with pockets and pouches, along with some ingrained equipment built straight into the belt. They were building utility belts. His curiosity satisfied, Ronin followed Nezu around the edge of the room to the back of the class and a door that he was more familiar with. He helped Nezu up to the security pad, holding him by the scruff of his collar while Nezu punched in some digits. Ronin's eyes naturally trailed up to his old route, spotting the air vents that had been more than enough for a boy to slip through and connected almost the entire school. Before Ronin could let his intrusive thoughts win, Nezu pushed one last button and the door clicked. Ronin dropped Nezu to the side and opened the door, throwing it open wide enough for Nezu to scamper in, and made his way inside. The next room looked very similar to the warehouses Ronin had raided, with a large ceiling and massive open shelving units that went almost all the way up. Large boxes held what could be contained, and what couldn't sat in the open. It looked just as messy as the room the pair had just come from. Still, it looked a little small. Midoriya wondered if everything UA stored all the things they built here. Or maybe if what didn't get used was eventually scrapped and returned to the development studio to be turned into something else. They probably sold off some of the better items, but not every item could be a winner. Come along now, Ronin. Oh, I'm so excited for this. Nezu had run ahead while Ronin's thoughts had ran in circles. The small rodent coming to a table set up to one side, clear of the shelves and their aisles. Set on the table were 11 objects, probably the helmets. Nezu had jumped onto the table just as Ronin had noticed the thing, making his way over. With the vague prompts our students were given, we've had quite a few designs prop up. 3 of them were even from one student, a promising first-year named Hatsum. Nezu kept blabbing on and on while Ronin stopped in front of the table. Before him were about 10 objects. He'd mistaken a folder for one of the helmet designs. Unfortunately, to call all of them helmets was a bit misleading. Of the 10, the first thing that caught his eye was what looked like a small piece of scrap material. Examining it closer, it was an eyepiece, like the kind Bakugo wore in his hero costume. The material seemed strong enough, a hard piece of what felt like plastic half an inch thick, but it barely covered anything past the eyes. The wooden mask he turned into a helmet for the beast was better than this thing. Clearly, that and its duplicate weren't his pick. While he hadn't noticed, the first tiny mask wasn't the only tiny mask, and neither were making his cut. Maybe it was that he was picky, or maybe it's that he had specifically asked for a helmet and gotten a bunch of masks. Ronin drew to the other side of the table, picking up what looked like a sack. Holding it up, the vigilante beheld a cloth mask made of some strange fabric. He actually touched this one, grabbing it with both hands and pulling it apart as hard as he could. It didn't stretch too much. Checking the paperwork, this mask seemed to be cut-resistant, washable, and while certainly not a bad mask, it was no helmet. While he would certainly try to make something similar from his bodysuit's muscle material in the future, it didn't seem good for him. Neither did the 2 other cloth masks, although he'd still at least look at their files later. This brought him to the starting block of actual helmets. The remaining 5 things were actual helmets, in the sense that they would actually protect his insides from becoming his outsides. Still, though, he wasn't out of the fabric yet. The first helmet he picked up looked something like a bicycling helmet with a cloth cover, covering most of the helmet save for the eyes and mouth. The fabric wrapped around the chin, stretching so the user could still speak and use their mouth freely. It did have the upside that he wouldn't have to remove his helmet to eat. The only problem was that wasn't a problem for him. Stretching this fabric with his hands, it didn't seem like they'd get along well. He'd stick with hard helmets, if he could. Nezu was still going strong as Ronin moved to the next helmet. Then the next and so on as he inspected for any obvious problems. The last 4 were full-cover helmets, exactly what he was looking for, so the decision would lie in the details. Ronin looked for a natural pause in Nezu's rambling, and when he didn't get one, just rammed in. Do you have a testing area for these? Ronin held up a helmet to emphasize his point, nodding towards the door out of the deep storage. I want to put these through their paces before I make any decisions. Certainly, of course. Nezu clapped in delight, always seeming too excited for whatever was going on. We can use one of the training halls and a few robots. I'll make all the arrangements before you even know it. On the way out, they caught the finishing remarks of Power Loader's class. The utility belts were already stored in boxes, named and sorted for each student as they placed their things back into their own designated spots. Remember, as you refine your designs, the core tenets of hero equipment. Power Loader stood by the board, a whiteboard with sketches of an inner mechanism too complicated for Ronin to even think about deciphering. We want heroes to have everything they need, but we're not worried about everything they want. That's on them to make specific requests to you outside of a utility belt. As long as one cover the fundamentals and then branches out, their equipment will be practical, useful, and most of all used. Class dismissed. The students got up, some moving to put away the larger equipment they borrowed for their designs while others went straight for the door. Ronin was content to try following the second group until someone moved behind him, putting a large hand on his shoulder to stop him from slipping out. Power Loader's metal claws barely dug into Ronin's bodysuit. Not enough to hurt him even without his armor, but more than enough to stop him from sliding away. Stopping by without a word. Thief. It was clear from Power Loader's tone that he hadn't forgotten the first time Ronin had come to UA, sneaking through and stealing one of their helmets that had been under his supervision. His grudges might have been as durable as his equipment. I wanted to talk to you about those new helmets you're taking. Oh, if you could just wait a moment, Power Loader. At first it seemed like Nezu was coming to Ronin's rescue, but even Ronin could see how that would never happen. We're about to head off to start the testing for these helmets. Test those helmets. Power Loader looked to Nezu, then to the bag on Ronin's back. While Ronin had his usual duffel bag, he also picked up a bag filled with the prototype helmets. A bag probably left there just so the prototypes could be moved for this sort of occasion. So you are the one getting one of those helmets? In return for my services. Revenant wasn't too keen on playing nice, turning and knocking Power Loader's claws off of him. This was our agreement. And part of our agreement is I will select a helmet that's up to my standards. So I heard. Power Loader and Ronin had met a few times before. The first time Ronin had gotten chased off of UA grounds, he was pretty sure Power Loader was one of the heroes chasing him. They interacted more when he'd been helping teach Kaminari how to fight, with Power Loader helping Kaminari make his sword while Ronin was stuck fending off some first year as excitable as Nezu. Still, they hadn't really gotten a chance to interact alone outside the prying eyes of UA. student body, and Ronin was fine keeping it that way. Nezu, ever the troublemaker, had no intention of things going that well. You oversaw each of the students design these, so it's only fair that you come along. Didn't you have a dead period next hour? Anywho, Power Loader almost agreed on the spot, baited in by Nezu's tantalizing unspoken offer to work out his problems on that on-again off-again criminal UA. Kept working with, I do have some planning I need to do, but I can spare a little time to see this. Ronin's shoulders slumped, wondering if this was the setup to some twisted joke. He just wanted to get a helmet. How many people did it take to test a helmet? In UA, the answer was apparently 2, a rat and half a dozen robots. Power Loader hadn't said much as the trio passed through the halls, mostly talking to the students as he passed by. Nezu was the same story, more than happy to try and talk to students while still riding Ronin's shoulder. Ronin, eager to get to testing, just barreled forward with barely a wave. There wasn't a single soul he recognized in the support tower anyways, since he'd spent all his time at the Hero Tower. The testing grounds were spread throughout UA's massive campus, but the biggest section in the main building was the basement. Shock absorbent, sound absorbent, and blast absorbent. The basement was one of the safest places to test the many dangerous devices the support course cooked up. Even as they got to UA's bottom level, there were still students running around. At this time, so early in the morning, it was mostly third years running throughout the testing grounds, as they were the only ones with the free time to be here. Many of the test rooms were closed, large metal doors sealing them shut with warnings flashing over top, along with an electronic pad showing the time schedule for that specific room. And, towards the back of the basement, was a room with his name on it, reserved for one Ronin, a testing training room for 2 hours. A few hours longer than what Ronin thought was necessary. But a gap period was always nice. Ronin opened the door, eyeing the interlocks to see how the door locked up before passing through. It didn't look very complicated, but with large metal bars sliding around inside the door it looked very secure. The black soot staining the back of the door said secure might have been the most important thing for these rooms. The testing room itself was big, vast, echoey and empty. It was a big box with a few distance marks, a safe zone, and no visible structures inside save for the 6 robots sitting deactivated to one side that Nezu had called in. Just one moment, if you please. The furry effer himself slid off Ronin's shoulder, running around to change the scenery. He ran towards the closest wall, grabbing what Ronin had thought was a panel and folding it out to form a table. I believe that should make things a touch more manageable. Ronin followed a step behind, setting his personal bag on the floor and the prototypes on the table. He drew the 4 prototypes, then picked up the user's manual for a little reading while Nezu began to fiddle with the robots. Which helmet would he test first? They only were close enough as far as he cared. These robots are one of UA's pride and joy, Nezu explained, fiddling with the internals to turn one on then bouncing to the next. We use them for cleaning our halls to testing our students in combat. I think you'll find them suitable opponents to test those prototypes. Ronin glanced at the robots, noting that each of them seemed equipped for combat. Massive arms, one large wheel for legs, and a very strange head. Do they have sensors to detect damage, or just fight until they can't? Either one, Nezu cackled as he finished his second, skipping to the third while Power Loader worked on the fourth. We can set them up as the challenge needs. But I believe you want the sensors on. Give them a fighting chance. Don't you worry, Wheel. I want to put the helmets on the robots. Ronin held up one of the helmets, then looked at the robots. Their heads were very different from a human's, looking more like a snake's with a long face and neck coming directly out of the back. Can these robots wear helmets? Nezu stalled, fiddling with the robot at his paws. He stood on the robot's chest, poking its head. The head was longer than a human was tall. Nezu tapped his chin, then pointed the head at the sky. Pointed straight up. The length of the head was mostly irrelevant past looking stupid. Now at least the helmet should fit on the robot's stupid mugs. I believe that might work. I'll take it. Ronin walked over with one of the helmets, shoving it down over the robot. It took a few tries, messing around with the internals of the helmet to get it as open as possible before it had even fit over the metal face. But once on the hard part was over, closing and tightening the helmet back on was much easier than getting it there. Aren't you going to wear the helmets? Nezu was clearly struggling, excited for a fight that pretty obviously wasn't going to happen. Don't you want to try each prototype against the robots? Not if they don't survive the first round. Ronin made sure the helmet was well attached before looking around over the robot's main body, trying to find an on switch or some kind of power button. Power Loader leaned over, pressing a panel on the base of the neck and bringing the robot to life for him. First round. Well, ideally the second and third too, but Ronin moved back, getting what he deemed to be enough distance. He stood about 10 feet from the target, Probably safe enough for his sake. Clear. Nezu didn't even get time to be confused as Ronin drew kindness, taking aim down sights and nailing the helmet with a direct impact 3 times. The bullets punched straight through the helmet, creating a web of cracks on the surface centered around a nice small bullet hole, and the first answer to his question. And that was the lowest caliber I had. Ronin glanced down at his gun while Nezu jumped back, power loader having the good sense to move behind the next robot. Answered my question either way. Is the robot still alive? Power loader moved from behind the robot once Ronin had lowered his gun, checking the robot by giving it a hard shove. It slumped to the floor, no longer bothering to try keeping itself upright. Nope. Are you really just going to shoot each of the prototypes? Nezu was back and questioning him already as Ronin grabbed the next helmet, already moving across the way to put it on another robot. Yup, but that's no fun. Well, if Nezu's priorities when running UA weren't clear before, they certainly were now. That's just efficient. Next one's ready. Power loader worked on the next robot's body while Ronin finagled the helmet until it was on good enough, the pair giving each other a nod before moving out of the other's way. Ronin called clear again, raising his gun and shooting once again in a single fluid motion. At such a short distance it was easy to line up the shot. But with his bad accuracy that didn't mean jack. Still, Ronin raised his gun, breathed out to relax his body, then aimed and fired the second his target was in his sights. The bullet struck and skidded off the second helmet, ricocheting off towards higher ground. Ronin's eyes tried to follow one's trajectory, but he was a little slower than a speeding bullet and lost sight almost immediately. Well, I think that's good, Ronin mumbled to himself, holstering his pistol as he went back over to the desk, picking up the helmet papers and writing a simple pass on this prototype's paper, then pausing for a second. The robot's alive, isn't it? Bang! Power loader gave the next robot a heavy kick, causing the robot to veer to one side before uprighting. So far, anyway. Thanks. Ronin underlined the past, then flipped to the next page and grabbed the next helmet, then glanced at power loader. The professional hero was already setting up the next robot for him, a far cry from a hero's usual reaction to him. Thanks a lot. I've got no complaints helping you with this. Power loader focused entirely on the robot, pushing the neck panel and quickly adjusting the head position. Just with the helmet you stole. Ronin almost flinched, thinking that someone else was going to ask him to build an item to get even. Given their past and his current help, power loader wasn't undeserving of it, but that didn't mean Ronin wanted to. But this is also helping my students. Power loader gave the robot the final once-over, making sure it was in position before stepping back. Checking their work to ensure it's suitable for the field is just part of being a teacher, so if you want to help me do my job, I'd be crazier than Nezu to turn you down. I still hate your guts, but I can appreciate the professionalism. We clear. Power loader moved behind the dead robot, shooting Ronin a stern glance to get his point across. Ronin returned it with a blank stare before growing in confidence, nodding his head as kindness flicked back out of its holster. Clear. Of 4 helmets, 3 passed the durability test. Ronin didn't plan to get shot in the head. He wasn't even sure his old helmet would survive a low-caliber bullet. But if his new helmet could, it would easily handle the wear and tear he got himself stuck in. With his minimum expectations exceeded, Ronin could focus on the helmets themselves. The first helmet to survive looked a little like a motorcycle helmet. It had 3 parts, a clear visor for his eyes, a mouthpiece that covered the bottom of his head, then the main helmet piece that covered the top. He'd go back once he was done inspecting to shoot that visor and mouthpiece, comparing their durability to the top piece. Other than the 3 pieces comprising it, the first helmet was plain and simple. No extra buttons, no extra tech he could find. Naturally, he loved it. When he realized the visor and mouthpiece could be removed and interchanged with alternate parts, say a darker visor to hide his eyes and his micro-gas mask from the old helmet, it was like a match made in heaven. Despite how much it appealed to him, Revenant only made quick notes on it before moving to the next helmet. While it was very good, who knew if the next helmet would be something beyond good? The next helmet went in a very different direction. Formed mainly of 2 metal pieces, the next helmet was mostly body with a removable face plate. The visor was a part of the face, and the insides had some built-in technology. A radio system was built into the body of the helmet, allowing for easy communication with the allies he did not have. Perhaps if he could change it to the police radio or the hero hotline, then he could avoid using his phone to check crime in a local area. An unintentional but still useful function. On a different note, a radio system like this was useful for practically every hero from rescue to combat, and was a great inclusion. The student working on it had no way of knowing that their product would end in the hands of a vigilante, so it would be cruel to judge the item outside its intended use. Lastly, the last helmet was a motorcycle helmet. There was no way around it. The first helmet had been similar to a motorcycle helmet at first glance, but more like an army helmet with its multiple pieces and interchangeable parts. The second had looks like something out of a medieval armory and a tech company. The third was just a motorcycle helmet. Its only parts were a replaceable visor. Being mostly one solid piece with no interlocking mechanisms, it was by far the simplest. Much lighter than its metal contender, too. While being the most familiar to Ronin, incredibly similar to the helmet he'd stolen from Mao, it was also the least interesting. Its defense was solid, the body easily taking all 3 bullets with just scratches. Ronin continued his testing by putting on each of the helmets. The first and third took a little bit of adjusting to fit right, especially after slapping them on robot heads. Once on though, Ronin found them both fairly good. Ronin did some basic movement, standing on his hands to see how good a fit it was before doing some more advanced moves to try jostling it around. While the straps did take a little adjusting, in the end, both were good choice. The second helmet stood out from the moment he had first grabbed it. Its metal body, or whatever the hell it was made of, was far heavier than the rest. No adjustments would change how drastically prototype number 2 upset his balance, making it far harder to pull off his usual maneuvers. There had to be some drawback for all that defense, and the cost was a little weightier than Ronin cared to pay. Finally, to finish out his testing, Ronin shot the prototypes 1 and 2 in the visor. Nobody was surprised when the bullet punched straight through both, getting stuck inside the helmets. Now he knew to not stare down any guns, at least. Ronin and Power Loader spent a few minutes trying to fish the bullets out of the helmets. Power Loader disassembling prototype number 1 for easier access, while Ronin fished inside number 3 with a pair of pliers, eventually yanking out a crushed bullet from several layers of destroyed cushion. No matter what he picked, he wasn't walking out of here with a helmet today. Nezu was playing by himself with the other prototypes, mumbling about how they were cast aside just like his dreams. Ronin and Power Loader both ignored him as they picked up the broken pieces of the helmets, Ronin muttering to himself as he made his decision. Well, we have our winner. Ronin held the first prototype in his hands, removing the last pieces of the broken visor for repairs. Hopefully it wouldn't take too long to get a replacement piece. Not even thinking about the others, Power Loader held up one of the cloth helmets, untouched and ignored by the vigilante. Did you even check out what features they had packed in? Their first feature was a lackluster defense, Ronin retorted, gesturing to his chest and the pair of pistols strapped there. There's no reason to consider them if they missed the point of a helmet. Didn't you say something about that to your last class? Power Loader sighed, repeating what seemed to be a mantra by how well he had it memorized. As long as one covers the fundamentals and then branches out, their equipment will be practical, useful, and most of all used. Second rule of design. Such a shame to see all these designs fail without being given a chance, though. Nezu huffed up a storm as he played with the lone hard mask, wrapping a paw against its top. You didn't even want to look at their functions? Not particularly, Ronin admitted, setting his selected helmet on the table so he could further read the papers. He checked the time as he flipped through the papers, the digital clock showing he still had hours to wait before training started. But if I've got the time, might as well. Nezu and Power Loader went about doing their own thing, talking about the robots and doing some minor tampering on them while Ronin just stuck to the wall and read thoroughly through the paperwork. Each prototype had several papers all to itself. The report written by the students for when they were designing it, their teacher Power Loader's notes on the prototypes, instruction manuals on how to use the prototype, and even a list of the materials used to make the prototype. Most of the materials were Greek to Ronin, who had no experience manufacturing compounds and fabrics or whatever these were. He could tell that most of the cloth masks were made from similar materials by the reports, but a glance could have told him that. It seemed to be some kind of defensive material, good against cuts as he tested with a random knife, but they still lacked the protection he was seeking from a helmet. That couldn't change his mind. What was interesting was the smaller functions. Like Nezu mentioned, these strange masks really showed their stride when looking over the little details. All of the flexible masks had their own minor touches, ranging from general things like another radio system to thermal adjustments against temperature from weather and attacks. Thinking through each of the prototypes, Ronin was growing fonder of the radio system, but a radio system was not something he would need help installing. It was something basic enough that if he could not install it himself, he would clearly need to learn how for his own sake. Most of the other features, while interesting, were not worth giving up the solid defense of a hard helmet. For some reason, the most advanced prototype was also the smallest. The mask that he'd immediately thrown out the window, the tiny mask that only covered his eyes, had a stupid variety of functions packed into it. Night vision, his old friend, and the only extra type of vision his old helmet had. While Ronin couldn't tell how well it worked in the bright and mostly empty box of the testing room, at a casual glance it did seem to work. Thermal vision, something he had seen in movies but never used himself. It was easy to see this working, glancing around the room. Large swaths of blue coating his general view, with 2 spikes of color in the shape of a hero and a rat in a stupid suit. His own costume blended into the background's blue, another quirk of the energy absorption quirk in his bodysuit. No radio, not a surprise, but a small zoom function that was not yet compatible with the other vision types. Yet, whoever had written these instructions had written them so messily. Power Loader had rewritten the entire thing for legibility, but he could still make out the promise of more features the creator had tried and failed to incorporate. Still, Ronin squinted at the word yet in the instruction manual, baffled at how someone could pack so much into such a small space. This small domino mask was the work of one strange student, the only student who submitted multiple designs. While Revenant could not make out her name by her own handwriting, he could recognize her work. From the soft and hard mask helmet combo to the strange thermal mask, this student created some strange things. Not always effective, but definitely interesting. So interesting was this small eyepiece that it only left one question in his mind. Ronin took off the small mask, checking the materials and comparing it to the other helmets. It was technically a hard mask, appearing as a single piece with little give and a lot of internals. Its hard surface seemed to be made of similar things to the other hard helmets, so, hey, I'm going to check one more mask. Ronin felt the mask in between his fingers as he walked towards one of the still-alive robots. He pulled a small section of duct tape from his pocket, using that to put the tiny mask on the robot's face before stepping back and drawing point. Kindness flicked out of its holster neatly again, pointing at the tiny mask. Ronin made sure to use both hands to aim the gun at the much smaller target, steadying himself before breathing out and firing only once. There were small sparks as the mask was torn off the robot's face. One strip of duct tape, one strip too little to hold against a bullet. The mask bounced off the floor, spinning for a few seconds before coming to a stop. Ronin moved towards the robot first, checking the head. There was a small ding in the metal, a scratch where bullet had met mask and shoved it into the robot's face. That could be fixed by spreading out the impact into a larger area. Running a hand over its face, Ronin then gave the robot a sharp shove and wasn't surprised when it fell over. The impact of taking a bullet to the face would give someone a concussion at best, spread out so poorly. A larger helmet could spread the impact across the head, or better yet, disperse it across its surface. Moving to the now still mask, Ronin took to kneeling and lifted the small mask. The mask had a small ding near the center, the point of impact. This tiny mask had survived a bullet better than most helmets, albeit at risk to user. If the thing still worked, Ronin quickly flipped the mask around and held it to his face, reactivating the thermal vision. The world was dyed in blues once again, regardless of the damage the mask should have taken. Despite the bullet nicking the frame and sending the mask skyward, the internals seemed fine. All it needed was a more secure way to attach to a person and spread out the force of impact, pairing up well with a certain helmet that needed a new visor after its last one ate a bullet. Power Loader ran diagnostics on one of the robots, a quick checkup through his phone before resetting the combat test robot. The second years can't just practice against these combat units for their provisional license exam, Nezu. They had to beat combat units to get into UA. And the supermassive units were beaten by even first years in the sports festival. They'll need something stronger to run against if they want to improve, and besides, it's too expensive to keep repairing all of them. 40 students smashing scores of robots every day. We'd run out before the week's end. I'm afraid it's past time to complain, Power Loader. The second years start practice in mere hours. Principal Nezu didn't disagree with Power Loader or his points, but he couldn't agree. We don't have the hands for many alternatives. I was barely able to convince Ronin to help us out with this, and even that took a miracle to help cover our first years. The first year's growth should be more explosive than the second. They won't need as much time. Power Loader knew firsthand the difference between a hero with a super move versus a hero without one, as he was one of the rare breeds who hadn't had a super move to call his own for years until he invented it. The second years won't advance just smashing around the same robots, and they already have their own super moves. They won't have the same kind of growth as the first years. We could focus on the second part of the exam for the first day to bide more time. But that's not the same as just delaying the issue. Principal Nezu knew what Power Loader wanted. The support course teacher wanted more time to create a better challenge for the second years. But with only a week to go till the exam, there simply wasn't enough time to go around. Their plans had been thrown into chaos between the summer training camp's explosive failure and Hell Night, UA's plans might as well have been a pack of cigarettes. Almost every single one going up in smoke. I'm afraid that we have to work with what we've been given, and that's not much. Ugh. The problem with arguing against Nezu, when he wasn't just effing around like goading that Ronin guy, is that Nezu was almost always right. Even if he wasn't, he thought up all the answers before you could. And that meant if Nezu didn't have any good ideas, there probably weren't any. Still, he had to try. I might be able to switch the support course students over to help me. Upgrading combat drones, though. It's a little too close to military work for my liking. This is gonna have to stay on the down low. Power Loader's clawed fingers ran through the hair sticking out from his helmet. Yue had many freedoms, yes, but it always ran uncomfortably close to military matters. The line between aspiring heroes and child soldiers was a thin one, and one history had crossed a few times. There were reasons Power Loader made sure nobody but him knew how to create his mechs or robots from scratch, and it was for more than just a monopoly. That said, he didn't have time to stick around. While he had hours before his next class, he needed to get back to upgrading robots to fight individual second years in the hero course. If he just had a little more time, he might be able to get them all done. But it seemed like they'd be using waves of robots for at least one day, no matter how much money that would waste in the long term. Power Loader began to make for the door when he caught the third person in the room, hard at work on the fold-out table. Ronin, the vigilante who offered to help Yue, in return for some of their outdated tech, was working on something. Personally, he might not like the guy, but his help was invaluable in helping the first year's worst students to pass. Nezu, I changed my mind, Ronin said as he lifted one of the prototype helmets, giving it a testing shake before donning it. He turned to face the principal, his face completely hidden beneath the prototype mask. I'd like to practice against the robots. Oh, Principal Nezu blinked in surprise, not suspecting that Ronin would actually want to battle the robots. These robots were barely a threat to aspiring Yue students, used against children who had barely tasted combat, against a seasoned fighter. Really? Yes, I've realized that it might have more use than I first thought, Ronin responded with confidence, meeting Nezu's sarcastic jabs with brutal honesty. They had offered to let him use their robots while they were entering a robot shortage, and he was clearly more than willing to make them eat their words. Or is something wrong, Fluffball? Power Loader waved it off. Losing 6 robots wouldn't be much compared to what the second years would eat through. At least the second years might leave some of their robots intact. Oh, all right then, Nezu reluctantly agreed, unwilling to back down and admit his offer had been made just to annoy the vigilante. Still, that vigilante wasn't done yet. I only need to fight 3, but... Ronin glanced up, his eyes concealed by the mask but his head facing the ceiling lights. They were powerful lights, more than enough to light up the entire room, but Ronin seemed to find fault in them. Could we turn off the lights? The lights. Nezu glanced up at them, confused, then noticed Ronin's helmet on second glance. Oh, of course. I'd be delighted to. However, I am afraid I can only do that from the control room. If you'd just give me a moment. Yue, as Principal took a step towards the door, smiling as he went. Clearly, he was excited to see what was about to happen in the near-pitch darkness of the training hall. Power Loader moved to follow the principal as Ronin nodded. Take your time. Ronin swept the other prototypes off the table back into their bag, then slammed the table back into the wall. I just need to do one last test, and I think I'll be set to make my decision. Ronin adjusted the domino mask he'd put on underneath his helmet, then the helmet over top it to make sure everything was snug. The 2 masks were not supposed to work together like this, but if they could. The helmet's sturdiness and size made it an excellent base, able to be swapped around as needed to fit to the situation. The mask's sturdiness made sure it wasn't a weak point, and its variety of options made it useful even if it couldn't stand up on its own. While they didn't come together perfectly, the helmet didn't fit perfectly with another mask underneath. While he couldn't switch the domino mask's vision without taking off the helmet, it was still a net positive if it worked. One by one, the room's lights went out as the robots came to life. The last sight he got of the lit world was a slight twitch from 3 of the robots as they came to their senses, heads rising and eyes flashing red once before the room went dark. With his night vision, however, he could still make out their gray forms in the midst of the otherwise still room. He couldn't see the entire room with his night vision, only a bit further than the furthest robot, but it was more than enough to monitor the 3 machines as they came to life. This might have been enough for the test, ensuring that the night vision mode had enough range to be useful, but Revenant knew he could do better. He spread his legs and hands out, crouching low while adjusting to the dark. The robots rose to stand on their single wheels, raising their arms and faux weapons in preparation for a fight. Ronin stood his ground, his eyes switching between the 3. The night vision was not as detailed as the naked eye. Some edges and finer details softened to a slight blur, but it was good enough to make out large shapes. How was it in motion? Target acquired. I'll kill you. The robots had very basic attack programming, all 3 not knowing how to wait. Instead, all 3 revved up their motors and moved towards their prey. They almost collided with one another before spreading out, attempting to run the vigilante right over while slamming their large arms at where he was. While the robots advanced, Ronin retreated a large distance to start safe. The 3 robots quickly descended on him, raising their arms as an obvious tell and giving him plenty of time to jump out of the way. A full second after he had cleared the way, the robots smashed down into the ground, crushing where he'd been. Ronin gracefully landed on his feet, taking a few more steps back with eyes locked on the robots. The green swaths of night vision kept up with his sudden acceleration, staying consistently blurry instead of getting worse. Still, it could use with a little more detail. Night vision could be tuned like binoculars. Perhaps it was just out of focus. The robots continued to charge, one rushing straight at the vigilante and raising an arm to try and ram him into a wall. Ronin judged the speed, keeping his arms close to his body to minimize surface area, then tried a much simpler weave. The robot approached quickly as Ronin stepped to one side, turning his body to let the robot pass him by before stepping back and slamming his elbow into the robot as it moved past him. The robot was shoved forward faster than it could anticipate and rammed itself straight into the wall, bouncing off the thickly plated wall with a harsh crash. The other two robots had not stopped coming for him, both following the same programming to come to the same conclusion. The two robots pulled towards Ronin, each pulling back an arm to crush their target with one large swing. To counter this, Ronin dived between the two, jumping under their falling arms and through a gap in their large frames to land on the other side of them. The robots comically slammed into one another, their own power enough to register as a killing blow. They collapsed like a sack of bricks. Ronin moved past the pair of comedians, pulling off his helmet to fiddle with his mask. It took a moment, but he found the dial to switch modes and turned to thermal vision. His mask showed him a new world of blue, recasting the training room in a new light. The first thing he noticed in this new world was a small delay in his sight. He turned his head, and a fraction of a second later, his vision would change to reflect it. It wasn't much of a delay, under half a second, but in the heat of combat, the difference between what he saw and what was there could be the difference between life and death. In addition, it was much harder to see the robots with thermals, a faint outline where the heat of their motors leaked from their bodies. Otherwise, they blended in neatly with the background. This type of vision would be much more useful against humans, but it was a poor match against robots. Ronin shook his head, moving to grab the prototype helmet off the floor before being suddenly grabbed from the side, two massive pairs of arms wrapping around him. The first robot had risen and, unseen by the mask's thermals, had managed to actually sneak up on him. Ronin could barely glance over his shoulder at the robot before the pair began to speed up, driving straight for a wall at full speed. This one was going to hurt. Ronin activated Beowulf's boots, pulling his feet toward the floor. It wasn't nearly enough to stop their one-way trip with the wall, merely slowly down the robot. Ronin then bucked forward, flicking the boots off and on to rock the robot's body and get a better grip on the ground. This time the robot and Ronin lurched forward, almost face-planting into the ground. Ronin used this chance to dig his feet into the ground, leaning as far forward as his boots would let him before diving headfirst into the ground. The robot tipped, and with that final lunge, flipped itself over Ronin's crouched form. While they were both trying to kiss the floor, the robot's huge frame meant it crashed first, its arms automatically letting go as the two rolled apart. It was not a good landing on Ronin's part, who managed to tuck in his shoulder and perform a very sloppy roll. It was at least better than the robots, who flipped and spun until crashing into the far wall. Ronin could only hear it as the tussle had knocked off his cheaply attached mask. Taking a knee, Ronin activated Beowulf's gauntlets, sweeping once to pick up whatever was on the floor and sloppily shoving it over his eyes, thankfully grabbing his mask. Once on, he made sure to adjust it while taking in the scene. Now, he made sure to look over all three of his opponents before dropping his guard. All three robots were still, with no signs of movement, his safety relatively assured. Now Ronin moved back to the two defeated robots, picking up the dropped helmet and quickly donning it as the lights came back on. This test had answered almost all the questions he had with the helmets, and brought up new ones that he was interested to explore in his own time. Ronin moved back to the bags, picking up both his things and the prototypes and throwing them over his shoulder. The mask and helmet were a great success, even if his own reasoning and instincts needed a little work. Satisfied, Ronin opened the door and moved into the hall, moving past the rows of testing rooms towards the exit. This little shop to the grocer had been good, but now it was time to check out, and he intended to pay back Exam F with interest. Class 1A's first week back at UA reopened to a truly nightmarish scenario. As the first students trickled into class, talking cheerfully amongst themselves about their new dorms inside UA's grounds, they almost walked right by Aizawa sitting quietly at his desk. For the first time in the whole year, 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa, had beaten his class into his room. He hadn't been fully prepared to start class the first day, and he was still getting his things by the second, but every day he came. After the summer camp, some of UA's teachers had a reflection on themselves and their own methods. Spurred on by forces unknown, Aizawa had decided to try making a change in his students' lives, and by God was it painful. By the second week, the students had gotten more used to catching their teacher sitting at his desk by class's start, instead of waiting to come in after the bell rang. Some of them even talked to him, mostly just questions about upcoming school events. but that was what he was there for. When Aizawa stood at the start of a new week, right at the start of a new day, the class was slightly more prepared for his announcement. Papers rested on their desks as they came in, and as the bell rang, Aizawa wasted little time in explaining what was going on this week. Some of you may have heard through the grapevine, but this year UA will be focusing its first-year heroics courses into getting their provisional hero licenses, Aizawa explained, standing behind his desk with eyes trained on his students one by one to impress his words into them. A hero license bears with it the great responsibility of human life. Of course, the exam to receive one is very difficult. This year, we're expecting less than a 50% passing rate. Just the provisional license is that hard. There was murmur among the students. Aizawa let it play out, letting them talk for a moment before picking back up. That's why this week, we will have each of you come up with at least 2 ultimate moves. Ultimate moves. It wasn't a question, but an exclamation as the class burst into cheers. The chatter was back, and it took a lot of Aizawa's effort to let them waste time. Still, he let them waste a little time before stepping back in. Your normal heroism classes are being replaced this week with a dedicated training period. Time we'll spend building off the summer training camp to help each of you create 2 moves. The papers on the desks explained most of this, but Aizawa still took the time to explain what was going to happen as simply as possible. You have a week to create 2. In this time, we'll be working on your ultimates, your skills, and your costumes. The development studio will be open all week after lunch for adjustments to your. Aizawa trailed off as it was clear nobody was listening. Even Yaorazu and 2 students competing for being the most attentive were lost in their excitement with the other students. Aizawa folded the memo he used as a reminder, putting it aside to get started on the day's work. The class had the papers on their desk. They would go over this again after lunch, and they could ask him any questions. Now, though, it was time for school to start. Class rep, check attendance if you please. Ronin's time before the training exercise was eaten away by the true bane of all heroes, paperwork. There was a lot to learn about the helmets he had picked up, namely a lot to learn about the domino mask and very little to learn about the actual helmet. The domino mask could be charged with many different standard cables in its current form, with Ronin having no idea which one would be the best since even the creator couldn't remember which she had designed it for. Ronin made a quiet request that she pick one and stick with it, saving the space inside the mask for something more valuable like another layer of protection. It might have shrugged off a bullet, but this helmet was the only thing between his eyes and a whole world of pain. It could use all the help it could get. Also, while the Domino Mask's creator would only be available at the same time as his training with Exam F, Power Loader assured him she would be more than happy to make adjustments to her mask now that she had some feedback to work with. The adjustments themselves were very simple. Ronin would need to turn the Domino Mask into a proper visor, fitting it to the helmet instead of just sticking the helmet over top and praying for the best. The helmet was designed with a basic interchangeable visor system, meaning the Domino Mask would just be adjusted to the system instead of the helmet itself. The other minor changes like picking a charging port shouldn't be much harder than that. With his changes submitted, it was time to grade the masks made for him. He assumed he'd have a part in it, but he didn't think he'd be sitting next to Power Loader as they went over each helmet, including the ones he picked, to rate how well they did. The masks are going to lose marks for failing to design helmets, but at least they built something. Ronin was unsure how this grading would go. On one hand, he was a student doing basically a very confusing peer review, and these students did try to build something. Almost every mask had something interesting about it that deserved some commendation. On the other hand, this was a helmet, guarding his face. Kind of important that it could do that before any fancy tricks. There's a score to this, right? Out of 100, 40 for submitting something, 30 for making sure it works, 20 for useful features, 10 for being selected. Power Loader counted them off on each finger as he went, holding a comically small pencil in his other hand for the grading. The submission and selection are full marks, the rest work on a gradient, so the lowest any of these will get is a 40. Revenant looked over the helmets and masks. If he cared about the support course's feelings, it might weigh on him to give anyone below a 50 grade, which could be considered failing. Unfortunately for them, he did not have such cares. Instead, he looked at the helmets and masks as he looked at the hero training he did. This would help shape the students' design decisions going forward. Therefore, he should commend what he thought was good, point out what was bad, and never hesitate. That was why he handed out his opinions on the support items so quickly. Most of the masks were placed in the 60s. They all submitted something, they all had features, but they were not all helmets. They did hide his identity, so they did at least partially meet his criteria, but that would not be enough. Most of the helmets were placed in the upper 70s, not far from the masks. Each had their own flaws. Prototype 1 was a hard helmet, but with low impact resistance. 3 was too heavy to be useful to him. 4 had no features to speak of, but most of the helmets ran into that problem. His selected helmet was placed in the 90s. It existed, it worked, and it was chosen, giving it 80 points on the spot. But saying the helmet itself had functions was far-fetched. It had the option for functions, but that was not the same as having functions. Perhaps if the helmet came with options to interchange between, it could have gotten 100, but that was in theory. And on the other hand, the domino mask. He didn't like the score, but realistically, it was the only one he could. But of course, that could never be the end. After lunch, Wana met at one of UA's many facilities to begin their training. Gym Gamma, also known as Training Dining Land, was overseen by two teachers, specifically Cementos and Ectoplasm. Cementos manipulated the cement floor, turning what was a flat terrain into a wild landscape for each student to train themselves on, giving them enough space to work on themselves. Ectoplasm's clones worked as intelligent training dummies, capable of giving feedback and constructive criticism to the student. He also acted as an overseer, keeping an eye on the class to make sure no one hurt themselves. A third hero joined the fray, Midnight. Although she wasn't necessary at the training facility, she had a free afternoon and chose to spend it at TDL helping some of the students. As a heroine with a non-traditional combat quirk, she had struggled to make her first ultimate move by herself. Now, she tried her best to make sure no heroic student went through the same hurdles she did because of an odd quirk. The three teachers oversaw the students, but they weren't the ones hard at work. No, the ones hard at work were the 20 students working hard to turn their training at the UA summer camp into results, Class 1A. From the effort each put into their quirks, now each student pulled as much as they could, drawing out as much power as possible. Each student was busy, experimenting with their quirks in their own ways. Many were too complicated to try out casually. From Yaoyorozu working out item creation combinations to Koda trying to give animals more advanced instructions than before. Many were too dangerous to try out anywhere else. Todoroki's waves of ice took him to an entire half of TDL, where he could fully unleash his ice in fast and intricate bursts. Bakugo's explosions created a constant cacophony as he blasted through everything in his way, be it concrete or clone. As they worked, though, the students of Wana spoke to one another. They pushed each other further, from giving friendly advice to coaxing the others on. Wana and its teachers drilled hard to create those ultimate moves, with no sign of a certain Ronin in sight. Well done on these reports, Ronin. Nezu poured over each with his usual excitement, with Power Loader standing just to one side to steal the papers and review them. You really have a knack for details, you know. Don't even think about it. Revenant glared at Nezu, but Nezu had been glared at far more fearsome people than him. Still, the rodent stopped while Power Loader raised a few questions. Are you confident in all of these scores? Power Loader kept the praise short and focused on the point of all these stupid papers, giving the students a review for their work. Even if your facts are true, they're a little on the low end. I expected helmets, not masks. Sticking fast to his beliefs, Revenant slid the last paper past Nezu and directly to Power Loader, then stood up from the workbench they'd been standing around. And that is the last one. I will begin setting up for the training now. Actually, Nezu jutted up one more time, making the vigilant's shoulders sag slightly. I'd love to help you set up your training. As it happens, I have a few robots' hands and a little time to give them orders, so with me setup should be a breeze. But that all sounded good, so it was definitely bad. This wasn't his first rodeo. Well, it's just the time. Nezu skillfully directed everyone's attention to the clock on the wall, just after 10. Lunch doesn't end until 12:30, and even then, the students of Wana will have to get changed, and then get to the correct training gym. It's just so far away. Ronin's eyes shifted to Nezu. He could sense the little rat wanted something more. You want to do something before training starts. Just a little warm-up for you, that's all. Already acting like he was apologizing. Nezu waved his hands to try and diffuse the glares coming his way. You see, with the provisional license exam coming up soon, we must have all classes firing on all cylinders. The support course is entering a liquid period with their students hard at work adjusting the hero course's costume. The business course has skills tournaments coming up that they must practice for. And the hero course, of course the hero course is hard at work. Both second years and first years, grinding away to get as good as they can. In fact, we have half of them training right now. Nezu's goal finally came into focus as he smiled at Ronin. It was a very cold smile. We are using every training hall we have available at this moment. And they'll only free up once the students break for lunch. So you're saying that I'll have nothing better to do? Nezu was trying to point out that he had no other options than to help him. But going back to the testing chambers and becoming more familiar with his equipment seemed like a fantastic warm-up. Wait, warm-up? Nezu had said that this would just be a little warm-up for me, so that means. Ronin pulled himself out of Nezu's trap, his glare heating up yet again. Now that he'd been yanked around, the venom was finally returning to his glower. You want me to help train one of the other classes? I forgot how fun playing with someone quick was. I've gotten All Might hook, line, and sinker with that one twice, you know. Fully displaying his intentions, Nezu laughed. Being called out on his bullshit didn't seem to put a dent in that fuzzy football's facade. It's just for a few hours, fighting with 20 students. You've done this before. The first time Nezu had called Ronin in, somewhat as payback for stealing his first helmet. Ronin had been a part of a multi-part training exercise against 1A. He'd fought the entire class in small sections to help them practice fighting against villains, while he got practice evading heroes. This would be helpful practice to him, but he'd be agreeing with Nezu, and Ronin was just smart enough to know he was petty enough to refuse anyways. Unless, of course, Nezu got dirty. After all, you came here to train 1A and get a helmet. Nezu kept the smile, but his laughter had ended as he stared straight through Ronin. A helmet, and right now, you seem to want 2. It only makes sense to give you 2 training sessions if you want 2 helmets, wouldn't you agree? Revenant glanced down at the domino mask, genuinely pondering if it was worth it. While the technology would be useful, spiting Nezu was a reward unto itself. In his heart of hearts, however, he knew his real answer. This catered too much to his larger goals, could serve as practice with the equipment, and would probably be a genuinely good warm-up for himself. Fighting the scum of the streets and holding back against students took a very different mentality, after all. Say no more. Nezu was a little surprised as Ronin grabbed the domino mask off the table, giving it a quick wipe over to clean it before attaching it to his face. I have 2 hours to train 20 students. 5 minutes, 4 minutes after transportation. 1 minute break between. I can handle that. Lead the way. Nezu himself seemed a little suspicious of Ronin's sudden agreement, stuck wondering if there was an angle he had overlooked. His deals were always meant to be too good to refuse, but usually there was a lot of squirming along the way. This was very different from what he was used to. You're probably going to ground beta. Power Loader helpfully chipped in, stacking Ronin's reports. You might have been there before. Big fake city. Less than a mile away. Donning his helmet, Ronin gave Power Loader a quick nod. Will you be coming with me, furry effer? Of course, of course. Nezu bounced up and down, then hopped right to Ronin's shoulder, running face first into Ronin's open palm to stop him from hitching a ride. No matter. Quickly, to the Nezu mobile. Whatever, this can't get any dumber. Biting down his complaints, Ronin followed the furball out of the development studio, giving Power Loader a final wave goodbye over his shoulder without looking back. While dealing with Nezu was always messy, if he played this right, he could end today with more than a few wins under his belt, so it was time to shut up and get in the game. So, training didn't start how Ronin thought it would. The current second year kept his arms up, turning one into a large blade-like appendage as he backed into a room. There was only one entrance to watch, so the enemy could only come at him from one angle. Hello, could I have your attention please? Nezu had spoken over the loudspeaker, getting the attention of everyone in the class across Ground Beta. True to Power Loader's words and Ronin's memory, Ground Beta was a massive fake city filled with realistic roads, buildings, and even internals. Who had the time to waste to put things inside fake buildings like furniture? The student moved back in the room, bumping against then moving around a large desk in the room, eyes trained on the door the whole time. He kept his arms up and close to defend his body, and to cover all the bruises he'd gotten from their first encounter. Some of the class formed up, others just paused what they were doing to listen to Nezu's words. I have great news, everyone. Your training is about to enter its next stage. Outside the hall, the student could hear someone moving. His opponent wasn't trying to be quiet, coming up the stairs with quick, sharp steps. He reached the top of the stairs, to the door that had led him into this level. The student had barricaded it to buy himself time, and right now he was counting every second it got with bated breath. 4-minute fights, 1-minute breaks, and I want to keep everything running on time if you please. Nezu explained everything to the class as if it was his idea. His speech a lot more confident and pleasant than Ronin's would have been. The principal was kind enough not to point it out to him, however, just giving Ronin a slap on the leg forward. We'll start at the top of the roster and work our way down. Hard Edge, you're up first. Proceed to the hospital on Main and 5th, if you please. The opening brawl in the hospital's waiting room had been rough, but after a chase through the hospital, most of the time was up. Still, the hero student Hard Edge watched the door, trying to push down his nerves as he saw the door handle turn. Then the door move against the chair he'd rammed under the handle. It jiggled once, twice. Go get him, Tiger. Nezu gave Ronin a small cheer and a map, letting the vigilante wander off while Nezu scurried back to places unseen. He'd be watching from a surveillance room, keeping time, directing the students where to go, and making sure this all stayed under control. That was the idea, anyway. Bang! The door shuddered from a heavy impact, then bent inward from a second one. Hard Edge tensed up, stepping back naturally at the harsh sound as the door was struck again and again. With practiced technique, his opponent brought down his studded club, putting his entire body into the impact to break down the door as smoothly as possible. It only took 5 swings to create a hole large enough that a single metal gauntlet could push through, grabbing the makeshift barricade and knocking it out of the way before shoulder-checking the door cleanly open. The door flew open as the enemy quickly entered the scene, moving into the room with purpose. One large sweeping glance took stock of the room. Then a second laser focused on Hard Edge. His enemy broke into a light jog, tossing his bat to one side and grabbing the all-too-familiar sword on his hip. Hard Edge breathed in, trying to find calm as the enemy barreled toward him, then gave up and screamed, charging straight into the faux villain as the enemy entered his room. Charged suddenly at the doorway. Ronin couldn't dodge to either side and had to use his sword to parry the incoming arm strike. Metal clashed with metal as the incoming student slammed into Ronin, his body weight and momentum far greater than the vigilante's. Ronin was pressed into the doorframe, unable to back up further. He was at the disadvantage. Ronin pressed a leg into that doorframe, using it to better push off and push back his attacker, but giving a brief opening. The opposing hero took the chance to form another sword, striking at Ronin's relatively unprotected stomach and scoring a good hit. Ronin gasped in pain, then grit his teeth and ate the damage, the blow sliding off his armor before he burst out of the deadlock. The pair stumbled forward ungracefully into the room, Ronin quickly recovering to bring up his own blade and keep attacking. Don't stop now. Regain that momentum. Hard Edge was pushed back into the room, then pushed further as the enemy picked right up from the waiting room. A quick but hard series of blows burst from his opponent, probing and pushing his guard to its limits. He struggled to even stay afloat, let alone attack. He wasn't as willing to take an injury to take the win as his opponent, but against the Ronin who nearly killed himself just to poke someone in the eyes. Who was? Hard Edge bit his time, working to move back until he was against the desk again. His opponent didn't miss this, moving for a stronger attack now that he was between a rock and a hard place. Hard Edge rolled his shoulders, turning one of his arms back into an arm and grabbed his remaining blade, ready to weather the storm. Ronin moved back half a step, gauging the distance, then stepped back in with a harder strike now that he had his opponent backed into a wall. It was as the hero student stepped to one side, angling his blade to deflect Ronin's attack rather than block it, that Ronin remembered why the phrase was backed into a corner, not wall. That one opening reset the momentum, but both were quick to regain it. The dependable hero Hard Edge and the violent vigilante Ronin both didn't even take a moment to take in the new field before readjusting. Ronin turning his miss into a large sweeping strike to try and force distance. Hard Edge once again used his sword arm to deflect, swinging to slam their blades together and knock both out of the way. Swords clashed as muscles tensed, opening both for the next attack. Hard Edge's other arm reformed into a blade as Ronin drew an air knife, both making their next play when a shrill sound cut them off. Ronin and Hard Edge both glanced up, Ronin a little more confused before looking at each other. Ronin glanced down at the knife in his hand, then tossed it over his shoulder as the pair stepped apart. Well, that was fun. Ronin moved up to the student, spinning his sword flashily before sheathing it and offering a handshake. Not bad. Not bad at all. The heroine grabbed his hand with both of hers, nearly crushing his if it weren't for the gauntlets. Thank you for your time, old man. Those were some crazy moves. Ronin let go of the limp handshake, turning and patting the student on the back while they went back to the entrance. No, you did fine. If you don't think you can win, running to buy time is always a good option. Just make sure not to run when you really can win, all right. The hero course student glanced up at him, moving some hair out of his face with a tentacle. And how do you know when that is? Knowing yourself and what you can do is step one. Ronin gingerly pushed open the door he broke the sit out of in the first round, then closed behind them as they made their way down back to the hospital's entrance, ignoring all the battle damage sustained up that poor flight of stairs. Knowing the enemy and what they can do is step two. I can't know what my enemy can do, I'm not psychic. A cross between a boar and a boy stomped down the stairs ahead of Ronin, only glancing back to ask more question. How does that help me find openings? It's something to practice, Ronin corrected as they got to the first floor, walking the main hall past destroyed lights and carved up walls. Nobody starts good, but that flip you did was sick. A spectral wing formed just to clap Ronin on the back, then disappear back into the aspiring heroine, putting such stylish moves into combat. That's something a real hero should be able to do. Well, that may be true, but I think style isn't something that you should focus on. Ronin swept aside the shattered glass that had been the waiting room's door with his foot, trying to keep it safe for the next fight. It's certainly not something you're being tested on. To the fault of the test, then, the student walked forward, the shards of glass being blasted away with a flex of his fist. There's more to heroism than fighting good if you want to make it big. Well, I guess that sort of thing is a little out of my wheelhouse. Finally, the pair made it to the front door with a few odd seconds to breathe before the next match. Ronin would have held open the front door, but a certain boorish student ran it over several matches before. Your homeroom teacher can give you better advice than I can. PSH, only if you give up. The heroine adjusted her glasses, smiling confidently despite the one-sided ass-whooping their fight had devolved into. Some people just weren't good at close combat. And he actually had to reset in the middle of the fight for a more ranged fight to give her a better chance to his mistake. Just keep practicing with those pistols, and you'll be a sharpshooter in no time. Just like how I'm gonna get better and beat you sorry up close next time. If there is a next time, Ronin mumbled to himself as he waved another student goodbye, leaning heavily on the doorframe for support while he caught his breath. Some of these fights were easy, sure, but some seemed to push him to the limits of his physique, his skills, and admittedly his patience. Holding back was harder than he remembered. And he definitely messed up a few times, but hopefully the students learned well from these matches. He had learned something himself, that taking just a 1-minute break between fights was going to kill him. Good to know before the big thing. Ronin caught his next and thankfully last challenger outside the hospital, his new opponent stopping his old one to talk. Hopefully, they were talking about him, forming a plan of how to beat him, but it was too early to tell. Ronin shook his arms a bit, breathing out and straightening up while heading back inside to begin his next ambush. The hospital, once a painstakingly detailed recreation of a small hospital, had been turned into a wreck of a battlefield that made the crafting club look pristine by comparison. The dents in the walls, the cracked tiles, the light bars hanging by a thread. It would make for a nifty horror attraction once they were through with it. With so few rooms connected to the place, Ronin returned to his usual hiding spot, directly above the front door. Walking out of sight from the outside, Ronin then turned heel and scaled the wall, then made his nest resting between doorframe and ceiling. There was another signal through the hospital's sound system, distorted from damaged speakers. Ronin shifted in his position as footsteps approached his door, getting ready to drop straight into another fight. Through cameras, Nezu watched the hero student pause before entering, looking into the building from the outside. Only once they thought it was clear did he continue his approach, building up speed quickly before sliding through the entrance, straight under the waiting tester. The teacher and the student looked straight at each other, the student still sliding away while Ronin hung off his perch. Ronin, exposed, still launched himself from that perch with open arms to begin the fight, pouncing down to smash where the student just slid past. The hero student's slick spot kept sliding with his quirk all the way across the room, building the distance before hitting the far wall and bouncing right back. Slick Spot used short kicks like an ice skater, pushing fast and hard to close the distance and body check Ronin. Ronin lifted himself from the ground, keeping low and bracing for the impact while readying a counterattack. Ronin stayed still while Slick Spot barreled towards him, both ready for the big impact before Slick Spot slammed and slid off of Ronin, doing no damage but once again building distance. This time, though, he used his leg to kick Ronin as they parted, building up more speed while breaking them apart. Slick Spot hit the wall, spinning before impact to put a foot on it, then kicking off for another swipe at the vigilante, coming in fast and hot as the vigilante dived out of the way. No longer willing to meet the hero in the middle of the room, Ronin pushed back and built distance himself while rummaging through his jacket full of tricks. He found purchase inside that massive coat, his hand gripping something tight while Slick Spot prepared for another dive. Slick Spot lunged forward, diving straight for his opponent. It looked like he was going for a big one this time. Slick Spot moved forward faster than ever, posed this time for a big impact. But once he was just a few feet away, Ronin threw something from his coat onto the floor. Ball bearings. Ronin was confident that this would stop the Slick Speedster right until Slick Spot slid straight through them and body checked the vigilante, driving his shoulder into the vigilante and slamming them both into a wall. It seemed Ronin didn't know ball bearings only worked when your opponent had to raise their feet. The pair put a new dent in the wall, Slick Spot immediately trying to build distance while Ronin swung wildly to grab him. Ronin's claws found little purchase on Slick Spot's custom costume, purposely designed to work with his quirk, but managed to grab him by the wrist. Through the monitor, Nezu could watch in high definition as Slick Spot's slippery confidence slipped away from him, leaving only a brief moment of confusion as to how the vigilante was keeping grip on him before it turned into judo. The Ronin moved out of the wall, his gauntleted hand holding fast to his prey while his other hand worked the body. Ronin's attacks slipped off the hero student, but they still made contact as he slammed his hand, knees, and feet into the aspiring hero. Poor hero student hardly even knew how to block the incoming rush of attacks. Ronin then latched on with both hands, grabbing both wrists and locking in before slamming their skulls together. Slick Spot and Ronin's helmets crashed into each other, another durability test for Ronin's and a rattling shake for Slick Spot. Ronin had used headbutts as one of his favorite attacks for months, while Slick Spot only had a helmet to stop him from hurting himself while using his quirk. Even if both helmets kept their users safe, Slick Spot was not ready for the impact that shook his head. Dazed, Slick Spot lost all momentum while Ronin was just getting started. More than eager now, Ronin let go with one hand to draw back, readying a claw and slashing at the hero. The claws tore into Slick Spot's costume, and the pain refocused him back in the moment. Ronin swung again, but this time Slick Spot lurched back and out of the way. Ronin yanked hard on Slick Spot's wrist, bringing them right back together and into his next attack. Another claw swipe to the body. Slick Spot leaned back one more time, then dove forward as Ronin tried to reel him in. The pair crashed into each other again, creating a moment of chaos to reset the field. Slick Spot kicked off the wall behind Ronin, not to escape Ronin, but to drag him along as he used his quirk on both of them. In a moment they'd gone from a standstill to full speed, Ronin barely able to stand on his feet as they slid along the hospital waiting room. His feet slipped off the floor, unable to grip anything on their own, right until he was slammed back first into the far wall. Slick Spot grabbed Ronin's one arm with both hands, pushing off the wall again to pick up speed straight towards another wall. They approached quickly, giving Slick Spot mere moments to turn their approach into a quick spin before slamming Ronin into the wall. Again, Ronin tried to catch himself with now 3 limbs, but against Slick Spot's quirk it was in vain. Slick Spot could feel the advantage this move gave him and readied for a third slam, putting his foot against the wall just as a claw embedded into it. As Slick Spot dove off the wall, Ronin dug into it with his free claw. Beowulf pulled and anchored him in place. Slick Spot had just enough time to notice he couldn't get away from the wall before being pulled back in, then slammed into the wall just like he'd done so often to Ronin. The wall was damaged enough to partially cave in, burying Slick Spot while Ronin let go to build distance. He liked speed, but he preferred to control his own speed. They'd done enough close combat anyway. It was time for a change of pace, and he wanted a faster beating per minute. Slick Spot pushed some of the plaster off his visor, pulling himself free from the wall just to get shoved back in with a sharp series of punches. He had to adjust his grip to force himself up, covering his body with an arm while trying to lash out and kick his attacker. Even as his eyes focused and his legs swung, though, there was no one in front of him. Ronin had moved to the center of the room with 2 pistols drawn, firing them in quick succession of one another. One gun, then the other, then the other, then the other, constantly switching to maximize impact time, even if he could have tried putting more power into one massive hit. Instead, Slick Spot was forced to try and compete against the much faster beating he was getting. Pushing himself free of the wall and down, the hero student slid along the ground into the only area of escape nearby, a hallway out of the waiting room. The door was broken and couldn't provide cover, but trying to challenge a range fighter who was already dominating an open space was outside of his abilities. Ronin never stopped firing, even as the aspiring hero left his line of sight. He kept his rhythm fast and hard as began to walk towards the hall, an easy indication for the hero student where he was to give a better chance. He deliberately didn't search the doorway before walking through, and only started turning when something moved from above him, a certain hero student who had doubled back and crammed themselves between the doorframe and ceiling. Ronin barely had time to turn to face his attacker, smiling as he raised his pistols for some close quarters shooting. Now, this was where the fun began. The class came to an end shortly after that. While the student had been able to get on top of Ronin, hardly a single student could get through Ronin's layers of defense, and it certainly wasn't going to be the guy with the slipping on banana peel quirk. Ronin had tapped into his bodysuit and his own muscle to throw his attacker off, chase him upstairs as usual, then go flying downstairs to a last-minute tackle which, while very dangerous, probably would have beaten most villains. Not that he let such risky behavior go unchecked. Throwing yourself down a flight of stairs was a good way to break your neck, and certainly would have been advised in a test against students. No, to a hero that tactic was useless, but to a vigilante it could have some traction. Either way, Ronin made small talk as the pair left the hospital and the beta grounds entirely, moving towards the edge of town to head back to UA proper. They were some of the last there, but with class assembled, they were already ready to leave. One last pause to go over their training, with the promise of feedback from the teachers once the footage was reviewed. Then, with Nezu finally shutting up, the class was allowed to return to UA. To a well-deserved break, and a very welcome lunch. They'd all be taking a bus back to UA, students, staff, and vigilantes alike. We just have to make a small detour to drop off the students. Then we'll head straight to the training grounds to get anything you need set up. You might want to eat your lunch on the way there, Nezu advised, his tiny legs swinging off the very small chair. Even in a seat made for actual children under the age of 12, Nezu still looked tiny. Ronin responded with a nod, opening his bag to get his lunch and unscrewing the lid. Still, he'd save some of it for between training sessions to better pace himself. Excuse me. Nezu interrupted his lunch with a small tap to the vigilante's leg, glancing up at him in confusion. You do have a lunch, don't you? It'd be a shame if you got hungry partway through training. Of course I have a lunch, Nezu. Ronin rolled his eyes, holding up his bottle of Gatorade so the little rat could see it from his tiny chair. It's got electrolytes to help keep me hydrated, my muscles in top condition, and body fatigue-free. Nezu blinked, head cocked as he stared at the drink. then at the vigilante. You have more than that, right? Yes, Ronin stated flatly, causing Nezu to nod and turn his head away for a moment. I brought enough for all of Exam F, in case they needed some. We've got a hard day of training, and I thought it'd be best if everyone had. Driver, Nezu talked over Ronin, kicking the chair in front of him to get the man's attention. We just have to make a small detour to drop off the students. Pick up one lunch, and then we'll head straight to the training grounds. Full speed, if you please. After an unnecessarily long stop, Ronin and Nezu were driving around UA's campus in a much smaller cart, eating a pair of lunches while a robot drove them towards the training grounds. Maybe Nezu was extra hungry, but Ronin was sure his lunch would have been more than enough for him. But he still took the chance to ask a question that kept slipping his mind until now. How much do the students know? Nezu glanced up from his food, using his chopsticks with his paws more skillfully than Ronin could with fingers, not at all helped by the jostling of the cart. Ronin took a second to explain his thoughts in more detail while he tried to nab a piece of pork that fell back into his lunch bowl. The last time I saw Exam F was right before the summer camp went up in smoke. Did they find out I went missing? Did you pretend I stayed behind to investigate? Or what? Nezu nodded, politely ignoring Ronin's lackluster eating technique in the moving vehicle to take a bite of his own food, contemplating its favor and his answer before speaking. Don't worry, I told everyone as little as possible. I didn't even tell all the teachers, let alone the students, that anything happened to you. So it's up to me to come up with my own excuse. Ronin nodded, then dived to catch his food before another bump from the cart stole it. He'd say that he had stayed behind to search the area separately from everyone else, then gotten left behind when the police left. That seemed reasonable. And a little funny, so he could probably play it off. However, the police did some investigating of the scene. Nezu interrupted his line of thinking by pointing out the flaws in it before he'd even heard it, proof of his quirk or how bad the plan was. They found several pieces of evidence of your involvement, and several pieces of you. Only a few teachers like Vlad King and Eraserhead know this, but the common thought is that you died. Oh, Ronin blinked, not entirely surprised at this information, but it did make his plan a little more unreasonable. On the other hand, if it's people like Eraserhead, I'll be fine. Eraserhead was on record for being very disconnected to his students. While he might have to say a few words in private to explain his miraculous return to the hero, his plan would work for the students. Nezu concurred, nodding as he chewed his next bite. Indeed, I just wanted to inform you in advance. It probably won't come up, but just to be sure. Of course, thank you. Ronin gave Nezu a small bow for keeping him informed, even if he partially knew the answer. Some of the teachers had to have guesses as to what happened to him. Otherwise, why would Midnight say he died? No one is sure of what happened to you, at least since they never found a body. Nezu chased what was left of his food around his plate, sparing glances at Ronin. And I don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me what happened. Ronin's arm crept along, unintentionally tracing his face to the scar he'd gotten from that night, the imprint it had left on him. The slight turn he did away said it all, Nezu nodding while taking another bite. And I suppose it'd be too much to ask what dying is like, Mr. Dead Man. Nezu was clearly joking, but Ronin moved the fingers he'd been sure he'd lost that night. Cold. It's cold. Revenant leaned forward, feeling a chill as a forest's wind blew through his blood-matted hair. He could still feel the cold wind against the insides of his hand, where his fingers had been blown apart, his blood chilling as it ran down his face, all alone in an unknown forest. And lonely. Nezu was slightly taken aback, now playing with his food. He was a naturally inquisitive creature, likely a side effect of his quirk, but he definitely didn't think he'd get an answer on that one. Now, while he clearly wanted to ask more questions, he took in Ronin's countenance and played it over in his mind, battling his own urges. I see. And this must be the Gamma Gym. Ronin pushed on, mixing the name up as he stared out of their cart. They drove between dozens of massive buildings. The UA gyms, their driver seemingly selecting one at random to pull up in front of. UA makes their buildings as small as ever, I see. Why yes, of course, Nezu said just a second behind Ronin. He wasn't the most emotionally connected person. In fact, he was probably the worst in all of UA. But it seemed he had managed to invite someone even worse than him in today. But I think you said something that maybe we should talk about, if you'd like to. No, we've wasted enough time. Revenant pushed off whatever Nezu came up with to waste their time, standing out of the cart and grabbing his bag from the back. It's time to begin the training. It would only take a minute. Nezu hopped up on his seat, shouting after Ronin, but all he got was a small wave in return. Nezu ran a paw through his fur, starting to stick up from his outburst, then gave his instructions to the robot driver before quickly hopping after his guest. It seemed like UA might have something much more difficult to do for the Ronin than just making equipment, if a certain effer of the fur had anything to say about it, even if he wasn't certain what that was just yet. Ultimate moves. super moves, special techniques, unique talents. No matter the name, they are very important to modern heroics. An ace that you can use to turn a situation around. Midnight continued on her quick lecture to the students inside Gymkhana as Cementos continued to set it up for the students, with ectoplasm sending clones out to each of the newly created platforms. And an important part of your brand is a professional hero, too. A good ultimate move can tie into everything an aspiring hero does. The job of a hero is to save people from danger, like crimes, accidents, and natural or man-made disasters. The provisional exam looks at how well you can do that, Eraserhead had said, focusing on the more practical side of today's exercise. Your ability to gather information, make decisions, move, and fight, in addition to your ability to communicate, draw people to you, and lead. Every year, a different test is used to look at how well you are able to hold up to these things. As the pro hero spoke, his eyes swept over the class, focusing in on each student in time with his words. Few heroes could do all of these things, but all heroes should be able to achieve a balance between a few of these things. Of those, your ability to fight is especially important to your future as heroes. Midnight took the baton again to reinforce which of those many abilities would be the most important to their future, or at least, the one they'd have to work the hardest on. There were manuals and drills for disasters. There were procedures for accidents, but almost no hero could know what a fight could entail until it was already over. If you are prepared, though, you won't have to worry. That's where your ultimate moves will come in. Whether or not you have an ultimate move will greatly affect whether or not you pass, Cementos chimed in. Finally finished with the large task of creating their training grounds and now focusing on the minor details, like stairs to reach the platforms. Doing detail work like this while directing civilians was something he'd done so much it was almost second nature. Not being affected by circumstances and being able to act consistently will make you a great asset on the front lines. Not all ultimate moves are attacks, Ectoplasm said, his attention returning to the moment now that his clones were in place. Cementos's renovations, for example, or Ada's reciproburst. That temporary boost of speed is enough of a threat to be worth calling an ultimate move. So that's good enough to be called an ultimate move. Ada melted with praise, while some of the other students thought over the moves they'd seen from their teachers and other professional heroes to form their ideas. I see. So we need to find something that allows us to feel like as long as I have this, I have the advantage. I can win. One of the students, Sato, put some of the class's feelings into words. Midnight was quick to chime in with some positive reinforcement. Exactly. Midnight brought it back around to the heroism world's most recent large conflict. Hell Knight, Kamui Woods, who played a big part in the fight the other day, has a move called Lacquered Chain Prison that is the perfect example of an ultimate move, restraining his opponents before they can react and giving him the advantage to win. The training camp was cancelled, but the training you did to develop your quirks was part of the process to create your ultimate moves. Eraserhead moved out of the way of the class, letting them all look at their new classroom for the next week, the reshaped Gymkhana. For the next week you'll be spending the second half of your school days here. Expect your class schedule to shift slightly to compensate, but you shouldn't focus on that. Instead, focus on developing your quirks into your ultimate moves. Part of that will be equipment. Eraserhead tugged on his scarf, pulling it out of the way and raising his goggles to his forehead to show them off. The right equipment can go a long way in helping a good quirk or ultimate move become great, like how my goggles can hide my eyes, or how Kaminari's sword can help him safely channel his electricity into an attack. Kaminari's hand wrapped tightly around the sword at his side which, for the past months, had mostly been an aesthetic piece. While he'd brought the sword with him and even swung it around a couple of times, he'd never really used it properly before. Now though, with his master gone, his face and grip tightened together, the steel in his eyes becoming a little harder. As hard as it seems now. You can get through this if you push past the people you used to be. Eraserhead's eyes locked on Kaminari as he said this, then moved on to the rest of the class. Keep a plus ultra mentality. Are you ready? From the excited face of Ida and Bakugo to the hardened face of Kaminari, the class spoke with one voice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Almost all of Class 1 was in constant motion, busy with their training, but you couldn't be in motion all the time. To one side there was a row of tables and chairs to sit and take breaks at, with Midnight staying there to be out of everyone's way while still offering advice if needed. A few students had swung by already, just for water and a breather, but 2 students had been sitting there almost since the training began. Koda had slowly opened up to their teacher about his quirk, brainstorming ways he could try to use it, while Kaminari sat a ways off. The students had their costumes on to be messed with when needed, and that meant Kaminari had the works. His costume itself wasn't much to look at. A white t-shirt, black pants and matching jacket, topped off with a communication device that wasn't even linked to anything right now. Most of the time, he just hooked it up to his phone to play music. It wasn't his costume that he was fiddling with today, though. Kaminari's katana lay out in front of him, resting on the table in its sheath. Beside it lay a partially destroyed second sheath, its mouthpiece blown open and jagged. Honestly, it was more dangerous to the user than any villain else in this shape, but Kaminari had been carrying it around for a few days mostly as a memento. Lastly, in his hands Kaminari carried a small notebook. The pages were often thumbed through before he'd gotten it, filled with advice and drawings just for him. The last memento from his master. Kaminari flicked through those pages for what must have been the 10th time today, at least. Despite his enthusiasm going into the training with the rest of his class, Kaminari was quick to break off from the pack to take a second to read through the notes again. Ectoplasm had told him directly that his old move, Indiscriminate Shock 1.3 million volts, was good enough to be an ultimate move. Still, while it could win in a pinch, its drawbacks were major, stunning him in the moment, then leaving him walking around with no clue what was going on for a whole hour. If 1 million volts didn't win him the fight, they were totally going to make him lose it. Plus, what if he was fighting more than one guy? What if they didn't go down in one hit? Even after using his big move, Kaminari had to get rescued by Momo and Jiru back at the USJ, and while they were cool, he'd been trying to save them. Imagine if he needed to get help from a civilian he was supposed to be saving. That was beyond stupid. In the sports festival, students weren't allowed to use support items, so Kaminari had rocked the first round with just his 1 mil and lost the fastest of anyone. Hell, he hadn't even had the mind to remember how he lost and had to go back and watch his own ass whooping to figure it out. Talk about lame. Kaminari might have been last in the class, but even he could tell that Ecto was just giving him a break by telling him 1 mil was good enough to be an ultimate move. 1 mil being a sure win, more like a sure waste. Got him. The pages before him made Kaminari want to tear out his hair. These pages were written for Exam F by his master, Ronin, but there was one problem. Even if these pages were meant for him, it wasn't meant for him to read. He seriously couldn't understand a lick of this stuff. The pages talked about different muscle groups, about twitch reflex and practiced reactions, questions about his quirk that Kaminari couldn't answer, fancy shit that he couldn't even imagine himself ever pulling off. So, this is what they meant when they said pearls before swans. Kaminari stared at the first page for the umpteenth time. The page he'd been stuck on for so long. This page, this entire book, this entire legacy, it was beyond him. He glared at the page, frustrated, at the words for being so complex, at the water he must have spilled onto its pages, at himself for not getting any of this. He barely noticed the tears as he tried to wipe them off his notes, scowling to himself in his own world. How could he possibly measure up to his master? So caught up in that world, he didn't notice anything outside. The occasional glances from other students as they gradually noticed him. Eraserhead's slow approach and hesitation, cut off by a gentle yet firm movement from Midnight as she approached the young man. Midnight moved to interrupt Kaminari as casually as she could, bringing more water for him and placing it in front of him. Hey there, Kaminari. How goes the notes? Almost all of you, eh? As staff who was in the know about Ronin knew about the notes, Midnight, with her long-standing grudge, had been there to personally sift through them. She was glad to see Eraserhead had done the right thing and passed them on to the students, but she was more than a little worried seeing Kaminari's reaction. Oh, teach. Kaminari's reaction to seeing her was to straighten up, smiling and finally noticing the tears running down his face. He ran a hand through his hair, unsubtly wiping his eyes on his sleeve. It's going. I'm sure it is. Midnight sat down in the chair next to Kaminari, glancing over his notebook without touching it. Seeing just how intricate it was raised her eyebrow by a tick. And, wow, that's complicated. Of course, it's my master's. Kaminari had a small smile, but just saying the words was like touching an old wound, especially when he remembered what he'd just said was wrong. Well, I mean it was. Kaminari. Midnight cut off his worries with a gentle hand on his, snapping him back in the moment. I don't think Ronin left you these notes because he wanted you to beat yourself up. But I'm supposed to understand this. Kaminari opened up, showing some of the frustrations that were sparking inside him by gesturing towards the notebook. It was made for me. It was made to help me get better. How am I supposed to follow it if I don't understand any of it? How can I? Kaminari closed up again, biting off his last question. I think this was meant to help you get better, but it was meant for Ronin, not you. Midnight placed a tissue between them, keeping her eyes focused on Kaminari the whole time. Didn't Ronin teach you before? Did he try to teach you in ways you couldn't understand? Kaminari thought back to the days spent training with Ronin, wading through the water with Kirishima, sparring in UA's halls, practicing just walking back and forth across a gymnasium just like this one. When Ronin started something, it seemed completely random, but once he asked, Ronin would always explain how it was supposed to help. The water helping his foot placement and movement, the sparring his maneuverability, and walking back and forth increasing his control over his quirk. Ronin might have used unconventional lessons, but the goal was never to confuse Kaminari. If Kaminari had any questions, Ronin would always try to explain what was happening so he could understand. His master never would have tried to make something Kaminari couldn't understand. Ronin had given him many unconventional lessons, but now as Kaminari waded through his memories, he found the key to the notebook in those past training sessions. The first and most fundamental lesson he'd ever been taught, reinforced across every training session they had. With reinforced vigor, Kaminari opened the notebook, focusing on the first page. Just the first page. It was supposed to be notes over what Kaminari could already do. Some of the words were crossed out. The handwriting was sometimes sloppy, but he could read the words. And that meant someone else could read the words, too. With his renewed mind, Kaminari made sure one last time of what he already knew. This stuff was complicated. This stuff was beyond what he could understand. But, Sensei, Kaminari spoke with a soft voice, his hands still shaking as he used Ronin's first lesson and turned toward Midnight. He offered the notebook to her slightly, turning it towards her so she could better see it. I don't understand this stuff. Could. Kaminari felt his words getting a little caught in his throat, but with a little encouragement from Midnight he took a deep breath and carried on. Could you help me understand it? Midnight blinked a little in surprise, but smiled brighter anyways. Of course, sweetie. Placing the notebook between the two of them, Kaminari moved back a smidge so they could both try to read it. Even now, when missing Ronin, his master's first words rang true. Ask for help. Aizawa watched the students from the doorway, nodding to himself as he watched Midnight work with Kaminari, calming him down, establishing a bridge, addressing an issue. It was simple stuff, but it hadn't come up in Eraserhead's heroics training. Everyone's working hard, huh? Aizawa was pulled from his thoughts as someone spoke from the front door, a blonde skeleton with a few bandages, even weeks after his last big fight. All Might, what are you doing here? Right now, I am All Might pushed through the door, bulking up just to give Aizawa a cheesy thumbs up. Here even though I wasn't asked to be, because I have nothing else to do today. Well, how about focusing on your recuperation for a start? Aizawa kept his face blank as All Might shrunk down to his normal size with a puff of steam. This scrawny skeleton was the former number one's new normal. To prepare for this semester, if nothing else, I am a little excited. This is the class for ultimate moves, right? There's no way I want to miss this. Toshinori let the door swing shut behind him, cutting off the view of a small cart pulling up to the building as he moved up to Aizawa. I am a teacher after all. Aizawa nodded, not quite disbelieving but neither agreeing. As long as you don't push yourself too far. I think I'll leave it to the students to go plus ultra today. Toshinori rubbed the back of his head, chuckling at the lame joke as the two looked over Class 1A. Making ultimate moves already. How have they been doing so far? A loud explosion that rang across the gym spoke for the class, drawing the attention of Aizawa and Toshinori. Bakugo flew through the air and crashed into a rock wall, cracking it in two with several massive explosions. He stepped back, speaking to himself as he flexed his hands, then turned towards the front of the building to holler. Too many hits. Cementos, give me another wall. And make it sturdy, damn it. He's amazing. Toshinori couldn't help but admire as ectoplasm spat out a white, Aizawa nodding in agreement as the cloud formed into another clone on Bakugo's platform. Yes, he'll definitely get even stronger. Aizawa looked at the rest of the class, catching their gazes in the pause between their trainings. Most of the class focused on Bakugo in amazement, stopping their own training for a second to talk to one another. Just flying with his explosions was good enough. Most would consider it an ultimate move. But for the boy bomber, it was just how he moved. His gauntlets, his technique, his ability to throw himself into danger and stay calm, he was a natural hero. Too weak. Damn it, Cementos. If only he could do something about his personality. Maybe staying calm was too strong a phrase. Katsuki shook his hands to cool them down, moving around his platform while taking quick, sharp breaths. He was in great form today, keeping his massive grenade gauntlets off to go as fast as possible with just his gloves. And so far it was going good. Still, it could do with more work, more control. He needed to fine-tune the control, focus and to blow through a wall with one hit. Funnel the explosion in to get that focus. Don't let any of the blast escape to get as much buck for his bangs. Hands still smoking, Katsuki moved to the side of his platform. He'd taken one of the highest platforms in the gym so he could see everything. Across the room, the sidekicks were in motion, but hardly anyone was moving forward. Starting with second place, Katsuki checked out that candy cane bastard who only used ice. He'd moved to a separate section of the gym, using his ice to block everyone's view of him. But if he was still only half-assing this sit, he'd removed himself from the competition. Most people were sitting around, talking about what they could do as their ultimate moves. Those extras might have thought about ultimate moves before, posed in front of mirrors and talked a big game about what they'd do someday. But it was clear they hadn't thought about what their ultimate moves would really be, what their quirks could do, what they couldn't do, the types of situations they'd run into. Ultimate moves were made as answers to those kinds of things. Katsuki checked the heat from his hands, scowling as it was still too hot. A good ultimate move went beyond just putting some stupid name on a normal move. It went beyond your limits, like his howitzer impact. Howitzer impact wasn't just a name on a big blast. He'd done the math, he'd tested the theories, and he put in the work, preparing the proper distance to his target, spinning at the right speed to get the right airflow, pushing his smoke away while pulling in air to feed his explosion, releasing his explosion directly at his target while spinning at the proper distance and angle so it wouldn't just push them back. It took a lot more to make an ultimate move than a fancy name and a cheap gimmick. Katsuki's jaw clenched at the memory of another excellent ultimate move, slash dimension, than at the things going on around him. No, these sidekicks had a lot more work to do before they could even think of coming up with real ultimate moves. Finally, his hands cooled enough that he could grab something. From his back pocket, Katsuki drew out a small notebook he'd furled up to better fit in his hero costume, unrolling it to better read it. Training Notebook Number 2, Katsuki Bakugo. All of Exam F had notebooks like this, small books from their best teacher over each of them. They had tons of small snippets of information, from ultimate move ideas to equipment tweaks, questions to develop a better understanding of one's quirk, training to develop a better use of one's quirk. In those small snippets of written text and rough sketches was a good foundation for any hero. The sensei who'd written this, Ronin, had seen that Katsuki needed a longer-ranged option than just his grenade gauntlets. Together they'd created a new longer-ranged attack he could use, funneling his explosion between both hands to focus it and help it fly across larger distances. If Katsuki adjusted his second hand, he should be able to refocus the explosion into an incredibly damaging close-ranged attack that would be able to blow through walls in one hit. Just like his notebook mentioned in one throwaway line, the notebook didn't have all the answers. Ronin made it clear he didn't know how Katsuki would actually do this, just the theory behind it and a few guesses how it would work, but it was enough for Katsuki to springboard off of. As long as you had a good enough grasp on what you could do, the notebooks were invaluable in helping you reach your full potential. And even if you were too stupid to grasp that, Katsuki glanced over the top of his notebook to the side of the training area. Off of the cement grounds that marked the training area proper, a small spark of yellow had been sitting to the side, head buried in his own notebook as he studied it. Sparky had the furthest to go. A self-destructive power that was hard to use, dangerous around other people, and actively harmed him if overused. It wasn't his quirk that Katsuki admired, though, if he admired anything about that dunce face. He was behind the rest of the class, in theory and in practice, but he put in the effort, not standing around coming up with random bullshit for an ultimate move, not talking to the extras. Hard work, taking his limits head-on to improve. That was something anyone would see as badass. Katsuki didn't know much about the man who made the notebooks, Ronin. He didn't appear in the hero catalogs or forums. He didn't have merchandise. He wasn't even in the rankings, so he must have been an underground hero. Whatever he was, Katsuki could tell he was strong. He'd taken on all of Class 1A, and only lost once to stupid rules. He'd taken all of Exam F, and had barely gotten touched. He'd taken Katsuki head-on, seeing just how powerful he really was, and turned that power back around. He died taking on a dozen Namu, refusing to lose in the face of a challenge that most heroes couldn't even imagine. To the bitter end, he hadn't lost, taking on the villains and Namu that other heroes needed dozens of backup for, fighting through any odds to win. He wasn't some lazy bastard like 1A's homeroom teacher, a effing stripper with a hero's license, or a rat with too many schemes. He was exactly what Katsuki wanted to become, a true hero. Katsuki glanced down at Sparky. Dunce's face was head in his notebook, busy trying to understand the notebook with the stripper of a teacher. Katsuki didn't get Sparky, always joking around and never seeming to take anything seriously, but he'd seen him react to Ronin's death. He'd seen the effort in training, the literal blood, sweat, and tears put into following Ronin's steps. How could he step away from someone trying to pursue the same goal as him? So, scowling like a viper, Katsuki moved towards the ledge of his platform while putting his notebook back into his belt to keep it safe. He leaned forward, his naturally loud voice carrying over the distance and the clamor of the other students. Hey, SPARKPLUG. On the ground level, the yellow dot suddenly moved as it glanced around before its attention turned upward, eventually finding purchase on Katsuki's imposing frame as he leapt off the edge, slowing his fall with a few explosions before landing just a few feet in front of Sparky. Both student and teacher naturally jumped back at his sudden appearance, crashing down before them. Bakugo, you don't have to shout if you're going to come over here anyway. The annoying teacher shouted at him from one side, standing up slightly to try and look bigger, but he could tell it was just her heels. We're trying to. Shut up. Katsuki's angry eyes finally flicked to the teacher to one side, then refocused back on Sparky. He took a large breath in, trying to think of the right words to say, then grabbed something off his utility belt and threw it straight at Dunceface's dumb face. Take this, and use it, damn it. A small object bounced off Sparky's forehead, leaving him floundering around as he tried to catch it. He juggled it between his hands, battering it back and forth before eventually grabbing it out of the air. He held it up confidently despite his fumbling, smiling confidently despite his mess-ups, then shifted to a more confused expression as he tried to figure out what exactly hit him in the forehead. "What is this?" "It's a pen, dunce face." Katsuki spoke to Sparky as he usually would now, shouting at him to get the point through his skull. "If you're trying to figure out what Ronin left you, at least write it down so you can remember it. Take notes. Then, study it back when you're done." Katsuki surged forward, slamming a sizzling hand on the table hard. Smoke drifted up as his sweat caught flame from his intensity as he leaned forward, locking eyes with Sparks. "You got that?" Sparky blinked back at him, holding his notebook tight to his chest to guard it from Katsuki's smoldering hand and taking a few seconds to actually think before answering it. "But I don't want to write over Ronin's stuff." "Then use the spare pages in the back." Katsuki turned back to the training platforms, stomping on his way to his section. He flexed his hands, creating a few small pops before launching with his signature explosive style. The explosions carried him easily back up to his platform back at the top, alongside his wall. He worked his shoulders, casually glancing back at Sparky for a second as he stared at the pen in his hands before finally putting it to use. With that niggle in the back of his head gone, now he could focus on what was most important, himself. The wall stood tall again. His hands were running hot from the flight up here. Katsuki couldn't help but smile as he walked towards the wall, planting his feet and raising his hands. One open palm, one wrapped around to focus the blast. Katsuki checked his hands, then raised his arms and braced before heating up his hand, creating a large explosion with just one hand. The explosion nearly blasted his hands apart, distorting its focus and turning what could have been a precise shot into another wave of pain. Good for beating the shit out of villains, but the wall weathered his blast with hardly a scratch. Too weak. Katsuki placed his hands together again, this time forcing them together harder. He took careful aim center mass, then heated up his hand, keeping his arms flexed. Again, a large explosion was launched from one hand, so powerful it forced his hands apart, but this time he mitigated some of the damage by pushing his hands together. The hand that rocked back was pushed forward, while the hand that was shoved forward was yanked back. His shoulders strained against his own force, and again, the explosion diffused right in front of him. The explosion leaked from that gap between his hands, losing some of its energy, while what did get through was unfocused and slammed into the wall. Katsuki cleared the smoke with a wave of his arm, staring at the wall then snarling. It was better, but it was still too weak. It still couldn't pierce the wall. Were his arms just too weak to do this right now? His shoulders were strong to brace his explosions, but they weren't as practiced at pulling. Maybe if he could pull harder, he could overcome the pushback of his own attack, keeping his hands together. Well, that explosion was even bigger. Looks like Bakugo wants to cause more collateral damage. Kiro, you weaklings got time to F around. Katsuki's thoughts were, as usual, interrupted by the goddamn extras around him. So many people were staring at him, marveling even at his failures. With one hand he'd managed to create an explosion more violent than before, because that's what focus did. It focused all his explosion in one direction so it all beat the shit out of one villain. At his angry gaze, most of the class had the good sense to get back to trying to come up with more stupid shit, leaving 1A's best student more time to himself. He had trained with Ronin to create a new attack, a barrage of long-range shots, but it was up to him to fine-tune it. He could break through wood, but if he could break through this stone wall, he'd have a good tool for entry in emergency situations, an armor breaker against tough opponents, and another good tool in his belt. So, Katsuki raised his hands again, turning his fuming into fuel and taking a beat on the wall. A large target, harder to miss than to hit. As long as he was facing the right direction it would hit, so don't focus on that. Just focus on focusing in. 3 more explosions slammed into the wall, but it refused to give. His arms were starting to shake from the effort of keeping his hands together, his third blast going wild. His hands clenched hard, his jaw harder in frustration. His body was drenched in sweat from the heat of the day and his effort, making his explosions larger and even harder to control. If he couldn't get his explosions focused with fresh arms and smaller explosions, there was no way he would now. Best to cool off with a water break. Katsuki stepped back, shaking his arms to help them cool faster, then paused over his thoughts. The larger the explosion, the harder it was to control. Therefore, when training with Ronin back in that city camp, they had done a lot of target practice with his new ranged attack. He had a hard time hitting anything at first, his force usually knocking his aim aside. Normal explosions were so large they just had to be vaguely close to the target to hit, but longer ranged attacks were more pissy than that. Just slightly off and it was a clean miss. When he ran into that problem, Ronin hadn't just told him to practice more. Katsuki took only a quick drink of water, tossing his bottle aside then walking back to the wall. He might not have had a problem aiming, but if the fundamental problem of knockback was the problem, then they might also share a solution. The hands came up again as Katsuki took aim, concentrating. He took a few deep breaths as his hands hovered before him, slowly bringing them together again. If he wanted to create a smaller explosion, he'd need to use less heat on the initial ignition, igniting less of his sweat. Then in turn, Katsuki shook his arms out one last time, then forced his hands together hard, bracing in preparation as the center of his palm heated up. Bang! One much smaller explosion shot from his hands, barely making it to the wall. The force hit the wall for once, instead of washing over the damn thing. He could fix that. First explosion was too small, but now he could control his hands, he could control the explosion. Katsuki flexed his hands, grinning as he placed them together. A little more heat this time. Bang! The next explosion hit the wall solidly, the blast radius being a little less than a beach ball. Katsuki waved away the smoke, checking out the slight burn mark his sweat left on it, then chuckled as he leaned in again. Not from the whole palm, it needed more force, so it needed more heat. Also, now that he could control it, he could focus in more with his other hand to make a smaller impact, increase the total force, compact it into a tighter radius starting from a smaller point, an explosion from a single concentrated point. AP shot. Boop-ch. The sound of stone cracking reverberated through the room, echoing like a gunshot. Katsuki knew from the moment the explosion left his palm it'd be good. Despite losing partial control, he waved off the smoke and dust, checking out his mark. Yes, the explosion had hit high, tearing a basketball-sized hole through the concrete wall. It punched all the way through, a testament to Katsuki's strength. It was slightly off to the side and too high, but with aim and practice, he could adjust that. Once again, the class's attention turned to Katsuki. But riding off his success, he didn't mind the glances so much. He could see All Might just beyond his target, having been talking to the insomniac. And even he was impressed by Katsuki's progress. He couldn't hear the number one hero's words as he approached Katsuki, but the young hero felt a glow of warmth in his chest at his progress right until a large cracking sound pierced the air. Katsuki's eyes followed the noise back to his own target, with several large cracks branching from the impact zone and spreading across the wall. The spider web pattern spread from corner to corner, the top of the wall taking a dangerous tilt backward off his plant. Shit. Look out. Katsuki only got a step forward, shouting out to those below him to move. Eraserhead snapped into focus, grabbing his scarf and moving to try intercepting the rock, but it was falling fast towards the ground. No, even worse. It fell fast towards the number one hero, his arms still bandaged close to his body. The skeletal hero had a second to look up, taking a slight step back. But quickly the massive chunk of rock eclipsed Katsuki's view. FFFT bam. Until a gray shadow launched from the gym's entrance, slamming into the rock so hard it disappeared with another loud crack. The exploded cement block created a small dust cloud, blocking everyone's immediate view of the entrance. Still, a small figure stood tall through the haze, glinting like metal in the gym's light. He walked through the dust to All Might, an odd yet familiar voice cutting through the distance and debris. Still haven't figured out how to dodge? All Might. Katsuki's eyes narrowed as he tried to focus through the dust until his view settled on a small man, standing shorter than All Might's shoulder and just a few paces away from the number one hero. Almost the entire class could see as the air cleared up, revealing the small metallic man with his dust coat and katana resting on one hip. Sorry I'm late to training. I'm blaming Nezu. The figure clapped All Might once on the shoulder, giving him a small push back towards the entrance. He barely even acknowledged the insomniac's presence, giving him a short nod while continuing to talk. But I'll be picking up where I left off, so don't worry, I'll be out of your hair in no time. No way. Katsuki perched on the edge as the figure turned, fully entering the training grounds as he stepped into the light. Sensei Ken moved forward with his head held high, keeping one hand on his katana at all times and a confident smile on his face. The Ronin had returned, back from the dead once again, and this must be the Gamma Gym. Midoriya let his eyes drift up as they drove between rows of gigantic gyms, shaking his head in amazement at just how big the place was. Over a score of gigantic gymnasiums, lined up in a row. He only guessed their destination by the driver slowing down in front of one, letting them off near an entrance at least 15 feet tall. Yue makes their buildings as small as ever. I see. Why yes, Nezu started to speak, no doubt to rope him into something else, but he wasted enough time. Honestly, at the pace they were going, it felt like he'd never actually get to the training part of his training visit. Ronin was already getting out of the cart they drove in here as Nezu continued to pester him. But I think you said something maybe we should talk about, if you'd like to. No, we've wasted enough time. Revenant would not stand for any more wasted time. Only taking a second to grab his bag from the back. It's time to begin the training. It will only take a minute. Nezu shouted some more nonsense at Midoriya, but he was barely listening anymore. He gave a small wave, not sparing a second to look back and instead going straight for those giant doors he saw. They were as heavy as they looked, and definitely over 15 feet tall. Midoriya had to put his back into it just to swing one of them open, not even noticing Nezu running to try and catch the door just before it slammed shut in his furry face. Not paying a lick of mind to the shut door behind him, Midoriya walked into the sight of what UA considered a gym. The floor was broken into stages or levels, maybe platforms all at varying heights with a student each on their own height. Already, he could spot some of the students he'd be working with from his time at the training camp. Mina was up towards the front talking to a teacher, her distinctive pink easy to spot against the gray of the room. Siro was swinging from the rafters at one of the highest platforms, talking to one of the teachers. The same teacher as Mina, actually. Glancing around, one teacher seemed to be with almost every student. Details were hard to make out at this distance, but it was probably the pro hero Ectoplasm, the former number 6 hero who only moved back from the limelight after losing everything below his knees. Not that there was only one teacher in the building, far from it. Towards the front of the gymnasium, Midoriya caught 4 teachers. Cementos moved around the perimeter of the training area, constantly casting his gaze upward with his partner, the real Ectoplasm. Closer than them were the other 2 heroes, Eraserhead and All Might. They were standing at the base of the tallest pillar in the room, both with heads craned upward. Midoriya was surprised All Might was here, but then again, wasn't this when 1A's heroism class was supposed to take over? This was ultimate move training, so hypothetically, he guessed the former number 1 hero with 51 ultimate moves should be a big help on the subject. At least Eraserhead was here, one of the heroes who knew that Ronin had died. Midoriya had wanted to talk to him before getting in deep with the class, just to explain himself and what was going on. Nezu had probably filled the tired teacher in already, but it felt right to do it himself. As he slowly walked into the gym, it really hit him how big it was, just seeing some of the pillars easily go 30 to 40 feet in the air. The size of some of the buildings he parked on. Maybe it was on one of those higher platforms his favorite student, Kaminari, was training since Midoriya couldn't find him anywhere. While he couldn't catch Kaminari on the platforms he could see, his ears caught wind of Bakugo with a loud bang. Up on the platform, Eraserhead and All Might were looking at. Midoriya could see the flash of an explosion and catch its echo as a small bit of rubble tumbled harmlessly in front of the 2 teachers. It seemed like one of his best students was back at his grind again. And how funny that he considered Bakugo, of all people, one of his best. Crack. Reminiscing was cut short by a crack from on high, immediately throwing Ronin's gaze upward. Something large fell from the top platform, quickly picking up speed and falling towards the 2 teachers standing so close to the platform. Ronin's bodysuit was left on from the training earlier, letting him spring straight into action. Before someone above could shout out a warning, Ronin was already sprinting, pushing his body and suit hard to make good time. The world seemed in slow motion as All Might's eyes trailed upward, locking onto a massive piece of rubble falling quickly towards him, giving him only time to take a single step back as it hurtled through the air to crush him. Eraserhead moved further back, getting himself to safety while tugging his capture scarf free of his neck to try and pull All Might clear. A voice shouted throughout the gym from on high, giving a warning too late to most of the people below. Ronin, meanwhile, quickly covered the distance between the entrance and All Might, roughly throwing the former hero clear of the initial impact before jumping up to take care of the rest. The rubble was falling a few feet from the pillar, so Ronin used that to ascend. Beowulf activated as Ronin jumped, launching him several feet into the air straight at the pillar before switching from push to pull. Claws and boots dug into the stone for just a moment to get his bearings, taking in the massive size of the incoming rock before he launched himself straight towards the descending danger. Ronin's brain rattled in his skull as he leapt up off the pillar, spinning himself mid-air to hit the pillar legs first. He pulled his entire body in, activating the pull for just a second to anchor in the rock, then pushed as he kicked the rock further back into the stone pillar. With a force as massive as the rock, the 2 parted ways, one sailing gracefully through the air and the other crashing into the stone pillar it fell off of. In just 3 seconds, Ronin cleared the distance between the entrance to the pillar, and in one he reached the falling rock midair. It was hard to say what happened after he dropkicked the falling stone into the pillar, the 2 rocks hitting one another and creating a small cloud of dust, but Ronin could still see enough to flip right side up and stick the landing. Of course, sticking the land meant he landed legs first, then dispersed the rest of his momentum by turning it into a sloppy roll. At least no one could see him F everything up, almost landing on his sword, thanks to the dust. Midoriya quickly hopped to his feet, breathing out to clear the dust from his lungs. Glancing through the mess he'd made, it seemed like he had shunted All Might to safety. In hindsight, he probably could have just pulled All Might out of the way. No need for dramatics. Shit. Acknowledging to himself how stupid he'd been, Midoriya put on his best smile and moved to the retired hero, currently seated on the floor where Ronin had thrown him like a massive D-head. Really needed to work on his thinking mid-crisis, and no better place to start than now. Moving through the dust and problems he helped create, Midoriya offered All Might a hand up, calling out to help the former hero identify him. Still haven't figured out how to dodge? All Might. All Might just gave a small cough in return, trying to wave away some of the dust. Midoriya grabbed the outstretched arm, putting his other arm under his hero to help lift him up safely and steadying him for a second. It seemed the dust had gotten almost everywhere, as a quick glance showed even Eraserhead was trying to clear it from the air. He waved some of it away, squinting through the dust to check on All Might, and was surprised to instead see the figure of Ronin standing between them. Why you? Sorry I'm late to training. I'm blaming Nezu, Midoriya led with another lame joke, hoping to defuse the situation a little bit. All Might was on his feet now, but Ronin still kept an eye on him to make sure he stayed on his feet. Still, he redirected most of his focus to Eraserhead and the training he was here to do. But I'll be picking up where I left off, so don't worry, I'll be out of your hair in no time. Midoriya gave Eraserhead a random pat on the shoulder, using the same motion to push past the teacher and out of the dust cloud. With his drastic entrance, he changed plans. He'd just be so confident that Eraserhead had no time to question what was happening. Yeah, that sounded dumb enough to work. So with his legs shaking he walked into UA's training grounds, pretending as hard as he could that everything was going great. A hand on his sword, Miramasa, helped to ease his nerves. He smiled as he stood in front of the training pillars, taking a second to glance around the room. From the pillar in front of him, a small patch of bright blonde stuck over the edge as someone looked down on him. From the sides, he could see the distinctive pink blob of Mina and the swinging shape of Zero. The door into the gym finally swung open, Eraserhead having let Nezu in while Revenant took stock. Somehow, he'd need to get all of 1A's attention. Did they have an intercom system in here? Perhaps a loudspeaker he could use to talk to everyone at once like Nezu used to talk to 2B earlier. Would he just have to shout like Bakugo would have? Midoriya scratched his chin, mumbling quietly to himself until interrupted by the loudspeaker he'd been pondering about. Nezu spoke through it, pulling everyone to the front of the gym for him. If all of Exam F could please stop what they're doing, the next part of your training has arrived. Please move to the front of the gym. The announcement went on, but Midoriya couldn't hear the rest as the sound of explosions cut it off from above. He glanced up, not even bothering to take a step back as Bakugo jumped down from on high. The boy that boomed had great control over himself, easily slowing his descent to land in front of Ronin without either moving. Seeing that fine-tuned control, Midoriya couldn't help but smile to see how far he'd come. The others came too, and they came fast. From one side he could see a flash of pink as Mina took off, sliding down her pillar and out of sight. On the other end of the gym he could see Zero holler, jumping up and down ecstatically before swinging across the rafters. It wasn't until he saw Sato and Kirishima, two normally very slow students, sliding down their pillar before running towards him so fast it looked like the old Olympics that he really started to wonder if something was wrong. What excited them so much to stop everything and run over? Did their training suck that much that they were excited to do anything else? Towards the back of the gymnasium, Midoriya finally found a hint of yellow. Across the distance of the entire building, Midoriya would recognize that punk anywhere. His faux confidence became genuine as he raised a hand in greeting across the way to his favorite student, Kaminari. Kaminari stared at him for a second, unmoving. He looked down at his hands for some reason, then up at Midoriya. He glanced back where he'd come from, his mouth saying words Midoriya couldn't know, then returned one last time to Midoriya. At this point, he was wondering if Kaminari was even going to come to the front. Kaminari. And so, he called out. Using his free hand, Midoriya cupped his mouth and shouted over the hubbub to speak straight to Kaminari. He then raised his free hand, gesturing the young hero forward. Come on, we've got training to do. Kaminari seemed to be frozen for just 1 second, then crouched slightly. He wiped his face on his sleeve, then rose with a smile so shining Midoriya could see it from here. And when he rose with his legs flexed, braced against the ground with small sparks coming off his legs, well, it was hard to say if even Ronin could go as fast as Kaminari ran forward, covering the distance between them like a flash of lightning. Midoriya smiled as he gestured Kaminari over, only fully hesitating as he noticed not a single person from Exam F was slowing down as they got nearer. They really should have slowed down, or else they were at risk of tripping over something like he always managed to. At worst, though, they'd all crash into each other. But even as Midoriya thought this, even as all of Exam F hurried forward, he never considered where they would all crash at, even as Bakugo landed just a few feet out of the way. It wasn't until Mina, Zero, Sato, and Kaminari all shouted with one voice did he even wonder such a thing when they all shouted together, "Sensei, you're alive." Midoriya barely had time to blink, trying to process what they just said. Sensei was obviously him, but I'm what? Even Ronin at his fastest couldn't finish that sentence as he was tackled by Kaminari. Then Mina, followed by Zero, then Kirishima, and every one of them was tackled by Sato, who lifted them all off the ground with one big hug. There was little room for squirming as Ronin was lifted by what felt like 5 hugs at once. threatening to re-break a few of his ribs. The only room in his head was occupied by one question, though, as he was lifted high into the air by cheering people his age, most of them older. What on earth was going on? Midoriya was washed over by feelings of confusion and being crushed. The latter literally as 5 people grabbed him from all sides, squeezing him hard enough to break bones, and the former as he tried to figure out why on earth was happening. Unceremoniously dropped on his feet. It was only his reaction time that kept him upright as he worked his suddenly sore arms. Around him stood Exam-F, having just given him a hug so painful he was pretty sure they left bruises through his armor. Even so, they were all excited and talking at once, making it very hard to actually hear what anyone was saying. Sensei, I knew you'd pull through, not a doubt in my mind. Giving us all heart attacks, you're a mean old man, you hear? Mean? Man, you look even smaller than I remember. What happened to you, Gramps? Whoa, slow down. Midoriya took a slight step back, holding up his hands to try and push back the overwhelming energy. He could see a strange mixture of relief, sadness, and possibly joy as some of the students were getting a little teary-eyed, leaving him clueless about what was going on and why everyone wanted to hug him. I just got here. What's happening? What do you mean, what happened to me? We heard all about what you did at the summer camp, Kirishima shouted out, instantly sending a shiver down Midoriya's spine as he got his second clue what was going on before Kirishima finished. Taking on all those Namu and that villain just to save us, destroying so much of the forest with your ultimate move, we thought you died, sensei. Well, that wasn't unreasonable. Midoriya had a soft but slightly uneasy smile as he thought this out in his head. They must have come to the logical conclusion. They'd been at the summer camp too, so they might have somehow noticed his final attack and put together the pieces when he never came back. Still, they didn't have any proof, so he could work with this. Midoriya opened his mouth to create his excuse when Mina blew that up before he could even begin. Aizawa-sensei told us about it. Mina shivered just thinking about it, about the papers Aizawa had read to them. He'd been reluctant to let them read it, holding out that they couldn't read the full obituary till the end. Still, some of the damage report had included bits of Ronin, literally. How the only stuff they found was an eye and some fingers. Do you have a prosthetic hand now? Nice scar, Gramps. Bakugo spoke up from the back, tapping his right eye to reflect Midoriya's own damaged face. A thin white light cut over Midoriya's face where Muscular had hit him so hard it tore his face apart, made worse by Yamato's parting explosion. It was so prominent that Midoriya could only play into it as Ken, using his makeup to make it larger instead of hiding it. You still got a working eye under that mess. Hell, do you even have eyes anymore? The entirety of Exam-F leaned forward for answers. Midoriya didn't even have hell, he didn't even know where to begin. Eraserhead had told Exam-F that he died. Why? Everything he'd ever heard about the guy, all the time he'd spent with him, it all pointed to Eraserhead being too lazy to ever do something extra. Why would he put in the effort to inform anyone of Ronin's death? Eraserhead shared all that. Midoriya glanced over at the teacher, stunned. Eraserhead looked just as confused as him, both their gazes turning to Nezu for answers he didn't have, all three unknowing of the full circumstances of the other two. The only people more confused than them was All Might, standing off to one side very confused what was happening. Did Eraserhead lie? Did you really die? Kaminari cut through Midoriya's confusion, grabbing him gently by the hem of his jacket. What really happened in the summer camp? The summer camp, Revenant scoffed, buying time by repeating some more info and grabbing his thoughts for some order. In times like this, when emotions just bred confusion, it was good to be logical. So he did his best, coming up with a quick short story that fit his needs. Then took his time telling it to iron out the kinks. So, Eraserhead must have shared the police reports with all of you. Turning heel, Revenant stood as tall as he could, still shorter than everyone but Mina. He adjusted his jacket, genuinely sorting through his memory for a good place to begin. A lot of truth mixed with a little lying could get him out of this, if he could just get the ratios right. And where to begin? Eraserhead did not lie, not intentionally at least. What he told you, the police reports he showed you, they should all be true. Back in the camp, I ran into several Namu, more than I could handle. Then I found a villain up by the mountain with even more Namu. It was a fight I had no chance of winning. Revenant laid out the basic setup, using his own memory to say what happened. One problem he didn't think of beforehand was he didn't know what the report on the summer camp actually included, so he'd have to be as accurate in that part as he could just in case. So instead of fighting, I bought time. Bought time? Exam-F was hooked, leaning in at his story. It was probably bad that they were so interested. It'd make it easier for them to spot any slip-ups, but that's what he got for not doing his research. Yes, I bought time. There was a child at the mountain. I'd only gone there in the first place to find him, but the villain got to him first. I had to draw the villain's attention to get him focused on me instead. Revenant paused in his storytelling, then shook his head. Who knew if they even remembered Kota? It was best to stick to important events. Well, that part hardly matters. There was a small reaction as he skipped the pointless part of his story across the students. and a very large one from Nezu, who was unsubtly listening in, gave him a little chuckle before he continued on. What was important was getting that child out safely. The villain and I wound up fighting one-on-one, with the Nomus on all sides to make sure I couldn't escape. Between the villain and the Nomus, I was completely overpowered. There was no chance of winning, so I made sure nobody won. Revenant shrugged, recalling how each of his plans to deal with the villain Muscular and his small army of monsters had failed one by one, and how Midoriya had adapted them on the fly to make sure even their failures succeeded. With a big attack, I injured the Nomus but missed the villain, getting punched through some trees and having a rib pierce my. That's not important either. Even as he skipped it, his hand shifted to his ribcage, the memory of his rib impaling his heart burning with every beat. That wasn't just unimportant. That was definitely something they should not have to hear about. I was going to die anyway, so I used everything I had to take care of the Nomus and the villain. I baited him into coming towards for one final attack, trying to cut him in half with my old sword while he killed me. Revenant said it so casually, showing hardly a reaction anymore as he talked about his very elaborate suicide. With the Nomus ordered to watch me, they'd stay still with the villain's death, but if they wandered, they were still recovering from injuries. As long as I could kill the villain in the forest, I could buy enough time for that child to get to safety. Ronin pulled forward the bag on his shoulder at this point in the story, unzipping it and rummaging through his training supplies for his ace. It was a stupid plan that only worked by accident. My sword must have cut into my ammunition mid-explosion, creating a chain of detonations that set off all the bullets I had on me, which led into my grenades all going off at once. I am not entirely sure myself, to be honest. From his bag, Ronin grasped a handle wrapped in burnt cloth and drew it. Out of his bag he drew the handle of Yamato, the sword still shattered with only a foot of its blade left. Even now it glinted dangerously in the gym's artificial light. However it happened, my sword exploded. Then my bombs exploded, and I think after that everything exploded, killing everyone nearby. I was lucky to only lose most of my hand and face, a testament to my body armor. Ronin did his best to tie this in some way as a lesson about heroism, and especially one about body armor. If there was one thing he'd taken away from this whole mess, it was that he really underestimated just how powerful and important the Badasu was to his operation. After that, I'm pretty sure I almost died of either blood loss or that rib that pierced my heart. Ronin unintentionally gave the grisly detail he'd been trying to hide, taking a second to wonder which of the two would have killed him first. Hardly mattered in the end, because now was time for the bullshit. The last thing I remember before I passed out would be purple fog, I think. The entire scene took a gasp at that revelation. While Ronin had no real known contact with Kirishima, outside of one time he saw him while they both were intruding at UA. At the start of the school year, Warner probably knew of the League of Losers' most powerful member, especially by their reactions. Ronin did know Kirishima had been at the summer camp. Not personally. The real last thing he remembered was everything going cold as the world faded out from blood loss. No, it was because he had talked to Kirishima, who all but confirmed it was the smoking comedian who saved him. Unfortunately, he had no idea if anyone else knew Kirishima had been at the summer camp, but there was a good chance they did because of someone else. The League of Villains had managed to kidnap Bakugo. They either needed someone absurdly strong like Muscular to that, like Kirishima, or they needed someone with a tricky power, also like Kirishima. All in all, Kirishima and his stupid fashion sense were the common denominator, and even if no one saw him there, anyone reasonable would believe he was there. Either way, Kirishima was likely to be involved, and by the explosions in Bakugo's hands, it seemed the sentient smoke cloud had been on the scene. Ronin couldn't even see the worried looks Nezu, All Might, and Eraserhead exchanged behind his back as he sold his story. By the time I woke, I was in a dark room, an underground basement of some kind if what my partner said was true. Ronin strained his memory, clearly thinking hard to try and describe it. It was hard to see. The only light in there was from some computer screens and some faulty fluorescence. This time Ronin wasn't spinning complete bullshit. He had been in a room like that once, several times in fact, and he was sure All For One owned it because he was describing the room he met All For One in. The very same room where he'd given the supervillain possessed items each time they'd met. But maybe he was getting too into the details. Wherever it was, one of my partners had broken in to rescue me. He checked me into a hospital to recover, but most of my injuries had healed by that time for some reason. Ronin pulled off his gauntlet, showing the back of his hand. It was faint, but one could still see the outline of a scar where his fingers had originally been blown off his hand against where new skin and fingers had grown. He still wasn't exactly sure why All For One had saved him, especially after attacking and jeopardizing one of his plans, but he knew he was only alive because of the supervillain's interjection. However it happened, I spent some time at the hospital off the record recovering. It seems dying really does take a toll on you. Ronin gave a small laugh, sliding the gauntlet back on his hand and strapping it tight. I know that wasn't a great answer, sorry. But even I don't know all the details of what happened to me when I went out to check where I'd been taken to. I found out Mount Lady had flattened it with a stomp before it became the epicenter for the fight of the century. That part was bullshit again. Midoriya had no idea where All For One had met with him when he exchanged the possessed items, since Kirishima always teleported him in and out. For all he knew, they could have been meeting in America under his dad's workplace. Still, given what he knew about Hell Knight and what damage it had done to Kamino Ward, there wasn't a person alive who could disprove his bullshit save for All For One himself. While it wasn't entirely believable, it didn't have many weak points. Still, it definitely sounded shady. He could guess that All For One might have rescued him from the forest as an act of good faith for the work he'd done for the #1 villain. But no one else knew that. It sounded suspicious as hell. After all, why would the #1 villain in Japan have kidnapped an unconscious and nearly dead vigilante he knew nothing about? It showed that there was some connection between them, but as long as no one could prove it, Midoriya was confident it would fly. So cool. He wasn't prepared as he focused on the kids in front of him, the excitement across all their faces, kids who he was only older than by a few months, at most, one of which he knew for a fact was even older than him. They leaned further forward than ever before with stars in the eyes at his story, throwing Midoriya completely for a loop. Most like Mina and Kirishima seemed excited. Nowhere near as excited as Bakugo though, as he openly smiled, nodding at Midoriya's mishmash of misinformation. On the other end of the spectrum, Kaminari looked almost in awe at him, eyes and mouth wide open. Now, I think we've both know a little of what happened to each other. Ronin pushed on as usual, turning the focus back to what he was here to do, accidentally pushing past the very in-depth discussion Nezu, Eraserhead, and All Might were having behind his back about his story. The League's kidnapping, the cleanup, and now this training for your provisional license exams. Going through all that so quickly. And your provisional license is a year early. Do you do everything so fast? Exam F bloomed into a bunch of smiling faces for some reason. That wasn't really a compliment. It was more of a concern with how fast they took things, and Midoriya was an expert on that if anything else. Going too fast and too hard was something he'd gone through firsthand just months ago. Of course we go fast, Gramps. That's part of being the best. Bakugo butted up, smiling wide as his hands crackled with small explosions. He was excited to keep going fast, already ready to push on to whatever the next thing was. So let's go. You gonna fight us again, or what? Ronin wasn't completely surprised by that, proving his planning had done some good in the end. To start out the summer camp, he'd taken on all of Exam F, partially to gauge how good they were, possibly also to give himself an ego boost and beat Bakugo in a one-on-one fight. He was self-aware enough to admit it at least. But after he'd come to work out a few of his issues, fight you again? Why would I need to do that? It was Exam F's turn to be confused again as Ronin put Yamato's remains back in the bag, finally getting to his training stuff. I fought you the first time to learn about you, to see how strong you were at the time, but that was only a month ago. Do you really think you improved enough to make a difference in that time? Ronin was completely genuine in his words. While he would have improved a lot in a month, he'd seen the kind of progress Exam F made in 3 FO. Between their time when they fought him as a training exercise at the start of the year to the aforementioned fight at the training camp, they had barely improved on their own. Even Kaminari, his favorite, had openly admitted that he never practiced the techniques Ronin had taught him. If you really think it's a good idea, though. Exam F took a step away from him for a second, turning their backs on him for a quick huddle about something. They talked in hushed tones, only stopping once so they could all look at him, then went back to talking to one another. Midoriya wasn't sure what they were talking about, but it was likely unimportant. His plan remained unchanged, to do quick training with each to set them up for the rest of the day, then do a more thorough one-on-one training to get into the details. He knew some of the students would want to fight him, like Bakugo, the only student likely to have improved in that 1 month time, but for most of the students he could just skip to the actual training portion. Ronin shook his head at their antics, turning to glance at Nezu over his shoulder. Whatever happened, Gym Gamma was going to be too cramped for his tastes. Nezu, mind if I go next door? We're gonna need a lot more room. It took Nezu a moment to get through Gamma Gym's front door, having to resort to banging on it until someone finally opened the thing and let him in. Aizawa was the first face Nezu saw coming in, having opened that pesky door that barred his way. From the look on his face, Nezu could gather that 1A's teacher was confused, and the genius principal didn't need his quirk to figure it out. Aizawa directed his confusion behind himself, at the vigilante currently being tackled by several students at once, piled so high Nezu could barely see Ronin underneath. Is that? Yes, so it would seem. Nezu didn't hop up on Aizawa's shoulder, staying on the ground to avoid taking advantage of Aizawa's hospitality. If he was any good at reading the room, he was on thin ice already. I don't know all of the details yet, but it appears our favorite vigilante managed to somehow walk out of the summer camp. How? Aizawa's gaze turned cold. probably assuming that Nezu already knew how Ronin had managed to survive certain doom and just opted not to tell anyone. The thin ice Nezu stood on was cracking as he and Aizawa moved towards the crowd of students, finally letting go of a much more crushed-looking Ronin. How long did you know? I learned that he survived on Hell Night itself, and not by his own hand. I caught wind of him in the action and pieced it together myself. Nezu did his best to clear his name, making his part in everything clear. As for how he survived, even I don't know that. I've been meaning to ask, but after UA nearly got him killed in the summer camp, the topic has been difficult to bring up. Some of Aizawa's ire was sated with that, but it was far from all. So you knew he survived, but you didn't tell anyone. Tell anyone? Wait, do you actually care? It sounded incredibly rude, but Nezu turned back to blink at Aizawa in the most disrespectful way of all, in complete honesty. Why on earth would I tell you? You've never been interested in Ronin. You're barely interested when I got All Might to help you teach heroics. That's... Aizawa wanted to snap back, but Nezu's logic was sound. Unless there was something going on that Nezu didn't know about, there was no reason Aizawa would care. But if he cared... Oh no. Nezu suddenly snapped around to look at the group of students surrounding Ronin. All members of Exam F, with even the prickly Bakugo standing to one side, and some of them close to tears, as if they knew you didn't. I thought they deserved to know, Aizawa said through grit teeth. If it was with himself or Nezu, the principal could hardly tell the difference. They do. Or, more so, they did. But what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. Nezu had deliberately tried to be vague with the whole thing specifically to make it smoother. As long as no one actually said Ronin had died, people would be much less surprised when he turned up alive, as if the odds of his survival were affected by such preconceived notions. Nezu had been trying to avoid those just so Ronin's return could be as smooth as possible. This has turned into quite the predicament. That's an understatement, Aizawa agreed, while still visibly hating Nezu's guts. That was more or less how most people who knew Nezu reacted to him, save for a couple exceptions like the former #1 hero who walked over to join them, a little late on the conversation. Principal Nezu, you decided to swing by here too. Toshinori was wearing casual clothes for once, and something meant for his size. It had been years since Japan's greatest hero wore clothes that fit him. His usual baggy clothes replaced by some old form-fitting ones he'd gotten back when he was first injured. He gestured towards Ronin over his shoulder, whispering to try and be more quiet. Isn't that the vigilante who died at the summer camp? Yes, sort of. Aizawa took the direct approach while Nezu went sideways as usual, earning a glare from Aizawa and a confused look from Toshinori. Nezu explained himself with a shrug. Well, clearly he didn't die at the summer camp. Did Eraserhead lie? Their conversation was cut off by harsh words from one of the students. Emerging from the pack was a boy with blonde hair. His eyes locked onto his teacher Eraserhead's in anger before moving back to his main target, Ronin, seeking the answers everyone wanted to know. And, to Ronin's surprise, it wasn't Bakugo with that tone, but his favorite student Kaminari. Did you really die? What really happened in the summer camp? All the teachers shut up, listening intently as Ronin looked over the crowd. You could almost hear the gears turning in his head as he thought up his story. Nezu knew it probably wouldn't be the full truth beyond Ronin valuing his privacy and secrecy too much. He had an image to keep up, even if he himself was barely aware of it. Still, there would be some truths in there, truths that Ronin would accidentally reveal. Even the super vigilante didn't know everything, especially when getting embroiled in the ancient war between one for all and all for one. The summer camp. So, Eraserhead must have shared the police reports with all of you. Ronin made a guess, reading the room to get his bearings. Ronin had no way of ever reading them, but he could likely guess what they contained. He started his story in a very unconventional way, by backing up the story of someone else. Eraserhead did not lie, not intentionally. What he told you, the police reports he showed you, they should all be true. Back in the camp, I ran into several Namu, more than I could handle. Then I found a villain up by the mountain with even more Namu. It was a fight I had no chance of winning. Ronin's story lined up with the police report. Over a dozen Nomus and one large-scaled threat villain, Muscular, who had gone dark weeks ago, reappearing as a corpse in UA's summer camp. But with all due respect, destroying someone like him was something far beyond what anyone had expected of a vigilante like Ronin. Someone like Muscular would have been a match for some of the top 10, but for a vigilante, adding the Namu on top of that. So instead of fighting, I bought time. Bought time? Everyone listening was drawn in. The students blindsided by such a simple option, yet one that was an important ability for heroism, one Ronin had often spoken about in his training methods, the ability to be realistic. Yes, I bought time. There was a child at the mountain. I'd only gone there in the first place to find him, but the villain got to him first. I had to draw the villain's attention to get him focused on me instead. Well, that part hardly matters. What was important was getting that child out safely. Ronin waved off a part of the story everyone was sure they'd like to hear, skipping ahead in the events. The villain and I wound up fighting one-on-one, with the Nomus on all sides to make sure I couldn't escape. Between the villain and the Nomus, I was completely overpowered. There was no chance of winning, so I made sure nobody won. Ronin laughed it off, but most people could see the way he grabbed his own hands, running fingers across his left knuckles, the same fingers that had been blown off Ronin's hand. With a big attack, I injured the Nomus but missed the villain, getting punched through some trees and having a rib pierce my. That's not important either. I was going to die anyway, so I used everything I had to take care of the Nomus and the villain. Ronin's hands moved out of sight as he refocused, the vigilante's body blocking Nezu's view as his hands kept moving of their own accord. I baited him into coming towards for one final attack, trying to cut him in half with my old sword while he killed me. Ronin spoke with it so simply, a plan that would surely get him killed. If Muscular hit first, Ronin would probably be a red stain in the forest. If Ronin hit first, there were good odds Muscular would power through and kill Ronin before dying himself. It was a no-win scenario. With the Nomus ordered to watch me, they'd stay still with the villain's death. But if they wandered, they were still recovering from injuries. As long as I could kill the villain in the forest, I could buy enough time for that child to get to safety. It was a stupid plan that only worked by accident. My sword must have cut into my ammunition mid-explosion, creating a chain of detonations that set off all the bullets I had on me, which led into my grenades all going off at once. I am not entirely sure myself, to be honest. Ronin did his best to explain what had happened to him, the true cause of the destruction that tore across the forest. Aizawa glanced at Nezu, but even Nezu wasn't sure if it was really possible. Ronin's sword had very strange properties. Being able to create portals, it had to be a creation of very advanced technology and the effects of quirks, and oh god, there it was. Nezu was pulled from theories to the moment as Ronin drew an old sight from a duffel bag hanging off his shoulder, an old-fashioned handle with burn damage. The metal on it was scratched, the cloth wraps burned and snapped in some place. But as handle gave way to blade, you could still see the edge in that old sword. Or maybe Nezu was just fanboying again as Ronin drew his original sword, the Yamato, a large-handled katten with only a foot of blade left. However it happened, my sword exploded. Then my bombs exploded, and I think after that everything exploded, killing everyone nearby. I was lucky to only lose most of my hand and face, a testament to my body armor. Ronin brought up another good point to the students, hitting his chest with a solid thunk, to back his point. After that, I'm pretty sure I almost died of either blood loss or that rib that pierced my heart. Ronin paused for a second over that fun little detail, getting a horrified gasp from his audience he genuinely didn't seem to notice in his own thoughts. The last thing I remember before I passed out would be purple fog, I think. And in 2 words, Nezu, Aizawa, and Toshinori went from intrigued listeners to invested heroes. This part was impossible. By the time I woke, I was in a dark room, an underground basement of some kind if what my partner said was true. Eraserhead, All Might, and Principal Nezu leaned forward slightly listening to his description, grim realization dawning in each of their hearts. While Ronin had done many things and seen many more, there were some things even he didn't know that he couldn't know. And that building was all of them. Ronin strained his memory, clearly thinking hard to try and describe it as he cocked his head. It was hard to see. The only light in there was from a wall of computer screens and some faulty fluorescence. A building in the heart of Hell Night, right at the center of the Camino ward with hardly a working light to see. There were scarce remnants of computers in the large rooms. From the massive electric bill they traced to the place to the many outlets altered to give more power to massive machines. A building that only existed in reports now. The Namu storage facility that had been obliterated twice in one night. The reports only existed because of live recordings as the heroes swept through the warehouse, searching for the lost pro hero Ragdoll who had her quirk taken that night. It was so obvious that both heroes would have been taken to the same place in hindsight. So obvious. Principal Nezu cursed himself for not seeing it sooner. The Nomus returned to that building. Ragdoll had been held in that building, so why wouldn't Ronin? But that led to a more insidious question, a question that few could really ask, even Ronin. Ronin didn't know of All for One, and could only assume he'd been taken back as a hostage of some sort like Bakugo. Eraserhead and All Might didn't know of Ronin, and could only assume he'd been taken back to have his quirk stolen like Ragdoll. Only Principal Nezu could put together the pieces. What would All for One, a supervillain who could both take and give quirks as he pleased, want with the vigilante Ronin, a young man with no quirk but incredible natural talents? Wherever it was, one of my partners had broken in to rescue me. He checked me into a hospital to recover, but most of my injuries had healed by that time for some reason. Ronin gave more credence to Principal Nezu's theory, showing off his left hand to examine fully, including a small scar across the back of his knuckles where his fingers should have been blown off. If All for One had been planning something, Why would he want his latest project to start in damaged conditions? Ronin led off from Principal Nezu's theory, going into his own cover-up of events. However it happened, I spent some time at the hospital off the record recovering. It seems dying really does take a toll on you. This would be where the paper trail for Ronin restarted. Izuku Midoriya, civilian identity of the Ronin, had been checked into a hospital around this time following a camping accident by what he called some family friends. Between a student being kidnapped, the #1 hero retiring then re-entering the workforce as a teacher, and getting all his classes ready for their upcoming exams, Principal Nezu hadn't had time to check into that first hospital visit beyond acknowledging that it happened. He would have to start there first. Now, that wasn't a great answer. Ronin gave a small laugh, sliding the gauntlet back on his hand and strapping it tight as he covered what Principal Nezu had already figured out. While he investigated that hospital, perhaps he could ask the heroes who'd investigated the Namu storage for more details on their experience, and have someone comb through the evidence with a fine comb. Sorry, but even I don't know all the details of what happened to me when I went out to check where I'd been taken to. I found out Mount Lady had flattened it with a stomp before it became the epicenter for the fight of the century. But past it all, what amazed the principal were the parts that he knew were left unsaid. Ronin's mysterious partner, or partners, perhaps that was Yakuza Hunter, who'd been seen recently with a mysterious figure closely resembling Ronin. The two had fought their way out of All for One's defenses, with only each other for support. Ronin had been hidden away in some small hospital, far from Kamino in the hopes to keep him safe. Then Ronin gave up on all of that as he woke into hell, rising to charge in and save All Might just after narrowly escaping himself. So, cool. The words came naturally from Nezu as he stared up at the young man in front of him, without thought. A young man who stood up as straight as he could, surrounded by lies and deceptions covering the truth of who saved the savior of Japan. That young man turned to Nezu, speaking playfully even as Exam F continued to act on, enamored by his story. Some were excited, some were proud, and some were even shaken. His face wasn't like most heroes. Scars decorated his face. His tone was a little tired, and he definitely didn't want to be here. But he was. You gonna fight us again, or what? One of Exam F's questions caught Nezu's attention. Not by his own words but by Ronin's response. Fight you again? Why would I need to do that? Ronin replied so casually it was hilarious, giving Exam F a deadpan answer and a small shrug. I fought you the first time to learn about you, to see how strong you were at the time, but that was only a month ago. Ronin looked over his class, back turned to Nezu, but the principal could imagine the cocky smile on the vigilante's face as he spoke. Do you really think you improved enough to make a difference in that time? The sentence oozed challenge, prompting the students to immediately gather up to form a plan. Please, Ronin wasn't fooling anyone. Nezu could see the kendo sticks hidden in Ronin's bag next to Yamato, and why would Ronin bring those if he didn't think he was going to fight Exam F? A masterful deceit, straight out of Aizawa's playbook. Ronin turned to face Nezu, asking him for usage of the gym next door for their fights, but Nezu had to calm down from laughing first. There were many shady things around Ronin and so many questions he had to find the time to ask. But one thing was clear through it all, no matter how much Ronin hated it. From dragging himself out of a hospital to save a hero to working with Nezu of all people, Ronin would do what he thought was right. If that wasn't what a hero was, then this school had failed a long time ago. Cementos. Nezu answered Ronin's request with a request of his own, directing the vigilante with just a nod while lending his own aid. When you get a minute, head to Gym Epsilon. We've got a new arena in need of setting up. Midoriya, Cementos, and all of Exam F moved from Gym Gamma, where the rest of Wano was training next door, to another identical blank gym Midoriya couldn't be fed to learn the name of. As they made their way over, Midoriya gave Cementos some quick instructions for how to set up the gym while he talked to the kids. The gym was massive on the inside, and it really showed when it was empty. Coming in, it had no structures set up so far, giving it a massive echo and really letting it sink in just how big it was. Midoriya had first guessed they were around the size of the firing range he trained at with Mao, but now he could see that one gym wasn't even half the size of the range. A shame that they had over 20 of the things all lined up in a row, really outshining their firing range in scale if not size. The gym wouldn't stay so empty for long, Cementos getting to work changing the scene as Midoriya had asked while the vigilante turned to address the kids following him. It was strange to consider people his age or older kids, but comparing how they handled themselves, how he handled himself, and how they handled him, it seemed more natural than you'd think, especially with the experience gap between them, like just how many fights they'd been in. Speaking of fights, so, does everyone want to fight me? Revenant wasn't surprised as everyone agreed, some raising their hands and cheering for some reason, but he still shook his head. Even if it was expected, it was still a little baffling. Alright, let's get the rules out of the way first and fast. Revenant grabbed his own jacket by the lapel, pulling it out of the way to show off the combination of bulletproof vest and muscle suit underneath. I've got body armor. I can take almost anything you can dish out. Fight me as if you're fighting a real villain to detain me, not to kill me. Revenant still had his duffel bag for a few props, drawing one of the kendo sticks from it and holding it high so everyone could see. Second, none of you wear body armor, so I'll be using this. This is a shinai, a practice sword used in kendo, but for today it's a real sword. If you get hit with this, we'll treat it like you got hit with a real sword. Everybody got that. Everyone nodded as Midoriya rested the shinai against one shoulder and slid his duffel bag off the other, tossing it gently to the floor to get it out of the way. Lastly, a few questions while Cementos finishes up, who here is training to become a combat hero. Heroism was divided into a few fields, mainly combat and rescue heroes. There was a third category, support heroes like Principal Nezu, but they were much rarer and Midoriya wasn't as concerned with them at the moment, especially as every single student raised their hands to becoming a combat hero. You probably noticed in our last fight, but fighting in the woods is very difficult. Midoriya adjusted his stance, giving a quick glance over the gym as it transformed. Worse, it's a far cry from what you'd be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. The gym had been transformed into a small replica of a city block. Cementos, as Midoriya had suspected, was in charge of creating the faux buildings. Having created so many over the years, Cementos could now toss a few together in his sleep as long as you gave him a second. Sure, the streets were a little more narrow and the buildings were pretty small, but it'd be good enough for the exercise. Fighting in natural environments is annoying. Uneven ground, a small visual range, and random obstacles make it hard to keep track of what's happening in a fight. Midoriya brought everyone's memories of their past fights back, chasing and being chased through a mountain, trying to find him in a mess of trees. And those same trees and other problems like smaller bushes and rocks getting in the way as they fought. Now, this isn't a flaw with UA. And your principal Nezu hasn't gone crazy. The reason you were in that forest wasn't to fight, it was to train, and no one cares if you blow up half a forest practicing. A city block, on the other hand. Now the gym had fully transformed into the block Ronin had been thinking of, a small-scale city that was entirely gray concrete. Midoriya strutted into the pseudo-city, giving Cementos a quick nod of appreciation and continuing his speech to explain this training. This city block has flat ground. Long empty streets give you a longer sight line. Last of all, this city is even cleaner than a real one. No random garbage on the street to trip on. No light posts to get caught up inside attacks, and no civilians to try and protect. It's just you. Ronin spun on his heel, tapping a finger confidently against his own chest as he stared exam F down. And me. 3-minute bouts, 10 seconds breaks, 1 fight each. Ronin laid it out clearly, his eyes flicking from student to get his point across. Am I understood? Yeah, Gramps. Yes, sir. Yeah, damn straight. Good. No point in wasting time. Nodding his head, Ronin took a final step into the city while shifting into a guard. First come, first serve. Someone step up. Damn straight. Ronin couldn't help smiling as Bakugo bowled past the other students with a smile and one explosive entrance, flying straight towards him with both hands blazing. He might not be sure how'd this turn out, but damn, he was going to enjoy this. Bakugo and Ronin moved across the small city quickly, Bakugo moving in with a constant attack to keep Ronin on the back foot. Flying with his explosions and lining up power shot after shot, Bakugo literally pushed Ronin around the city. Ronin was constantly moving, running and jumping from buildings to keep ahead of the blonde bomber. Even as he chased, though, Bakugo could feel that he wasn't in control of the fight. While Ronin had been mobile in the forest, that wasn't his area of expertise. Trying to use the trees to his advantage, turning the rough ground against his opponents while Ronin had seemed to do well, that was all improvised. The city streets went two ways. The students weren't the only ones enjoying a better fight arena. At mid-range, Bakugo was firmly the harasser, using his explosions to move towards Ronin while attacking him. It was his desire to move closer though that turned against him after Ronin jumped up from the streets to the top of a one-story building, suddenly turning to fight at close range once Bakugo tried to follow him up. Bakugo had accidentally closed the distance between them for Ronin, saving the vigilante the trouble of trying to get past those explosions of his. The first big attack landed mid-air as Ronin jumped off the building, kicking off the wall as he fell to get an unusual angle and striking Bakugo once in the stomach with his shinai. Bakugo was knocked back, winded, but managed to catch himself and land on his feet despite the hard knock. First point to me, again. Ronin deliberately taunted him, having also landed on his feet. Last time they fought he'd switched to using his pistols, but this time it seemed he'd go with the sword the whole way. I thought you were going to show me how you improved. Improved? Bakugo brushed off his stomach, hands crackling. He moved to chase, stepping forward a single step before throwing up his hands. I'm a whole different beast now. Scattershot. Bakugo placed his hands loosely together, barely focusing, and before launching a rapid series of explosions from one hand, fireballs soared through his focused hands at Ronin. who was admittedly surprised at how fast they fired. Ronin barely had time to sidestep the first before taking one to the shoulder, the impact knocking him back. Another slammed into his leg. Then his torso, landing with a solid punch as they battered him back. Now this is more like it. With a small step, Ronin turned himself sideways to Bakugo, so only his shoulder faced his opponent and created a much smaller target. With one hand, Ronin kept Shinai trained on his opponent as the other fished something off his belt. A thin domino mask latched itself over top Ronin's bandana, followed by the helmet he threw over top and locked into place. Bakugo grinned as Ronin suited up, his arms aching from the constant strain as his explosions tried to throw his arms apart. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo instead focused his arms and more, pushing against the force of the explosions to bring that focus in. AP shot. The first explosion missed Ronin as he sidestepped it, the second missing similarly as Ronin weaved the other way. Bakugo tried to focus his arms on the slimmer target of Ronin's sideways form. But that was right when Ronin really began to move. Ronin used his mobility to suddenly advance, moving forward and slightly side to side to disrupt Bakugo's attacks. In just seconds they went from 40 feet between them to 20, then to 10. At such a close range, Bakugo was sure he'd be able to easily hit the vigilante. But it was harder than he thought as Ronin shifted gears. Instead of moving forward quickly and moving sideways slightly, Ronin suddenly spiked sideways and barely moved forward to majorly throw off Bakugo's aim. Ronin was incredibly close, just a second away from hitting Bakugo, but too far off to the side for Bakugo to properly turn in time. He couldn't hit Ronin with his AP shot. Stop hyper-focusing. Bakugo barely had time to blink before he released his arms, pointing both palms down and releasing a massive blast straight at his own feet. Hero and vigilante alike were knocked apart, one switching back to being airborne while the other landed gracefully on the slightly broken street. If he focused too much on using his new moves, Bakugo would get his ass kicked by something he should have been able to tear apart. As long as he wasn't too focused, don't rely on the AP shot. It's just another tool for times like this. Bakugo created one larger explosion to lift him higher before slamming his hands together, firing an AP shot at Ronin while midair. His hands lit up as the aspiring hero grinned, before releasing another well-aimed blast and being launched further back. Glancing up, Ronin smiled as Bakugo stopped trying to force his new move into a scenario it didn't fit. That ranged attack was good against targets who couldn't react fast. Not a speedy swordsman running all over a city. Unless, of course, you blew him up, threw him across the street, and then fired it while he was getting up. Could he have dodged the incoming explosion? If he got up faster, definitely, or if he tried using one of his other weapons. Still, the sight of Bakugo's progress with a move they had created just a month ago in the woods was something special and made him very glad he put on his helmet as an explosion slammed into his face, rocking his world. Next, Kirishima and Ronin led a mostly grounded fight in the street, with the two standing a little over 3 feet apart and just wailing on each other. Fists crashed into each other as Kirishima used his quirk the best he could, toughening his fists and body up to endure the beatdown Ronin unleashed. This was fairly comfortable for Ronin, who was used to criminals throwing hands and knives almost every day. Every time he bashed a gang around, there had to be at least one guy who wanted to bring fists to a claw fight. Ronin normally could have just eaten the punches with his bodysuit, but to force both of them to improve, he deliberately dodged as much as he could, even trying to dodge attacks he normally wouldn't. The 3-minute brawl had no real breaks as Kirishima powered through what he could. Starting out, he pushed his quirk hard, hardening everything while exchanging fisticuffs with his smaller opponent. Both locked their feet in as they threw punch after punch, the first 30 seconds becoming a mess as both threw out as many punches as they could. Even if they didn't move, though, they each had their own methods to keep going. Ronin weaved and writhed even where he stood, dispersing Kirishima's punches by moving with them or sliding out from under them. He might not have been relying on his suit's durability, but he wasn't making this easy. And on the other hand, Kirishima didn't even think about dodging. He kept his feet planted, legs bent slightly, and ate every blow with body strong and spirit stronger. He took the opposite approach to Ronin's, leaning into every attack and using his arms as shields. For the first 30 seconds, Kirishima kept his entire body hardened, fully absorbing every hit without flinching. For the next minute, Kirishima managed to keep his arms hard, blocking most attacks while barely batting an eye. After that, Kirishima kept his hands as hard as he could, pushing through the pain to keep going even as his quirk was pushed to the limit. In the last 10 seconds, Kirishima grabbed Ronin by his coat, hardening his head and slamming that into Ronin. Ronin took a single step back, grabbing Kirishima by the straps of his costume and slammed his head right back. The two headbutted 2 more times before the timer ran out, Kirishima's legs giving out underneath him as the exhaustion of pushing his quirk overcame him. Next, while Sato and Ronin fought in the pseudo-city, the rest of Exam F watched with Cementos from the sideline. Cementos stuck around to supervise and to fix any damage to the city between fights, but it was likely that Bakugo was the only one who would be destroying anything. The rest of Exam F got to watch the fight through the gym's camera system, a system in place both to watch how the trainees practice from a safe distance and to monitor them for safety reasons. As the ceiling camera zoomed in on the fighters, though, it was a little hard to tell what was happening. Ronin kept himself on the back foot for the first minute, letting Sato chase him. His movements were deliberately slower than when he fought Bakugo, letting the hero have a chance of catching him, but he didn't give up entirely. Small motions evaded Sato's grasp as the larger hero moved in to try and grab the vigilante, backsteps instead of backflips to evade Sato's hands. As he moved back, Ronin kept his sword up, defending against Sato's advance with retreating attacks. Every time Sato tried to engage, Ronin's sword would come flying in to disrupt him. You should think about getting body armor of some kind. Since Sato had no armor, Ronin's sword was uncontested. Sato couldn't block it like Kirishima, and he couldn't attack around it like Bakugo. He had to get close to his opponent, playing into his own weakness. Even just protection on your arms could help. Like yours. Sato's words came in short bursts as he breathed heavily, pushing himself hard as he moved around Ronin. With a powerful jump he moved to Ronin's side, away from that sword, but Ronin adjusted with a much smaller turn of his heel to bring them face to face again. To make his point, Sato raised an arm as he stepped in to face that sword. Ronin wore big scary-looking metal gauntlets, and if Sato had something like those, he could do this. Sato stepped into Ronin's range, blocking Ronin's shinai with his forearm and muscling his way past to attack the vigilante directly. If that shinai was a real sword, this would be impossible for the current him, but with some kind of armor on his arms. Ronin flicked his sword off of Sato's arm to attack him while retreating, but with an option to fight back, Sato couldn't be shaken as easily. Ronin still retreated at the same speed, but Sato could now advance through his guard and use all his muscle to push through it instead of trying to get around it. Once Sato muscled past that sword, he finally found some traction and possibly made the best ground so far, especially when he accidentally slammed his elbow into the shinai and snapped the thing clean in two. Once their fight was over, Sato was more than a little apologetic, but Ronin just saw him off with a smile and a wave of his hand as he went to grab a new shinai. Thank God he brought spares. Next, Zero's match was just as hard to watch, not because of how far the fighters were from the cameras and how small their movements were, but because how close they got and how large their movements became. Making good use of both buildings and rafters, Zero had the run of the city in his back pocket. With just one arm and a swing he could cover entire streets. Showing off the practice he'd put into controlling his body as he soared through the air. Playing into his challenger's strengths, Ronin was mobile, letting Zero make use of options he never could hope to in the forest, where the largest objects were trees under 20 feet tall. He'd already seen Zero fight in close quarters, so it was only fair to let him stretch his wings and show what he was good at. One might ask how two people could fight when one was swinging around the city and the other was only using a dull sword. Ronin was wondering too as the fight started, until a human-sized wrecking ball swung past him from up high with enough force to send him flying. Ronin stepped back after Zero's miss, turning to face his opponent as Zero swung like a pendulum, creating a new line of tape to swing from while cutting his old one. Zero spun midair, cutting his own momentum short to come in for another attack. Ronin braced for the impact, anchoring himself into the ground with his sword ready to hit Zero as he swung past. When Zero swung in, he'd sidestep and strike, hitting Zero while avoiding his massive swings. Ronin lined up his attack, trying to gauge Zero's path just as Zero cut his own tape short, switching directions once again. While Ronin could keep focused on Zero with just a turn of his heel, even he had a hard time keeping track of Zero as he swung around the vigilante, purposely never engaging and instead swinging around and around. In just a minute there was tape strands everywhere, decorating the surroundings like streamers. In fact, it was almost getting hard for Ronin to move, since the double-sided tape was even starting to build up on the streets. Oh, sit nice. Ronin dropped his sword completely as he took in his surroundings. What had started as a city block had transformed into a web of tape, the thread stretching across the streets and buildings to transform it from an arena to a cage. He couldn't help smiling as he glanced up at the young hero swinging overhead as he jumped from building to building, creating another ring of tape to keep Ronin wrapped in this one block without even exchanging a single attack. Ronin laughed as he put his sword away, clearly not needing it for this fight, and instead worked to try escaping his tape prison before it became truly impossible. He rushed across the road, easily stepping over the strips of tape and heading for one of the buildings that was turning into a wall. It'd be best to get out by getting up, but Zero had no plans of that happening. As Ronin sprinted to the closest building, Zero swung to the closest vigilante with a spare piece of tape. Ronin glanced back, jumping out of the way as Zero barreled past, turning the tape into another snare as he attached to the floor. Zero slowed himself between his tapes, standing comfortably on the side of a building looking down at Ronin. Going somewhere, Gramps? Yeah, up. It was Zero's turn to be surprised as Ronin sprinted straight at the wall, activating Beowulf as his claws and boots slammed into the concrete and stuck fast. It only took Ronin a second to adjust to the wall, crawling up rapidly straight towards Zero. Wait, you can do that. Zero panicked for a second, cutting loose the tape on the floor to better position himself with both tapes stuck to the building wall. I can do a lot of things. The wall was rough, perfect for getting a grip into. Ronin took one hand off the wall as he climbed, drawing his shinai as he got closer to make this more interesting. Oh, sit. Zero laughed before jumping off the wall, bungee jumping towards Ronin with one piece of tape still holding him fast to the wall. Ronin adjusted his fighting stance the best he could, gripping his sword hard as the pair clashed on the side of a wall. Next, while Zero's battle had started high speed and switched into a cage match, Mina's was all speed all the time. Theirs wasn't so much a chase as there was constant repositioning as Mina slid through the city streets, using her high maneuverability to harass Ronin from a range by lobbing acid. Ronin cut out most of his vertical movement when fighting Mina, only using it to get around her and her massive supply of acid. Whether he was running towards or away from the heroine, she made sure he was on his toes unless he wanted to take a glob of acid to the face. They ran through the streets, Mina doing her best to keep Ronin locked in the mid-range and only taking serious losses when Ronin started to use the confusing layout of the city against her. Both times he laid her out came after breaking her line of sight. Once by ducking into an alley to come out overhead, and once when both of them had ran straight towards a wall, Ronin jumping into then backflipping off of it to get behind her quickly. Even with his hits and tricks, Mina's balance was impressive. It was shown most not in how she improved since they last fought. Her ranged attacks were definitely better, and she wasn't stupid enough to try fighting up close this time, but shown by how little her skill had degraded while fighting on the uneven ground of the forest. Normally mobile fighters like Zero and Bakugo had been limited by the forest, the abundance of trees serving to block their mobility. Zero could barely swing with the trees so low, and Bakugo had to go above the trees to fly freely. Mina, though, had just used her impressive balance to skate over and around the roots and rocks of the forest, much how Ronin did. So, while she didn't look that different, her constant skill no matter the terrain impressed Midoriya even if she didn't always think far enough ahead, as Ronin broke line of sight for another ambush. Next, with no sight of Monoma, the sixth battle would be between Kaminari and Ronin. Tossing his partially melted shinai aside, Ronin was running out of spare swords. He'd only brought 3, so that meant either he or Kaminari would have to use a real sword, and it only made sense for Kaminari to stick to the real deal. No sense in hampering his student because he forgot how destructive Exam F was. Walking into the city, Kaminari and the Ronin were a small ways apart. Despite the Ronin's smaller size, his image was massive in Kaminari's eyes. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it after everything he'd seen. That Ronin had returned, appearing and disappearing from his life at the drop of a hat, appearing during his entrance exam, in a random park across town, as a test for all of wanted to fight against, disappearing without a trace after training him. Once Stain was beaten and Kaminari had finally started to catch up to him, vanishing with a flash in the darkest hour of the summer camp, leaving only a trail of words and an obituary report, after a month of being gone. Are you really back? Kaminari stopped, surprised. He hadn't meant to say anything, but his thoughts were so jumbled that one slipped out. True to form, the Ronin immediately noticed something, stopping as well to turn and face Kaminari. Did you say something, Kaminari? Even just standing a dozen feet apart, the Ronin before him was a stark difference from Kaminari. The way he kept one hand on his sword, ready for anything. His perfect posture standing upright, calm but alert at all times. Everything from the way he walked to the way he talked, it was all so cool. But, it's nothing, teach. Kaminari brushed it off, rubbing the back of his head to trying and brush off the niggling doubts in the back of his mind. He was glad to see the Ronin again, his master. It was amazing that they met again, after Ronin had supposedly died. From the story he told, he'd almost died anyways. The fact that Ronin was standing here before him was a miracle. Don't be so formal, Kaminari. The Ronin smiled, but in that smile Kaminari could see the scars across Ronin's face. Ones he didn't recognize, new ones like the one that crossed his eye, but also some old ones that looked misplaced. Something on your mind? I'm not sure. It was strange. But Kaminari remembered that Ronin had 3 scars over his eye already, like some wild beast clawed his face. With his latest injury to the same eye, that should have made 4, but the middle scar was missing. Kaminari didn't know if that was how scars worked, if the middle scar was gone because of a new, bigger scar. Maybe the skin with the old scar was torn off. But he did know what he saw. And he saw that something had changed about the man calling himself Ronin. Kaminari had originally decided he'd fight second, to go as soon as possible, but something made him change his mind. In his fight with Bakugo, not once had he created a portal like he used to. Kaminari assumed that was his master's quirk. The ability to make portals, not mind reading like he first assumed when he met the man. But even if the Ronin was just holding back more than the other times, other things during the fights cropped up. The Ronin was slower than the last time he'd seen him, slower than ever before. Where he once made large moves and crushed his opponents in an instant, now he moved in small steps around his opponents. He could still do some fancy moves, but they were fancier than Kaminari ever remembered his master doing. No, Ronin. Maybe the scar had changed because of his new injury. Maybe he was just holding back on his quirk. And maybe he was just moving slower because of his injuries. But that was a lot of maybes. Kaminari wasn't the brightest bulb, but he knew how to count. Instead of 3 maybes, maybe there was just 1 maybe. Eraserhead's report, the disappearance of Ronin, and the sudden change on his return. Did they think he wouldn't notice? Writing himself, Kaminari reflected his teacher's lessons and what he learned from them. He bent his legs, straightened his back, and gripped the katana on his hip so hard his knuckles went white. He tried to lock eyes with his master, but his golden eyes only met the hazy black of the Ronin's bandana, unable to see past it. Did everyone think he was that dumb? That he wouldn't notice the changes? That he couldn't see the signs? That they could give his name to anyone? That someone could pretend to be him and no one would notice? Kaminari took a deep breath, drawing on the first lesson he ever learned. If he had a question, it was best to ask it. So he pushed onward, his usual goofy demeanor gone as something burned in his chest like the electric sparks he unconsciously gave off as his thumb pressed against his katana's tsuba, inching out of the saya as he addressed the man in front of him. You're not the real Ronin, are you? You're not the real Ronin, are you? 2 figures stood a small ways apart in a small faux city. There was no wind that blew through its fake streets, no people in its fake buildings, and no look of surprise or agitation in its fake Ronin. The 2 figures faced each other, hands resting against their still-sheathed swords. Kaminari was tight and compact, his muscles twitching slightly as he leaned forward. His thumb pressed against the tsuba, pushing it out of the sheath just like his master taught him. The man was relaxed and loose. He stood tall, still shorter than Kaminari, his hand draped over his katana limply. He didn't even have a guard as he faced down Kaminari. No protection of sword or words in Kaminari's way. I've seen you fight. Kaminari attacked, his hand shaking as he clenched his sword harder. You're slow, too slow. And you don't have his quirk. As the man turned to face Kaminari, facing him head-on, Kaminari instinctively stepped back into the side, making sure not to stand directly in front of his opponent. Always keeping his opponent in front of him, while making sure he never stood in front of them. A basic fighting tactic Kaminari had been taught over the summer camp. You might look like him, but you're not. As the man kept making his stupid little adjustments, Kaminari imitated the larger moves he'd seen his master make, his legs crossing each other for only a moment as he created his rhythm. You might sound like him, but you're not. Kaminari's movements had turned into circling, moving around his opponent while trying to gauge him. There was no defense, nothing to stop Kaminari as he attacked again and again. You might act like him, but you're not. You can't fool me. Kaminari suddenly switched the way he circled, moving against the grain to create a weak point. As the man turned the wrong way, Kaminari lunged forward, activating his sheath and shooting his sword into his hand for his opening attack. Kaminari's katana flew from his sheath into his hands as he stepped in before slamming it down at the fake before him, trying to cut right through with his dull blade. The man barely moved. His hand was still lying lax on his sword as he adjusted around Kaminari's attack, avoiding it with just a simple sidestep. The man turned on his heel, literally stepping around Kaminari's attack, but giving no counter. I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but I want answers. Kaminari stepped further in, swinging his sword violently as he moved in. He threw out attack after attack, coming in at the same angle each time. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Overhead after overhead was thrown as the man moved back, avoiding Kaminari's attack without even trying to go for his own weapon. Are you serious? The earlier matches had shown how defensive this man was. He didn't overwhelm his opponents like Ronin had, with incredible speed or flashy motions. In fact, he was barely responding at all. Say something, damn it. Kaminari clung to his sword even harder as he swung over and over, his teeth grit just as hard as his fingers. For all the strength he put in, though, it was unfocused. He was putting so much muscle into just holding his sword that his attacks were clunky and sluggish. Big exaggerated moves were easy to pick apart. Say what? 2 motions stopped Kaminari's advance in its tracks. Planting his feet, the man lunged forward, cutting down the distance between them and blocking Kaminari's attack with an attack of his own. He didn't draw his sword though, no. Instead the man stepped forward and slammed his still-sheathed sword pommel first into Kaminari's dull blade, catching it mid-swing and stopping it before it could gain any real momentum. Tusk-hey, Kaminari kept his guard up, backpedaling. But the man cut through his defenses just by walking forward, keeping his own sword sheathed. He didn't need to attack Kaminari. His mere presence cut deeper than Kaminari could have ever anticipated. I am Ronin. The man pushed his sword back onto his hip, walking towards Kaminari's shaking defense with a confidence unlike almost any Kaminari had ever seen. Not loud like All Might. Not violent like Bakugo, not even stoic as Todoroki, just a quiet confidence that weathered through the threats, but had the power to push them right back. I am not Ronin. Kaminari drew his sword down again for another attack. And again it was met by the man's pommel. He drew his sword off his hip in motion, grabbing it by the sheath and thrusting it into Kaminari's sword. The metal pommel met Kaminari's blade, the two dull edges clashing but not quite rolling off each other. Kaminari's edge tried to slide off to one side, but the man's superior blade control kept them locked as he moved in close to Kaminari. Does it make a difference? Bandana met eyes, seeming unbelievably cold as the man took a final step in with their blades still locked. Never wavering, the man thrust his sword forward, pressing both his and Kaminari's blades safely against Kaminari's body, then powering through and knocking Kaminari back with his own sword. The boy stumbled as the man held his sword out pommel first, still unsheathed. I am here to teach you, to see how far you've come. Slowly, the man took a step back, returning to a neutral position as his sheath slid back along his body before resting at his hip once again. So show me how much you've grown. Show you. Kaminari's eyes were cloudy and slightly red as he stared up at the man standing before him. But in this moment, he finally found focus, grabbing his sword hard with one hand as he pushed himself off the ground. Show you. A small spark ran through Kaminari's body as he put his feet under him, finally connecting the real reason he could tell this guy was fake. That reason pushed Kaminari to his feet, a shock to his systems that jolted him into focus, giving him a better direction to come at this from. Oh, I'll show you all right. I'll show you exactly why you're a fake. Kaminari engaged again with the fraud, stepping in with an overhead attack, missing and then flicking his sword in from the side. It wasn't much, but it was the most complicated attack Kaminari had done so far. The fraud had stepped aside to dodge Kaminari's first attack, but as the sword approached him from the side, the fraud finally had to block it. The fraud still barely moved, turning his blade to face Kaminari and partially drawing it, catching Kaminari's sword with the foot of blade he unsheathed before returning it back to its sheath. The real Ronin would have followed up. Kaminari shouted as he stepped in, flicking his sword again from the same side before flicking it into an overhead. Again, the fraud partially drew his sword to block Kaminari's flicker and stepped around Kaminari's attack. But it took noticeably more effort now, the fraud moving faster and almost getting it by it this time. So, the fraud bounced slightly on his feet as Kaminari turned it up a gear, both taking a moment to prepare themselves before moving faster. Kaminari came in with more attacks, weaving together his overheads and flickers as he came at the fraud. And in turn the fraud better weaved together his dodging and blocking. While Kaminari poured his all into this, the fraud could only seem to put in the bare minimum, and that was the problem. As their swords met again, Kaminari could freely admit this guy was good at fighting better than him anyway, able to handle so many attacks by just walking, barely blocking, and never counter-attacking. It was in those motions though that Kaminari realized exactly why he knew this guy was a fake. You could never be the real Ronin. Because instead of breaking off, Kaminari leaned into his sword, pushing with all his might to move the fraud back even a single step. But he didn't have the strength. The fraud's sword was close to his body, still partially sheathed, and the fraud slipped into an easy defensive stance to brace against his sword. His attention was locked onto Kaminari's sword, but he only used his sword with one hand, still not taking this seriously. It wasn't that he was relaxed, it was that he didn't seem to care, right until Kaminari took a small step back and launched his foot up, kicking past the fraud's guard and knocking him back a step. The real Ronin would have criticized me for not practicing. The fraud took only a single step back to adjust, barely affected and far from injured by Kaminari's attack until Kaminari built distance, flipping his sword around while sheathing it and crouching his legs. Boom, and bursting forward at his slightly toppled foe, drawing his sword and striking from the side in one fluent motion. This time his opponent had to jump backward to avoid the blade, then draw his sword fully to block the next attack as Kaminari continued forward with a string of attacks. The real Ronin would have noticed I hadn't used the thunderclap and flash yet. The direction changed, no longer just from above or the side, but every angle possible as Kaminari put his spirit into these attacks. The real Ronin would have powered through these weak-ass attacks. One small spark ran down Kaminari's face, then turned to hundreds as his body electrified. He moved into his opponent's range, sword meeting sword and body bashing body as Kaminari rammed himself into this fraud's frame. The real Ronin wasn't thrown off by anything. The hero killer. Kaminari disengaged from Ronin's sword but stayed close, pulling his sword back just to slam the pommel into the fake's ribs. The no miss. The fake stepped back to build distance as Kaminari grabbed his coat, well worn by time and fights, then slammed the two of them together skull first. A droplet of blood ran down Kaminari's brow as he locked eyes against his enemy, throwing a quick punch into the man in front of him's face, and, especially, some weak-ass student. Kaminari grabbed at the man's head as he activated his quirk, the air filling with energy as the fraud shoved him off, escaping Kaminari's million-volt shock by launching him backward. The boy hit the ground hard, rolling off concrete and grabbing his sword before lunging forward with another thunderclap and flash. The distance between them was covered in an instant as Kaminari bolted forward, gripping his sword with both hands as he brought it crashing down. Not by fighting me. As the fake before him moved on, Kaminari and his blade both pushed on. They struggled through the force of their own attack to suddenly change direction and attack again, turning and attacking in a new direction. And not by effing training me, either. The fake mentor and the fraud student met, their blades clashing harder than ever as Kaminari leaned into his attack, so concentrated that the world around them seemed to disappear in Kaminari's watery eyes. He'd scold me for skipping training, all right, but he'd notice me. Kaminari stepped forward, one fake slamming into another as their faces met again. Something wet stained that black bandana between them as Kaminari tried to break through. The effort I put in, the way I felt. He'd notice it all, and he'd talk about it. But you. Another surge overtook Kaminari, electrifying the air around them as they met. No longer could the fake escape by shoving Kaminari back, so he instead suddenly built distance, getting nipped by the sparks as he escaped, still barely putting in the energy. You're not trying. Kaminari stayed on his feet, blood running down his face as his mind clouded, then pushing through it with flashes of anger. All these small moves, these stupid little steps, these weak-ass fights, I don't give a shit if you're holding back, at least take me seriously, damn it. The man before him stumbled for a step, pulling back to stare at the hero before him, expression shifting from surprise to a soft smile. He leaned forward, finally drawing his sword as Kaminari pushed on. The currents that covered Kaminari's body were pulled inside as the hero closed his eyes, remembering his master's words, the legacy he'd been left and the notes he had studied so recently. The first thing they ever trained inside UA's gates, a new way for Kaminari to use his quirk. His legs bent, tense as the electricity running through him focused through his body. Under the skin, around the bones, and into his muscles, Kaminari redirected his quirk to release the energy inside his body instead of out, heightening his reaction time to as fast as he could fire off his quirk. He'd spent hours practicing this, getting the feeling right, the energy tingling in his body, begging to be released, the way it made his muscles twitch, and the way he had to release it. Kaminari reopened his eyes, focused as his body twitched slightly. He held himself back with sheer force of muscle, like a spring building pressure, his entire body shaking as stray sparks broke his skin. He'd been so proud of it. So many hours, practicing at home, at school, and even in class when he thought no one was looking. He thought no one would notice. But his master had noticed. The gray city had its first gust of wind as Kaminari's lightning leaked through his tears, coating his body and sword in an electric glow. I wanted Ronin to come back. Not a corpse. There was a moment between Kaminari's voice echoing and his form suddenly moving, like it had that day at the summer camp. In a sudden flash, Kaminari bolted forward, his legs moving with inhumane speed. The small distance between them was nothing as the blonde bolt crashed forward, his cries of pain becoming his war cry. A golden sword flashed through the air, slamming into a fake's guard and launching both defense and defender back. The fake caught himself quickly, planting his body behind his sword to block again, but Kaminari had already moved again. His master had noticed. Kaminari moved like a speedster, moving at such high speeds he couldn't barely aim his body, accidentally charging right past his opponent. Snarling with rage, Kaminari turned, his shoes skidding against the cement before his momentum sent him crashing into a wall. His master had noticed his practice, his effort, pushing past the pain. Kaminari pushed off the wall and sprinted straight at the fake, holding his sword in one hand before slamming it down like a baseball bat at his opponent's skull. The fake barely managed to deflect Kaminari's attack, pushing the boy to one side and off kilter. Again Kaminari rushed past him, their shoulders brushing as he careened past his opponent, locking his legs to stop himself. His master had noticed the effort Kaminari had put in to train his quirk, and he hadn't just praised him. He didn't give a few compliments, he didn't just play along, and he definitely didn't hold back. Kaminari could still remember his master's words, how he'd honestly told Kaminari how good he'd done, but how much he could still improve. Kaminari's leg lock technically succeeded in slowing the boy down, his legs giving out from under him and sending him to the ground hard. Kaminari flipped over his own tense legs, crashing and rolling along the ground painfully. He rolled over his own metal sword, a painful speed bump that caused him to drop the thing before flopping to a stop further down the road in a mess of tangled limbs. That day at UA's summer camp, its first day, was Kaminari's best day in years. Running down the mountain to their camp with his master, not ahead of him or behind him, but with him. They weren't always side by side, but they did it together, both putting in effort. It was that effort that Kaminari admired. It was that effort that Kaminari tapped into as he punched the road, his fingers aching as he pushed himself off the ground and into a sprint. He ran forward again, grabbing his sword as he moved and coming in again for another attack that completely missed as his opponent leapt out of the way. That run together, that day together, it wasn't just about effort. Taking a stupid picture together at the cliffs beforehand, talking together at the camp after, opening up to someone about his real feelings. It wasn't until this exact second that Kaminari realized that more than just a mentor, Ronin was his friend. But now, Ronin was gone. And so, with rage in his heart, Kaminari spun in the road, staring down the mother fur who wore his friend's face, seeing a world of red. Iron filled his nose, his breathing was harsh, and his hearing was blocked by the drum of his own heartbeat as the lightning built up in his body exploded outward with a blinding flash. Kaminari's body spun as he corrected course, then disappeared as quick as it came. The fake didn't even get a full second to react as Kaminari appeared before him, golden sword descending like lightning from above. Swords sparked as they clashed, then clashed again. The world was a blur as Kaminari moved around the city, flying around his opponent like a hurricane. His charges were violent, crashing into his enemy with barely a shred of control. He twisted his body, forcing himself to turn back around after every missed charge, sliding along the road and crashing into the walls only to jump off whatever he hit and charge again. Just like Ronin would've. Two shapes moved in the hurricane, the crashing wind and the leaf caught inside. The growing gale tore at their clothes, pulling and pushing them around as steel met steel, so loud a young man couldn't hear his own whimpers as he finally mourned the friend he didn't know he lost. From the outside, Exam F watched on in awe. The cameras captured a bright blur of motion, quickly adjusting their feed to compensate for the insane speeds Kaminari was pulling off. I didn't know Kaminari could move like that. I didn't think Kaminari could even do that. The city was caught in a genuine windstorm as Kaminari and Ronin danced. The scene was hard to read, Kaminari almost flying between points as he charged at Ronin, only stopping to turn his body, and Ronin constantly jumping and diving out of the way, using his sword to only deflect rather than fight back. It was hard to say who was leading and who was following. I told you he could do it. Cementos and Nezu watched the feed, more reserved than the rest but still impressed. Nezu had come over as soon as he could, missing only 2 of the matches, but he was glad he could see the last one. Indeed you did, Cementos said with a nod. On the screen, Kaminari and Ronin were in constant motion, farther and harder than Cementos had ever imagined. If a racer had had the time to see this, he'd definitely agree to. This is the best I've ever seen Kaminari perform. Nezu looked up at the screen in admiration, amazed by the results of Ronin's training. On screen, Kaminari moved faster than Nezu thought possible, using his quirk to force his muscles to constrict faster than humanly possible. It would put an immense burden on the muscles and bones. But looking at how Kaminari tore through the city like a hurricane, the results spoke for themselves. And to think he could pull out such growth. Cementos shook his head in genuine respect for the vigilante named Ronin, reflecting on the times they'd run into each other. When they first fought in UA, when Kaminari jumped around the hall with such force he broke his legs. Do you think that's when this started? That was when Ronin saw this moment? Who can say? Principal Nezu shrugged, eyes locked on the screen in fascination. A student pushing themselves to their limits, going beyond what anyone thought was possible. A plus ultra moment, if you will. Truly though, a great moment to witness. Cementos and the other students nodded, thrilled and excited by what they heard and saw on the screen. A hero surpassing all expectations. A plus ultra moment, indeed. Kaminari didn't notice that their fight had moved around the city. Kaminari didn't notice how few of his hits landed. Kaminari didn't even notice how much his body hurt. Every one of his injuries self-sustained. All Kaminari could see was the fake before him, still standing despite all his effort. And he hated it. Kaminari rushed forward time and time again, moving too fast to control his pacing, and literally crashing into his opponent. Sometimes, it was with his blade, running in with a swing of his sword and slashing at his opponent. Sometimes, it was with his body, moving in so fast he couldn't swing in time and body-checking his opponent. No matter what he did, though, he couldn't get the connection he was seeking. No matter how he came at that fake, the fraud would always move, with his city small steps. He'd adjust to be out of Kaminari's way, deflecting his attacks and forcing Kaminari off balance. So Kaminari pushed himself harder, pushed himself to go even faster, to surpass the fake and finally take him down. It was exhausting, moving at top speeds for more than 30 seconds, turning around, charging back in and attacking. It took a massive amount out of Kaminari. He was sweating buckets from the heat, panting for air, and feeling a gnawing sensation in the pits of his stomach as he burned through his energy in record time from going all out for so long. So, after charging for 26 seconds at full speed, for rushing in and attacking his opponent 34 times, Kaminari hit his wall. Kaminari stepped in for the 35th time, his legs pressing hard against the cement street to charge until, suddenly, they could hardly press against the street, his legs locking up as a burning sensation ran through them. Kaminari's red world flashed black as nausea, and the streets rose up, one inside and one outside the faltering hero. Helplessly, the nausea and streets overwhelmed Kaminari, bringing him crashing down once again with a weight he couldn't push through. Worst of all, even as Kaminari fell, he could still see that man standing in the distance. That effing fake, overlaid on the image of his friend. The fraud stood with his sword raised, legs tensed as he readied to dodge again, but slowly going slack and rising to stand while looking down at him. Kaminari could feel his eyes looking through him, feel a shame that burned hotter than his aching body. No, unceremoniously, Kaminari collapsed onto the street, having pulled and torn many of the muscles in his legs. His pants below the knees had been torn and burned off, showing skinned and bloody knees. His shoes were melting, worn and warped from friction and the electric heat. No. Kaminari caught himself on bloody knees and elbows, the sparks in him dying out. He tried to push on, to power through, like Ronin always did. Shocks ran through his body as Kaminari electrocuted himself, but his body was too far gone to keep holding a charge. For the first time in his life, Kaminari was out of power. Kaminari didn't even know that his quirk could run out of power, but here he was. No. Kaminari moved off his elbows, collapsing as he tried to put his hands under him but could barely muster the strength to even look up. Still, he looked as hard as he could, his head feeling heavy. There was someone he had to see, right until the last moment. Moving toward him, Kaminari could faintly see someone coming out of the corner of his eye. His breathing was hard and heavy, his blood rushed in his head, and the sensation of pain coursing through his body was beginning to creep in. Slowly the world began to fade in as Kaminari let his eyes drop, fighting just to keep his head off the cement street. He failed. He had completely and utterly failed. The entire match, he hadn't landed a single strike. Kim. He couldn't uphold his master's name, he couldn't defeat a fake, and he couldn't even land a single hit. A complete and thorough failure. What would Ronin say if he saw him now? Kaminari. Breathe. The blonde bolt was pulled back into reality by a small tap to his bruised brow. With what little energy he had, Kaminari glanced up, staring directly into the cold dead eyes of a Gatorade logo. Seriously, sometimes I wonder if you can even hear me. With a neck shaking from the effort to just stay up, Kaminari tilted his head to look around the Gatorade bottle. Squatting behind it was the man from earlier, looking down at him while shaking his own head. That speed might have been incredible, but that was totally the wrong way to use it. You've gotten faster all right, but that doesn't mean you always need to go full speed. Hey, don't stop. Deep breaths. His scars were definitely wrong. One of them was starting to smear like paint. His coat was a little different in his fighting style. There was no way in hell he could forget the differences in fighting style. Looks like quirk overuse. Not my area of expertise. But the first thing we need to do is get some energy back into you. Drink that Gatorade when you feel better. After that, we're definitely going to grab some yogurt for you. With the fight now over, though, Kaminari was able to look up at the man before him, head and eyes straining. Despite so much changing, though, the man crouching in front of him, drinking a Gatorade while mumbling his plans to himself was familiar. You've gotten a lot faster, and you held it on for so long. What was that, 30 seconds? The way he broke it down into smaller steps. Stroking the small stubble on his chin, smiling even when he scolded his worst student. Trying to push both at the same time will only lead to burnout. Great for training, but dangerous in a fight. It was hard to see again. The hope and tears rising at once as Kaminari locked his arms to stay staring at the man before him. The waves of doubt that had washed over Kaminari ever since the summer camp, pulling back as if to ease his heart only to crash down harder each time. Ronin was missing. Ronin was found, dead. Ronin was alive. But was it really him under the mask? Master, is that you? Master. The man's concentrated face gave way to puzzlement, before breaking into a small smile as he leaned forward and gently tapped Kaminari on the head. I'm nobody's master, Master Kaminari. Now let's get you up. Recovery girl's going to need to look over those legs. Arms smaller than his lifted Kaminari up, placing the boy over the man's shoulders, carrying him out with the strength he couldn't muster anymore. You changed. Unable to think of any words in depth, Kaminari just said whatever popped into his head. Your old fighting style was cooler. We've both changed, for better and for worse. The man seemed as calm as ever, moving with slow, deliberate steps to carry them out of the cement playground. This might surprise you, Kaminari, but nearly dying sucks. Ugh, if it feels anything like this. Kaminari's body flopped like a wet noodle, barely able to even lift an arm. Even staying conscious at this point was getting difficult, the world swimming in and out of focus with every step they took. You will survive, Kaminari. You're strong. The man's words carried weight in Kaminari's mind, pushing down and settling the worries he'd been having. Your technique was impressive. probably the best you've ever shown. Now you just need to fine-tune it. Control it instead of letting it control you. I'm told fights are easier to win when you can aim. Control yourself, control your surroundings, and control your enemy. The basics too. Winning. A small laugh escaped Kaminari's lips as he closed his eyes, giving up his fight to move to try and stay awake a little longer. Looking back over the fight, what was the point in questioning who the man was if he was just going to start throwing hands over it? He could feel it now in how the man nodded, giving a laugh of his own to Kaminari's comment. Exactly, you remembered. If you gain control over that technique, you should be a much harder opponent to topple. The first step is moderation. You should never go that fast if you can't handle it. Yeah, Kaminari's breathing relaxed as they made it to the main street, finally in sight of the rest of Exam F. The cheers of his classmates and jabs at his lackluster ending were all just white noise as they walked up the road. Kaminari, what you did was reckless. However, a familiar voice pierced the noise. A smile carried through the sound as they exited the city. You did good. Kaminari finally gave up consciousness, smiling as the tears fell, carried to sleep by the voice of a friend. The last of the training matches had come to a close. Midoriya carried Kaminari over his shoulders, the hero student coming in and out of consciousness with a soft smile as he babbled to himself. Ahead, the rest of Exam F and 2 supervisors from UA were cheering as they approached, offering open encouragement on a match well done. The match was not truly well done. It had been a disaster from start to finish, Kaminari getting so swept up in his anger that self-destructed. Any sane person would not have even called that a fight, with one person swinging so blindly with anger that they only managed to hurt themselves. Kaminari had pushed himself far too far, and for what? His joints must have taken a hard beating, pushing out so much force suddenly. And the way that he constantly crashed, it was a wonder he stayed standing as long as he did. The way he had fought, while flashy, was ridiculous at best. The time to scold would be later, though. Right now, Midoriya adjusted the limp noodle of a boy on his shoulders, shaking his head. There were a million things he could nitpick about that last fight, but his instincts told him something about that had been for the better, definitely not for the best. But whether Kaminari had issues he needed to work out or just a chance to push himself further than he ever had before, Midoriya couldn't say. He was too inexperienced at stuff like this to put a finger on it, but with how it brought back the final moments he'd spent with Kota at the summer training camp. Seriously, what a mess. A mess from top to bottom. But a mess that left Midoriya smiling as he left the concrete streets. Was it Kaminari's openness or his effort that pulled through? Who could say? But whatever it was, it gave Midoriya a lot of room to work with for their training. After Kaminari had a nice long visit with UA's nurse, Nezu, where's the medical staff? Midoriya's greeting was a far cry from the cheering students, but somehow no one was surprised. Nezu had already called over medical robots at the midpoint of the fight, which was barely a few minutes ago. While they waited for the robots to arrive, Midoriya turned his attention to Exam F. Their faces were enthusiastic and excited, and all focused on Kaminari's display. Some like Mina were ecstatic about how cool he looked, while others like Kirishima were in awe of how far he pushed himself. Even the ever-grumpy Bakugo couldn't help but crack a small smile seeing how far his classmate could go. So, those faces were good. Meant they were paying attention, meant they were invested, and meant it was the perfect time to focus on the next part of the lesson. Everyone enjoyed seeing the fights. Midoriya's rhetorical question was met with cheers and shouts. The air filled with so many words he stood no chance of understanding half of it. Midoriya just smiled, nodding along and pretending that he could. Excellent. And that brings us to our first assignment. And with just one phrase, the air around these good but gullible students froze. You all fought hard and showed how much harder you can fight. To help you improve, we will have a peer review assignment. Revenant's eyes flicked from student to student, his smile a little sadistic as he took pleasure in turning their ideas against them. They wanted to fight him. Then he'd make sure they paid the price and gained something out of this. Each of you will write a report on 2 fights you saw today, and you can't pick your own. Exam F had gotten their fun in fighting him and showing how much they'd grown since they last met. But it was clear they were doing that more to show off and less to improve. So, he'd turn their showboating on their head and turn it into part of the training regimen. You will write over your fellow students, not me, and we'll give a detailed report on the fight. What they did well, what they did not, and how they could improve. Nezu's eyes were sparkling so hard it was difficult to look past the fluffy football and focus on the stumbling students, who could barely wrap their heads around their new homework, and who said being the bad guy once in a while wasn't fun. Is this stuff for a grade? An excellent question was raised by Mina, whose brain looked like it might be smoking just thinking about how she was supposed to handle another assignment on top of her training and other classwork for the new semester. Midoriya gave her a small smile as he glanced over, eager to praise her for her good thinking. A great question. No, these reviews are not for a grade, Midoriya explained calmly. He had pissed off Eraserhead plenty of times in the past, so it wouldn't do to make more work for the guy. Besides, this was Midoriya's training regiment, and that meant logically it'd have to be Midoriya who graded the papers, and F that. We will just be looking over the reviews to make sure you actually did them, then turn them into whoever you reviewed. Don't worry about offending whoever you're reviewing, though you can leave your name blank. It was so little consolidation that it was, strictly speaking, none. Exam F was so small that everyone could figure out who wrote reviews over themselves just by reading it and thinking for a few seconds, a few stops short of some great mystery. It was not the goal of the exercise to just see the students squirm, though, but to get and give genuine feedback to each other. That was why if someone has no reviews written about them, I will write one for them. Are there any questions? There was a lot of whispering among the students as they talked amongst themselves, but only Bakugo was willing to go against the grain and ask the obvious question. Gramps, when the hell is this sit due? I've got training to do, and don't have time to waste. The reviews will be due before the end of the week, Midoriya outlined. That should give everyone plenty of time to write something up, even if they probably ended up doing it at the very last minute, to keep these matches fresh in your mind. We'll see if Principal Nezu here can cook up some footage for each of the fights for you to look at, with Nezu playing right into his hand. All too eager to put this new idea into motion, Midoriya was content with this opening exercise, seeing the students' progress, then forcing the students to reflect on their own progress and each other's. Oh, yeah, it was all coming together. Barely perturbed as the medical robots finally arrived, Midoriya took the unconscious Kaminari off his shoulders and onto a stretcher to be carried off. It seemed Kaminari's training would begin tomorrow. He was too tired and injured to do anything today. Kaminari would need to have energy before Recovery Girl could use her quirk to heal him, so at best he'd be joining them again tomorrow. With the fight ended, Kaminari taken care of, and the assignments laid out, Midoriya moved straight on to the next bit of business. It appears Monoma still won't be joining us. No matter, it's time to get back into training. Midoriya clapped his hands as he faced the students, giving himself a quick mental summary. We organized who'd train with me in what order back at the summer training camp, but we don't have all day to train this time. Barely half a day. Tomorrow we might have more time, but that's a mess to deal with then. For now, let's focus on today. You students have your provisional license exams coming up. Midoriya started his written speech on the provisional license exams, a very important event in any aspiring hero's career. But his sweeping gaze and the looks his students gave back to him told him they might have already heard a few speeches about this. Best to just skip to the important stuff and cut the fluff, like how important this all was in that jazz. The provisional license exam changes every year, Revenant-led, focusing on details instead of subtext. He straightened out, resting a hand on his sword as he monologued on the basics of the exams. Now, they have reused some exams from year to year, so it's never a bad idea to check the previous years. But the main focus of the exam is the main focus of heroism. As long as you focus on that, you should be fine. Revenant paced slightly, looking each of the students over. To prepare you for this, your principal wants each of you to develop your own ultimate moves. I want you to focus on the basics. What you do, though, is up to you. I am here as a resource. Revenant locked eyes with each of the students as he passed them by, once again too inexperienced to read their thoughts as they turned over his words. I am here not to teach you how to create an ultimate move, nor how to do the basics of heroism. I am here to help you. Anyone who wants my help gets it. Revenant stepped back, turning to look at all of Exam F as he finished his little speech. We have until 3:15. It's almost 1. That's about 2 hours across 5 students. Let's say 20-minute practices with 5-minute breaks between for me if everyone wants another chance to beat me up. Who wants a time slot? Although Revenant still didn't quite get people, he wasn't surprised when all of Exam F raised their hands. He smiled, adjusting his bandana as he dropped his bag back on the lip of the cement city, clapping his hands and nodding to himself. Excellent. Same order as the matches, then. To the rest of you, good luck and safe training. Bakugo, on the floor. Kirishima, you're next. Am I understood? Yes, sir. The echo of the students' confirmation died away quickly, echoing and fading out into the background as Bakugo and Ronin stood in a crossway, roads leading off in almost every direction as they talked. When asked if he'd rather train his basics or his ultimate move, Bakugo was quick to snap back with why only one, sensei. With a response more like a comeback and tone like he was asking for a fight, Bakugo divided his 20 minutes into getting more practice with his newest ultimate move and his basics, in that order. The first business was getting more practice with the ultimate move, AP Shot. It took Bakugo a few seconds to get in position to use AP Shot. And when even a second could define a battle, that was far too much. They started having the blonde bomber go in and out of the firing position several times, shaving off a second or two as Bakugo got a better feel for it. The real work, though, was in their conversation. Not all attacks can be used at all times. Ronin spread his shoulders wide, tapping the twin pistols he kept under each arm to emphasize his point. Not only does it take a second to draw these, I also need to aim and fire them, and while I could use them at close range, it's a waste. You should find out when the best time to use the AP shot is instead of trying to cram it in everywhere. Bakugo took to the concepts well enough, even if nothing short of a miracle could keep his tongue in check. In just their training alone, Bakugo identified the best time to use the AP shot was either as an opener or a gap attack, a move to be used when his opponent couldn't react, whether because they didn't know he was there, or because they'd been put into a compromised position. Its best use, however, was for breaking through hard surfaces like the concrete walls in the fake buildings. That was something that'd be very useful for the provisional exam if Midoriya remembered the past exams correctly. Past the AP shot, Bakugo was interested to hear what basic training entailed. The pair got into talking over the provisional exam, the general beats it covered, and the basics it covered. Surprisingly, Bakugo wasn't overly familiar with it. Sure, combat was a large part of it, put on a dominating display, but there were other small parts too. The hero's provisional license exam was an open invitation that happened every year, and if it had just been half a year earlier, Ronin would have encouraged the aspiring student to swing by and see what it was like for himself. It was too late for that now, though. For now, Ronin's memories of the last event would have to do, as the event had a strict no recording stance. He hadn't been in person, but as it was an event centered around a bunch of students, it would always be leaked sooner or later. Kirishima would have loved to work on his ultimate move, if he could think of one. Kirishima was a far cry from his apparent friend Bakugo. While both came off as confident and self-assured, one was the real deal and the other was, ironically, flimsy. While one had all the answers to what he wanted to do and how to do it, the other barely knew what he wanted in the first place. My quirk isn't flashy, like Bakugo's, Kirishima said as he hardened an arm to make his point. And I can't come up with all the cool stuff he does either. Flying around, shooting bad guys, my quirk just makes me tougher. That doesn't even look manly. It seemed Ronin might have wished on a monkey's paw somewhere he didn't realize. He had just been thinking about how hard it was to deal with the students emotionally, trying to read their thoughts and cook up stories to hide the truth. Now here he was, getting great practice at something he was painfully unready for. Whatever the hell this was, doesn't look manly. Ronin wasn't sure if this was something teachers normally had to deal with, but for him, some punk who had never even had a quirk, it felt stupid as hell. Your quirk didn't look manly. Cool. Who cared? At least your quirk was something useful. In middle school, Midoriya knew a kid whose quirk was extending fingers. Now that was a lame quirk. But could you just tell some guy who opened up to you that his problems were petty and stupid? Yes, well, but you shouldn't. I see. Ronin stalled with the most generic answer he could think of while he organized his thoughts. The two of them were barely in the cement city, instead talking on the very lip of it. Ronin leaned against a building, rubbing his head as his mind raced to come up with an answer worth a sit. What do you think makes a quirk good? A good quirk. Kirishima rubbed his head at the question, turning the words around as he turned it over in his mind. It was a nice bland start to figure out where to go from here. Kirishima seemed to have a low opinion of his own quirk. Otherwise, why would he be complaining about it? On the other hand, Ronin thought it was amazing. He'd seen firsthand what a defensive quirk could do in the hands of someone capable. And he could still remember the first time Mao beat the ever-loving shit out of him with it. The main man was so good with his defensive quirk he didn't even need super strength to wreck shop. But then again, it was precisely because of the gap between Kirishima and Ronin's experiences that created this problem. A good quirk is useful. Kirishima stuck to the basics, affirmed by Ronin's small nod to continue. Like Bakugo's explosion or Todoroki's ice. Big attacks that can sweep up the bad guys in one hit. That's what makes a good quirk. That can be a good quirk. Ronin was still trying to get in Kirishima's head. But the answer was pretty readable at least. Kirishima's definition of a good quirk sounded more like what a 5-year-old kid who just watched an action movie would have thought of as good. But there are good quirks that aren't so flashy. After all, what can people like Bakugo and Todoroki do against Eraserhead? Kirishima nodded, understanding Ronin's words. But the vigilante wasn't sure he was getting it. Yeah, Eraserhead sensei's amazing. Did you know he once took on like 20 villains at once? It was so cool to watch. And then, when the league showed up, there are many kinds of good quirks, but I think your first answer might be the best. Ronin pulled Kirishima back into focus, talking more about quirks and less about the users. A useful quirk is a good quirk. And isn't your quirk useful? Being able to take a beating in heroism is one of the most important traits. Kirishima nodded, but he definitely wasn't getting it. Ronin couldn't put his finger on it, but this was much harder than explaining how becoming harder was a useful superpower. It can be useful, but there are other way cooler quirks. Kirishima kept doing that. He kept focusing on other people for some reason. It spun Midoriya and Revenant's head in circles as he sold himself short again. going back to talking about some of the rest of Exam F like, yeah, I can take a beating, but you saw what Kaminari pulled out today. I can't do anything wild like that. Hell, I don't even know how he did that. Or how Mina does her cool slip and slide thing, or Bakugo can fly. So, Kirishima's rocky grounding with his quirk meant it was easy to tip him back, surprising him with just a word. Kirishima looked a little confused as he looked at the cool figure of Ronin, leaning back against the building casually. Thinking back over, Revenant had a bad idea to try out. Pushing off the wall, he gestured for Kirishima to follow him, walking through the city while making small talk. Yes, Kaminari's fast. Mina learned to use her quirk to slide around, and Bakugo can fly around on his explosions. He barely glanced back at the Kirishima as he looked over his shoulder. So what? Revenant was all too eager to study others, to try and take moves from them, and to improve himself. It seemed, though, that Kirishima was studying others and only using it to dig himself deeper into a ditch. To bring this issue to a front, Revenant stopped in front of a random building, tapping the wall. Seemed pretty thick. But you've got your strong points, too. For one, you're strong. Think you can break this wall? Kirishima meekly followed behind, a far cry from the usual bravado the Red Riot usually showed. He tapped the wall, barely thinking it over. I can. But how's this? Break this wall? Red Riot. Revenant stepped clear, giving room for Kirishima to work his magic while pulling out his timer and adjusting a few settings to keep the 20-minute training session in the background. I need you to trust me and break this wall. Kirishima looked from the wall to his teacher, clearly confused, but remembered that he signed up for this. Placing a hand on the wall, Kirishima's gaze hardened, followed immediately by his arms, the young man planting his feet before slamming a heavy hand into the wall. Immediately, the wall cracked, leaning in slightly. Then came the next hand, and the next crack appeared. And the next after that, in just a few punches, Kirishima punched clean through the wall, sending bits of concrete crumbling into the building. The inside of the building was nothing impressive, just a blank box in a blank city cooked up by Cementos in a few seconds, save for another large hole on the opposite wall, mirroring Kirishima's, down to the rubble that was knocked inside. That was done by Bakugo during his training. Revenant brought up the comparison himself, really playing into the bad idea. If this didn't work, it would probably just make Kirishima's issues worse, showing him that not only could Bakugo do a million other things, but he could also do one of Kirishima's signature things. Recently, he developed a new attack, focusing his explosion into a small point to shoot for further distances or destroy objects like this. Luckily, Kirishima was first wowed by Bakugo's work instead of the comparison, moving into the building to check out the other broken bit of wall on his own. Bakugo did this today. Yes, very similarly to how you do. Revenant was more intrigued by Kirishima's work than Bakugo's. He had seen that Bakugo could do this at least a dozen times today, but he had only heard through reports that Kirishima could break concrete walls with his bare hands. It really was amazing, but the difference is it took him months to learn how to do that. 2 seconds to come to a stop, 1 second to find a good point to shoot on the wall, and 2 more to get into position. Then he actually needs to shoot, firing a loud blast hard enough to blow through the concrete, generally taking him up to about 7 or 8 seconds in total. Revenant trailed off as he turned around the timer. He had started a new timer on Kirishima's first punch and ended it when the wall collapsed, as opposed to your 4-second time. Not very good for a flashy quirk, eh? Stepping through Kirishima's hole, Revenant took in the room as he spoke. Just because your quirk isn't flashy doesn't mean it isn't good. Just because a quirk is flashy doesn't mean it is good. Your quirk is powerful and can do many things better than others. Don't look down on it. While Ronin was feeling this out with every step, Kirishima was still looking at the hole in amazement. To check where they were, Ronin pulled back to the main question. Just because your quirk is simple does not make it boring or weak. It's as boring and weak as you let it be. Ronin picked up a piece of rubble, tossing it in his hand and admiring its considerable heft. Even with all his gear, there was no way he could do something like punch through a concrete wall. Honestly, he was a little jealous. This definitely would have been a handy power when he was trying to break into the warehouses and having to jump through windows. So, what do you want to do? The ball was back in Kirishima's court. Hopefully, they could focus on more than just whether or not Kirishima's quirk was lame. Hopefully, they could focus more on developing it to possibly create that ultimate move Kirishima couldn't think of at the start of their training, but only Kirishima could decide that. Next, the rest of the students came and went quickly. Almost all of them were training their ultimate moves in the other building, so they were eager to try them out with Ronin and get his feedback. Was it because he wasn't a normal member of UA's staff? A trust they placed in him for some reason? Who could say? By the end of the day, Nezu was still standing tall by the gym's exit with a pleasant smile, practically bouncing with energy as Mina and Ronin left the city a safety hazard. Between Bakugo's explosions, Kirishima's fists, Zero's tape and Mina's acid transforming the cityscape into a small catastrophe, It was for the best that Exam F wrapped up before a building collapsed. Your ability to merge your dancing and movement makes you a formidable opponent, Ronin concluded, focused more on the lesson at hand than the buildings at his back. If you can make an ultimate move to play off that, I'm sure it will take you far. Thanks. Mina flashed him a smile, giving him a playful shoulder bump as she slid ahead of him. Most of their training had been spent on ultimate moves, with Mina trying out a large variety of ways to release her acid, spraying like a hose, throwing it like a ball, from her feet to slide, from her whole body to make her look like a melted snowman. Any one of them could pay out into a useful move. Think I got a few more surprises for you ahead. I look forward to it. Ronin barely batted an eye at Nezu, giving him no more attention than necessary. Only once Mina was rambling to herself as they left the building did he address their short shadow quietly following behind them. Anything we're doing at the end of the day? One more speech, or just a wave goodbye? I think the students have heard enough speeches today, Nezu said as moved beside Ronin, walking with hands tucked back. Your training seems to have gone well, though. Seems so. Returning to the main gym, Ronin could see most of Wano with one glance. By the end of the day, the energy had died down, though the enthusiasm was still riding high. The students had moved from the cement pillars they'd been training onto the sides, talking with one another and gaining new ideas. Among them, Ronin picked out the spiky red hair of Kirishima, their time together still fresh in his mind. He seemed energetic, but how much of that was bravado? How much thought was the young hero putting into improving himself instead of just comparing himself to the rest? At least, I hope so. There's still one student who'd like to see you, though. Now it was someone else's turn to refocus Ronin, Nezu pulling him into the present with a chipper smile. I just heard from Recovery Girl that Kaminari's awake. Good. Ronin shared in Nezu's smile. He was glad that Kaminari was awake. And if Nezu wasn't sharing any bad news, the young hero was probably fine, even after such a horrible fight. Something about it rubbed Ronin the wrong way. Taking one last look over Wane, Ronin exchanged a few parting smiles before turning and leaving the gymnasium for UA. Proper. Ronin and Nezu took the UA golf cart back to the main building. They drove along, sitting side by side in the back while their robot chauffeur took the wheel. As they drove, Nezu talked over the day's events as if reading off an itinerary, like the school worker he was. With your help, we've graded several projects for the support course in just an hour, given 2B some good one-on-one learning, then honed it in for Exam F, chipping off the work of several teachers into one to save time and produce better results. You really are teacher material. If this is what teaching requires, I'm not sure anyone's good enough to be teacher material. Ronin shook his head, the notebooks he barely used bouncing in his duffel bag as they zoomed along. Sure, he got a lot of work done, but it was hardly what he had planned. Most of the time I thought I'd spend teaching them was used instead to talk them through their issues. Instead of being a teacher, I felt more like a therapist. I didn't even get through a fraction of the training regimens I planned. Well, today was a shorter day, Nezu playfully reminded him, leaning in to give him a pat on the thigh like he was consoling him. And some days, you need to be both. These are growing students, the youth of today and the future of tomorrow. They need a lot more guidance than just how to fight well. Ronin shook his head, annoyed less at Nezu's words but at how true they were. Not everyone was like him, able to just push through the worries to focus on the fight. With his mindset, Kirishima's problems would have never even occurred to him. I'll have to be better tomorrow, Ronin said as he looked back at the gym growing small in the distance, still visible even as UA's main campus grew larger behind him. We wasted time with those fights, but tomorrow we'll start earlier. I can extend the training of each student to 30 minutes. That should be enough to get some results. Tomorrow, Nezu looked up at him incredulously, then leaned in further, perched on Ronin's leg with sparkling eyes. You're coming back tomorrow, just for training, Revenant growled, glaring at Nezu, but his words were less effective than a spray bottle on a misbehaving cat. I plan to come back every day this week. Nezu's energy was palpable, already scheming up new things to do with his temp worker. Ronin didn't even bother trying to discourage him. The scheming gave him a quiet moment. For the first time since he'd gotten here, he could think back over the day and put it all in order. New mask, training 2B, training 1A. Just like Nezu said. Taking the domino mask off his belt, Ronin looked it over before looking through it. Judging the support course's masks hadn't been a part of his plan, but trying to shape the industry to encourage functional designs was a good thing even if he didn't like doing it. What he did like was the 2 masks he had gotten, a practical steal in comparison to the price he paid. Training 2B and 1A was mostly practice for him. Training using his new mask, practicing against people with powerful quirks, and a safe environment to try out a few things. Almost all of 2B and 1A weren't serious threats to him, with his bodysuit in working order. The worst he'd get was a bruise, or maybe a sore ankle if he landed wrong like Kaminari had. Just thinking of Kaminari's fight made him shake his head. While he had expected a few issues during training, Kaminari's fight was far worse than anything he'd expected. His favorite student charging and almost literally blind. ignoring his teacher's words to the very end. While the fight had ended safely, the fight itself was far from safe. Ronin wasn't sure he could have taken Kaminari down without giving him a massive injury. That might have been the most power I've ever seen out of him, Ronin mused, his thoughts becoming verbal on accident as he tried to wrap his head around it. Now with this chance to reflect, he could see that Kaminari's fight didn't sit right with him. Yes, the Kaminari fight was incredible. Ronin's reflection was interrupted, or perhaps pushed forward by Nezu's interruption. Nezu was back in the moment, working on a smartphone like it was a tablet as he spoke. Usually, when Kaminari releases that much energy, he's locked in one place. This is the first time I've seen him release his energy while moving, and the speeds he achieved. The speeds he achieved were unsafe. Ronin cut back in, his voice stern and brow-knit. He had no control over himself, and he wasn't listening to me, either. Oh, Nezu glanced up at Ronin, a single eyebrow raised as he spoke with doubt in his voice. Are you saying you didn't intend to push these results out of Kaminari? Those results weren't pulled, they were forced, and it showed. If that fight hadn't ended so quickly, he could have caused permanent damage to himself. In fact, Kaminari's fight had ended early. Instead of the few minutes Kaminari and Ronin were supposed to fight, they barely squeezed in one before Kaminari pushed himself too far. I have no idea what he was thinking, going so far. For what? Nezu stared up at him, his emotions hidden behind a furry and very punchable face, a cute facade that served mostly to piss Ronin off. I wonder where he gets it from. I'll ask him later, Ronin said, pushing Nezu's comment aside without a second thought. Yes, that must be his problem with the fight. Kaminari had been pushing himself too hard. It was a strange problem. The opposite of his usual problem with heroes, but he was sure he could deal with it once he understood what caused it. UA's medical facilities were in full swing, even after class. Many a student dropped by, if just for a few minutes, but this time of year it was hardly a surprise. All of the first and second year hero course students had started their hardcore training for their provisional license exams, and many were starting to push their own limits to varying effects. The students who were here suffering from quirk overuse were just the first wave, part of a trend that would grow with each passing day. There were twice as many as usual, with first years joining the second years for their exams, but that was just from the hero course. While it would start with just the hero course, over the next few days there'd be more. Students who'd been spending a little too much time studying and not enough taking care of themselves, dropping by the nurse's office for a quick remedy to their problems. After doing this for years, Recovery Girl got used to it, but that didn't mean she didn't get exasperated by it every time it happened. Already, she was deep into a lecture to several hero course students about this little thing called pacing. And on the first day, no less, Recovery Girl shook her head in dismay at the children before her, slightly frustrated by them and far more by their teachers. Those exams might be important, but only if you're fit enough to attend them. You have to look after yourselves too, you know. Yes, ma'am. A chorus of responses came from several very sleepy students. It seemed she was going to have her annual meeting with the teachers again. Shaking her head, Recovery Girl opened a bottle of high-energy gummies and passed them out to the students. All right, you're going to need to wait 30 minutes for those to kick in, and then you're free to go, except for you, Kaminari. Shaking her cane in a grandmother's affectionate fury, Recovery Girl directed her attention to the worst offender of the lot, Denki Kaminari from Class 1A. The blonde boy had enough wrapping on his knees and elbows to look like a pro skateboarder. Bloodied knuckles, elbows, knees, and even toes. Strained and sprained ankles and knees. Friction burns on his legs and feet. Electrical burns on most of his body. Regular burns from melting his shoes, all topped with one of the worst cases of quirk overuse today. This was the kind of case Recovery Girl expected on the third or fourth day, not halfway through the first. I don't know what you think you were thinking, but you'd better think again, young man. Recovery Girl walked over to his bedside, shaking her head as she checked his eyes with a small flashlight. With his basket case of issues, most of the usual ways she could check his energy levels were out, so she focused on what she could and improvised around the issues, checking his heartbeat to make sure it was staying steady. With the combination of all his injuries and quirk overuse, Kaminari couldn't be healed immediately. Recovery Girl's quirk required the person she was healing to have energy, and it had taken 2 hours just to reach the point where Kaminari had enough energy to do anything, which mostly consisted of playing with the IV drip in his arm and messing with the tubing whenever he thought nobody was looking. You might be in here for an overnight stay, I'm afraid. Recovery Girl checked over Kaminari's papers, picking up a clipboard off the foot of the medical bed and flipping through all the issues she diagnosed and seeing if she could check off any of them yet, but to no avail. It was going to be a long night, and that was before the walking disaster maker himself, Principal Nezu, strolled into her side of UA, escorted by one very suspicious-looking figure she recognized all too well. Recovery Girl, it looks like you've got everything in working. Save your flapper, fuzzball. Recovery Girl cut him off with one impressive bonk to the head, ending the principal's speech before it could get going. We do this same song and dance every year, and you still can't come up with a good method to keep people out of my office. Your combat exercises are one thing, but this, what happened to being the smartest animal alive? Huh. While Recovery Girl shook Nezu like a stuffed animal, she took a second to glance up at that suspicious stranger behind Nezu. And you, come back again, eh? Seems so. Ronin gave just a small nod, keeping it brief after seeing the peacekeeper using a few hard knocks to keep that peace. Not for myself, at least. Not this time, at least. Recovery Girl huffed as she gestured to a sheepish Kaminari, waving hello quietly in the background. And I assume this happened under your watch. Yes, ma'am. With a sharp but brief bow, Ronin redirected Recovery Girl's fury back his way. Pretty sure this part of the problem was his fault. Won't happen again. If I haven't heard that 1,000 times. Recovery Girl seemed more than a little tired. Using her quirk might use her target's energy to heal them, but using a quirk always has a small cost for the user. Besides, she was more fed up than angry, especially at the sudden high influx of students coming in. She was quick to temper herself, shaking her head. I know you have high expectations, but you need to learn pacing. Not everyone is as good as you. Thinking over it, Ronin just stayed bowed instead of trying to correct Recovery Girl on what actually happened. But why did everyone think that this was his intended outcome? He didn't even think they should spar in the first place, and now everybody thought he planned it from the start. What did they take him for? Actually, that was my fault, Recovery Girl. I'm the one who got really into our fight, Kaminari piped up, trying to defend Ronin. But he was brushed aside by the adults in the conversation, both Nezu and Recovery Girl. Technically, as your supervisor, it was Ronin's fault the moment he failed to supervise you, Nezu countered with a definitive definition, earning him a sudden pinched ear from Recovery Girl as she turned her ire back up. And I suppose that means you failed for every student who keeps winding up in here year after year. Recovery Girl was quick to turn it around on Nezu, but her bark was mostly gone. She let go of his ear, shaking her head as she swatted Nezu and Ronin out of the doorway. Several students passed by, leaving the medical area to probably go home for the day while the four stayed to talk about Kaminari's situation. Recovery Girl kept it short and simple, showing a laundry list of injuries Kaminari suffered. The bloodied and bruised joints from Kaminari's bad landings, the strained and sprained joints from all the force Kaminari put his body through, the electric burns and lethargicness from his quirk overuse. Kaminari had so many problems that Recovery Girl had to staple 2 papers together just to fit them all. And to think Kaminari did all this to himself in just 30 seconds. How long will his recovery time be? Revenant looked at the list, shaking his head with a deep frown. If it was him, resting up on his own, this sort of thing would take well over a month to fully recover, possibly 3. Will he be able to take the provisional license exam this semester? In one sentence, Revenant introduced a horror to Kaminari's world that he hadn't thought of. Being a whole half a year behind his classmates, just because he got caught up in his own head and pushed himself too far. For Recovery Girl and Nezu, though, they just gave a small nod to the sentiment, seeing it as the perfect threat and not the genuine question it was meant to be. Nothing better for chastising an overly eager student than by showing them how their efforts had backfired. Something as small as this, to UA students, was hardly anything. But Kaminari needed to learn the lesson, so it's hard to say, Recovery Girl muttered, tapping the clipboard and the list on it. The quirk overuse is the first problem. Can't have him using his quirk for a full 24 hours. We have to let the body rest and recover, and there's no shaking that. Past that, though, Kaminari was past shook now. He'd barely done any training today, while students like Bakugo and Mina had been working out entire ultimate moves. On top of that, he wouldn't even be able to start training for another 24 hours. It didn't occur to the aspiring hero that his 24 hours started a few hours ago and that he would be able to train again tomorrow. Recovery Girl and Nezu didn't even think of that, still focused on his other problems. He does have a lot of injuries, but none of them will create any lasting issues. The important thing is bracing his joints so he doesn't hurt them more while he sleeps tonight, Recovery Girl summarized, giving a basic outline of her plan. Kaminari would be staying here for the night, and staying on the IV drip to regain his energy at SAP to help him along. Recovery Girl would be using her quirk on him once as soon as she thought he was ready, a second time before lights out, and one last time before school tomorrow when they'd reevaluate his condition. Ronin was a little interested to learn how UA handled this sort of thing, nodding along as they went over each step. By now, the medical wing was fairly empty, with only the occasional student passing through. Seeing the scene was fairly dead, Ronin pushed forward for a little one-on-one time. Do you mind if I have a moment with Kaminari? I don't want to intrude, but, of course, dear. Despite her earlier chastisement, Recovery Girl gave Ronin a small smile, always eager to see a teacher and a student having a good relationship, in UA. No less. I have a few other patients I need to tend to, so if you need anything, just holler, all right. Alrighty, recovery girl. Keep up the great work. Nezu gave recovery girl a cheery smile before being pulled along by his tie, dragged away from the scene by the small doctor. While you're here, principal, I had a few things I needed to talk to you about. Their conversation got quieter as they moved away, recovery girl giving Kaminari and Ronin one last knowing smile as she offered them one last help and dragged the principal away. The UA, staff no longer listening, the UA, body no longer present, and the robots running around not giving a rat's ass gave Kaminari and Ronin a moment of silence together, the first real moment they'd had since the training camp, not watched by the entirety of Exam F through a monitor, not being studied by an over-eager principal, just a few seconds mentor to mentee. The air was a little charged after Recovery Girl's rough synopsis of Kaminari's injuries and recovery time. Even as Recovery Girl left, dragging Principal Nezu behind her by his tie, there was still a tense mood hanging between Kaminari and Ronin. Kaminari was still in his recovery bed, lying back down with wide eyes as he thought over the day and the events that got him here. His brow was knit, eyes scrunched, and it looked like he was beating himself over every step that got him stuck in this bed. But he probably should have been. Ronin looked around the room, taking one of the waiting chairs and dragging it to Kaminari's bedside. He didn't plan to stay long, but it felt right to put them on a closer level, so he sat down and tried to play this by ear. How are you feeling, Kaminari? Kaminari's head flopped towards Ronin. Aside from being stressed and worn down, the hero student looked tired. He was still getting energy just to do anything, and he had passed out from exhaustion a few hours ago. It'd be a long time until he had energy again, and so he was too tired to put up a facade. The hero student just gave Ronin a small cheeky smile, trying to come up with a better answer before just settling on honesty. I feel like sit, sir. Don't bother with formalities, Ronin said with a wave of his hand. He twiddled his fingers, a nervous habit he had for years, before reaching into his bag and setting a Gatorade on the desk next to Kaminari while beginning his rambling. It's probably for the best that you feel like sit, that is. You see, if you do significant enough damage, you can feel nothing at all. Either you're in shock or you damaged your nervous system. Both can have permanent effects that stick with you. Ronin glanced down at Kaminari, rubbing his chin. Sorry, I tend to ramble a lot. Sorry I got here. Kaminari had a short laugh, doing something like a shrug before going limp again, settling for staring off vaguely where Ronin's head was. You ever done that? Damage your nerves and stuff from going too hard? I wouldn't say it was from going too hard. Midoriya rubbed his neck subconsciously. Ever since he was about 6, he'd been really good at getting beat up. It took the doctor 2 more years to figure it out, but somewhere along the line from all the bullying, his sense of pain had started to dull. It wasn't anything amazing, like a superpower, but after being beaten and burned so many times, his body and mind had learned to tune out pain and just keep going. It was one of the reasons he was so good at vigilantism, and in turn, his vigilantism had made him even better at taking a beating. But I've had something similar happen to me. A lot of professional heroes who've been in the business for a long time have. Man, it's crazy. Kaminari's head wobbled. He was probably trying to shake his head. It is, Ronin agreed quickly, nodding for the both of them, then put his hand on the bedside to refocus himself on the real current issue. But while you should remember this, you'll recover this time. This time, do not try to repeat this, understood? Aye, sir. One of Kaminari's casts came up in an attempt to salute, but the bandaging wouldn't let Kaminari raise his arm that far. Ronin reached out, gently pushing the arm back down and continuing. Kaminari, why'd you do it? It sounded a little weird, but Ronin wasn't sure how else to phrase it. He leaned forward, trying to match eyes with Kaminari while forgetting his own bandana. Why'd you push yourself so hard? Ronin didn't remind Kaminari of what could have happened to him, or what did. Eraserhead would probably chew him out for it later, and Recovery Girl had definitely drilled it into his head. But Ronin didn't care about the consequences so much as the cause. Ronin trusted that Kaminari could figure out that what he'd done was bad, so they could move past scolding into improving. Kaminari didn't meet Ronin's eyes, partially because he couldn't, with Ronin's bandana covering them, but mostly because he looked the other way as he spoke. I wanted to show off what I'd learned. I'd seen what everyone else was doing, and I wanted to show you what I could do. I guess I went too hard, huh? Kaminari trailed off as he finally looked at the stone-still face of Ronin. It was hard to say if Ronin believed him or not, but there was something worse there than belief. Trust. Kaminari winced, turning away one last time before lamely looking at the ground. And I was angry. Angry at what? Ronin leaned further forward, gently prodding Kaminari to keep going. The young boy was still looking at the ground as he mumbled his response. I was mad. At you. Kaminari quickly sat up, pushing through the pain with a worried expression. No, I was really happy to see you. Like, seriously man, I was. But when I saw you again, you had changed so much, I couldn't recognize you. Your style, your fit, your moves. Kaminari limply gave in to gravity, falling softly back on his bed. I mean, when I first saw you, I thought something was off. You didn't change, I guess, but you weren't the same as I remembered. You weren't as fast, you weren't as strong, you weren't as cool. Sorry, this sounds dumb as hell. Kaminari, it's fine. Ronin shrugged slightly, trying to find some words to work through this. He didn't know any. Maybe this stuff was the kind of skill he'd have learned if he'd gone to UA. But he wasn't even sure what Kaminari was talking about. Maybe his disguise was coming apart. No, then Nezu definitely would have said something sooner. I have changed, and even if I'm the same person, I don't think I'm the same. Then maybe I'm the same person. And I'm just getting left behind. The words felt stale and cold as they left Kaminari's mouth, with a defeatist air to them. To some extent, it was true. Kaminari, like almost every one of Ronin's students, was bad at training on his own. The comparison was made worse by the inclusion of Bakugo, literally, the only person who fully listened and embraced Ronin's teaching, even if he'd never admit it. What the F were you supposed to say at a time like this? I saw you. I saw how you changed, and I thought you were some guy. Just, Kaminari continued on, keeping the dreadful silence away as he shifted in his bed, seeming uncertain of himself. Go on, Kaminari. I thought you were some other guy pretending to be you. Kaminari blurted it out, keeping his eyes shut tight and his face accidentally flushed with embarrassment. To most people, after all, it'd sound stupid as hell, but to someone wearing a disguise. I thought Nezu had found some guy who was pretty similar to you and tried to replace you, to pretend that what had happened didn't really happen. I thought you were fine, then I thought you were dead. I thought Aizawa was in a hole. Then I thought he gave a shit about someone like me. I thought you were gone, but then, Kaminari trailed off. If I was wrong about that, how much other stuff could I be wrong about? Ronin sat there in silence beside Kaminari, the pair both looking further down the nurse's office. There was a great view of a setting sun out the window, casting a soft glow across the aisle that bled onto the beds. It was a nice sunset, but it didn't hold any answers, so Ronin would have to step up and say something. He cleared his throat as if to speak, but he had nothing. When I saw you there, I wanted to believe it was you. Kaminari still wasn't looking at him, still staring off into the sunset. I wanted to believe it was you more than anyone else in that room. More than Kirishima, more than Mina, even more than Bakugo. But he wouldn't tell you how much he missed you. Kaminari chuckled, sinking deeper into his pillow. But when I watched you, I couldn't. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't believe it was you. For all that belief and sit, I couldn't. Kaminari shook his head, gently raising and dropping his fist with a soft thumb. And from there, my thoughts got all jumbled. I started seeing more and more reasons why you weren't really you. And the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. And the more confused I got, until I just wanted to rip off that mask and see what was beyond it. I wanted to rip you apart and show that you really weren't you. As Kaminari turned, his face had changed. Tears trailed gently down his face as Kaminari smiled at Ronin. I mean, isn't that hilarious? I wanted to rip off your mask and prove you're not you. But I don't know what you look like under the mask. I guess I really wasn't thinking. His shoulders had started to heave, his breathing coming in a little ragged and mincing his words. Still, Ronin had nothing to say. What could he say? This wasn't his thing. This wasn't his thing back when he first met Kaminari, when he was just good at sneaking into places and hitting people in the back of the head. This wasn't his thing when he rescued strangers on the road, diving down from above to maul their attackers with more force than even the attackers could dream up. This wasn't even his thing when he took on a villain far out of his league to save some kid, giving the kid a city monologue about finding a better hero. Because Ronin wasn't a real. Midoriya winced. Something was burning in Midoriya's chest as he breathed, labored as the days he spent with cracked ribs. Something didn't sit right in him, a phantom flare of pain that ran through him as he tried to match Kaminari's gaze. But he couldn't. After all, he still had his bandana on. Kaminari, Midoriya's grip on his knees was tight, sharp metal claws digging into the soft fabric of his pants. His head hung, heavy with the thoughts he couldn't say, the actions he couldn't take. For nearly 2 years, Midoriya had wondered what was the point of modern heroes. Heroes who could barely fight any threat even closer to their level. Who'd smile for the cameras and pose while crime worked on in the background. Now, though, he could see their purpose in the corner of his eyes, with a boy whose problems he couldn't fight. He wanted to do something. He felt he had to do something, say anything to fill the silence that burned his ears. But he couldn't, so Midoriya just stared at the floor, left hoping once again for a real hero to come along and save him. The two sat in quiet, both sharing a solemn connection. Ronin had let down both of them. The clock ticked by as Midoriya stared at the floor, his mind completely empty. He thought so hard that he had nothing left to think. He slowly ran his hands up his legs, sighing as stood and catching a face full of sunlight. It was a little painful to stare into the sun as it fell behind the cityscape. He needed to say something, to say anything. But what the hell could he say? What was there to say? I'm sorry. That sounded weak. I can't show you. That was an excuse. I'm not what matters here, pushing the issue around. He pushed his coat out of the way, staring into the sunset, soaked in the burning pain of shame. Thank you. Kaminari shifted from just out of frame. He could see the bedsheets move, but he couldn't see Kaminari directly. Thanks. He was saying thanks. Now, that was a stupid thing to say. Thanks for caring enough to get angry about me. Blonde hair glowed golden as it caught the afternoon light, still too choked up to respond, leaving him all alone to keep the conversation going. He was supposed to reprimand Kaminari for going ballistic during training. He was going to learn what made him freak out, then he was going to help him focus on that, to try and improve. That's what he was supposed to do. That's what he came here to do, and what was he doing? Saying thanks. He reached out, grabbing his gauntlet with a free hand, undoing the straps one by one as he rambled. You did a good thing in the wrong way, Kaminari. You risked injury to try and help someone. You took your beliefs into your own hands, and you acted. That's all good. He pulled the gauntlet off with a slight roll of his hand, the metal claws clinking as they touched. He folded the gauntlet, putting it on his belt as he worked his worn, scarred fingers. I can't show you my face. Who I am under the mask. I haven't shown anyone, and I don't think I will for a long time. But, he breathed out, then put a worn hand on Kaminari's shoulder. You might not know who I am under the mask, but no matter who I am, I promise I will be there to help you. His hand felt heavier without the gauntlet as Kaminari and the figure matched eyes. Kaminari taking a second to glance at the arm and chuckle, nodding at it with his head. Maybe I'll just look for the guy with all the scars. Your arm is crazy effed up. He glanced down at his arm, seeing the small white lines along his fingers where his hand had been blown apart. The same scars from his days hunting Yakuza. Scars small and large from knives that pierced his arm. Both injuries from his choices, when he let his emotions get the best of him, but with very different feelings embedded in them. Yes, I am pretty effed up. It wasn't enough. He knew it wasn't enough, but it was all he could do. Smiling down with a sadness he couldn't speak, the mystery gave Kaminari's shoulder a small squeeze. That's why I have to make sure you're better than me. Kaminari nodded as he looked at the arm in more detail, his eyes still red as he checked out the injuries visible on his hand alone. Yeah, no wonder you wear armor. Geez, man, you're more scar than skin. How many F-ups did you have to get all those? Flexing his hand, the mystery drew back his arm with a small laugh at himself. More than I should have. Frankly, I shouldn't even have a hand anymore. But I am one lucky bastard. Maybe Kaminari didn't get it, but it was better than nothing. Maybe one day he would. And finally realize just how bad the Ronin really was. But until that day, Midoriya would work. Midoriya wasn't sure what to say to Kaminari, but he told the young hero to rest. It was obvious Kaminari couldn't do anything but rest with his injuries, but Midoriya still felt the need to say something. He could tell it wasn't right. Midoriya could tell there was more he should say, some things deeper that he should have said, but he couldn't recognize what, in the swirling mess of his shame and disappointment whirling around in his heart. For now, it'd have to do. Kaminari saw him off with a smile and a sort of wave, doing his best with his arms all bandaged up, but they could both tell everything wasn't all right as they parted ways. Exchanging those awkward waves, Midoriya left the medical wing of UA, shutting the door behind him and leaning against the wall, taking a much-needed second to try working through his thoughts. 1 second turned to 2, then a dozen of dozens as Midoriya slumped against that wall, rubbing his head in frustration. He was there long enough that Nezu caught him outside, the furry effer having finally managed to escape recovery girl himself. Oh, you're still here, that fluffy football said to him with his usual smile as he looked up at Midoriya, clearly unable to read the room. It looked like Midoriya couldn't turn to him for answers, but that was no surprise. Couldn't get enough, could you? Or, were you waiting for me? Nezu's coy smile was as facetious as his words. But as Midoriya started to rebuke the football or maybe just punt him, one of the tangled thoughts in his head unraveled a bit. Midoriya looked down at Nezu for a moment, nodding as he responded. Yes, I think I was waiting for you. He pushed off the wall, straightening himself as his thoughts straightened out a touch. He had a lot of untangling to do, but this was a good start. He adjusted his coat as he walked, eyes fixed on Nezu as he set about setting one final thing straight, something he probably should have done a long time ago, and the first favor he should have asked for. Now that he realized how everyone else was affected by his disappearance, there was one person he had to meet, or at least one more person he had to try and help. I want to see Koda again. Ronin hadn't planned to go out that night. He had planned to reflect on his lessons, to try and study up on what he had done compared to his plans and adjust accordingly. But he couldn't stay still. Hasu City was abuzz with life below, a very vibrant place by all accounts even if it was still damaged. But a few months ago, the hero killer and a horde of Namu swept through the place, causing untold havoc and damage until the heroes stopped them. The fight didn't even last all night, but a lot of structural damage now stuck to the city, from the small things like bent signs to entirely unusable bridges and roads. Ronin was looking down on the city from the vantage of a partially wrecked building, having already collapsed under its weight and damage. Funnily enough, he was fairly certain he was just a few blocks from where he fought the hero killer Sane, even if he wasn't here for the killer this time. While the hero killer was still evading the public eye, other criminals had come to Hasu City, like the Yakuza Ronin had accidentally chased out of Musutafu. The slightly wrecked city with its disrupted security and spooked civilians was the perfect place for a crew of crooks to try and set up. Ronin had missed their first meeting here, trying to establish a new clientele. He couldn't be everywhere at once, but he'd been planning to try and interrupt their third meeting. He could let them settle down a bit, get some roots down, and draw in more victims before he came around to pull them all out and beat the shit out of them. But now, he needed to do something. Anything, and kicking these drug runners was just the thing he needed. Beside him, completely relaxed even as Ronin prodded along about the detail, the main man himself sat amidst the rubble, tossing rocks across the road to try and throw one through a broken window on the far side. He was barely paying attention as Ronin, or more specifically Midoriya, rambled on and on, the pair watching as two buildings over some shady figures made their moves. Mao was, of course, half listening just to see if Midoriya would say anything interesting. But not about the plans to take out the villains. No, they already had that plan. Mao entering from the front to surprise and confuse them, while Ronin waited at the escape route and emergency exit at the back of the building. Anyone trying to run from Mao would fight Ronin, and anyone trying to fight Mao was stuck fighting Mao. The duo were fairly awful at working together, so instead of fighting together, this plan should let them both do what they did best while not putting them in each other's way. But that was already set, with no reason to discuss it more. What Midoriya was instead talking about was something far more foreign and, admittedly, boring to his partner in crime, trying and failing to teach some kids. I couldn't think of anything to say. Midoriya stared off the edge of the building, staring straight past the shady figures moving into the target building, concealed by a broken window and the rubble around him. Well, I could think of things to say, but they all sucked. And I don't want to tell him some bullshit. I want to help him. Help put him to sleep. Mao was lying against a collapsed wall, adjusting himself as he lay down and moving the broken brickwork to get as comfy as possible, admittedly caring almost nothing about whatever the hell Midoriya was talking about. He was just here to see if he could bring that building down while he was fighting. I don't know how to help him, though. Midoriya was fine with Mao nitpicking. At least he was listening. Hell, at this point, Midoriya might have tried talking to a wall, anything to get it out of his system. He felt like he had to tell someone, like he had to do something, but he had no idea what. It's not like fighting. You can't beat the shit out of whatever this is. Midoriya punched the wall, making a small stream of dust fall down. Mao glanced up at the roof, a little uncertain in its stability, but seeing it collapse on Midoriya mid-rant would be pretty funny, so he kept his mouth shut. What was I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Midoriya could still see it. Him putting his hand on Kaminari's shoulder. What the F was that supposed to do? Comfort Kaminari. Comfort himself. And telling Kaminari he'd be there next time. Next time. Kaminari needed help now. His clawed hand slammed into the wall again as he stared into the night angrily. You ever felt like that, Mao? Midoriya glanced at his larger companion, who was almost completely shapeshifted to the right form. Mao was still bigger than Midoriya, and his body had become pretty close to Midoriya's, if only a lot taller, buffer, and, alright, it wasn't that close, but since no one knew what Yakuza Hunter really looked like, it was good enough. Mao thought about Midoriya's words for a second, tilting his head as he reflected on himself, then looked him in the eye and gave a little shrug as he spoke. Nah, Tusk. Midoriya turned back to the view, frustrated as Mao picked himself out of the rubble, brushing some small rocks off his back. I'm not saying I never failed, pal. I'm just saying I never done what you tryin' to do. Mao moved beside Ronin, leaning against the broken wall as they both looked out to their target. Already, you could see more people moving about, dark figures shifting in darker shadows. Looked to be at least 20 people so far, helping people with their feelings and shit. That ain't my scene. Mao nodded to a man vaping outside the building. A man wearing a poofy orange jacket despite the warm weather, a representative from the Shy Hisekai, and the type of guy he and Midoriya had floored a dozen of already. Mao was already ready to add one more to that count, saying, that's my scene. This is my scene. This is why I do. Wanna talk feelings? Get a therapist. My daughter has one. She loves dat lady. Mao reached for a cigarette before being swatted once again by Midoriya, earning a silent scolding about giving away their position again. He relented, putting the box of cigarettes away as he leaned against the wall. You gotta know your scene, man, and play to your strengths. That's how you get back. But helping people should be my scene. Midoriya wasn't getting it. At least, he was pretending he didn't. That was why he didn't look Mao in the eyes, instead staring at the target building as the Yakuza enforcer in the orange jacket spoke to someone else. Helping people is what a hero does. Sure. Oh, Mao watched as the Yakuza enforcer and the other man headed inside, probably to get business started, and gave Midoriya a light slap on the back that sent him stumbling forward while the main man rose to move. Well, you keep working on data helping sheet. Vigilante, I'ma go do something productive. Tell you what, you stay here, I'll shoot you a call when I'm done. Oh, Ronin straightened out, donning his mask as he punched the main man in the arm. The two moving forward with very different feelings that only started to line up when a small section of the roof collapsed onto both of them, showering them with broken plaster and rubble. Sheet. The raid opened with a door flying off its hinges entirely. The criminals inside gathered around a few suitcases now turned their gaze over as a massive figure dominated the doorway, resting its metal-studded club against a shoulder. It saw itself in with a massive smile both on and under its mask, enjoying the scene before it. Two men in jackets moved forward as most of the crowd grabbed their things and pulled back further into the building. A cross between a freight train and a man on his left, and some kind of sharpshooter pointing his fingers at the incoming giant like a gun. Now, the main man always preferred melees, but he could take some diversity in his diet, making this more fun. He honestly wasn't that hyped, so he'd need to think a little bit for once. That's what made this sheet interesting. Mao moved in with excitement, tossing the bat to one side as Thomas the Tank Engine built up speed, tackling him with a massive amount of momentum that even the main couldn't stop all at once. A large weight rammed into his stomach, the two sliding back while the Yakuza towards the back lined up his shot. This train motherfucker wasn't that strong, but he was heavy as sheet, and with the right momentum he was hard to knock off course. Mao dug his feet down just to keep them under himself, pushing against his attacker and lowering his body to get a better grip before suddenly leaning back and pulling up to lift this tanky Yakuza into the air. It was difficult, and it sure as sheet wasn't fast, but the sudden move killed the train guy's moment and made that shooter guy in the back think twice about taking a shot. Mao was still stumbling back, surprised that he couldn't completely negate the first guy's momentum, but decided to make the most of it. As the train guy planted a foot onto Mao and kicked off him, Mao shoved him back and down, throwing the train Yakuza into the ground, then following it up with a harsh kick to the head before he could get up. That hefty motherfucker ate Mao's kick for breakfast, spitting blood to one side and blocking the next kick with his arm while peeling himself off the ground. Mao went in for a third kick just as something cold crashed into him from just out of view, shards of ice stabbing into the massive target of his broad chest and knocking him on his ass in turn. Mao laughed at his own carelessness as he caught himself, planting his 2 feet to steady himself, now paying a bit more attention to the second Yakuza with some kind of ice quirk, one of the rarest elemental quirks. Man, if the boss were still in town, he could probably get a pretty penny if he kidnapped Frosty Fingers over there. But that was another life now, and in this life, he'd in turn stopped paying attention to Thomas the Tankuza and ate a running armbar to the face for his stupidity. The two fighters had pretty good chemistry by pacing alone, while they fought in drastically different ways. They left openings for each other to attack, or maybe they covered each other in their natural openings. Either way, seemed to work pretty well by how easily they fired off attack after attack into Mao's body. Mao was pushed around pretty harshly by the train Yakuza, knocked back over the door he broke on his way in and pushed into the doorframe. Choo-choo Charles ran in, ducking low as he body-checked Mao, ramming his shoulder against the main man's stomach. Mao anchored in, slamming a knee into the Yakuza's lowered form, then ate another shot of ice to the face. He took one step back, grabbing the Yakuza in front of him as he moved back and out of the building to his back, letting his legs go out from under him. The Yakuza pushed harder, his legs buckled, then, with a practiced ease, Mao grabbed the Yakuza in front of him and flipped backward, slamming the train motherfucker back first onto the street. The Yakuza's own forward momentum made it hella easy, despite his heavy weight, and that same heavy weight was what made the attack so good. With one taken care of for a moment, Mao brushed the snow off his face as he moved back indoors and took another chunk of ice to the face. It ate up his vision, shattered into chunks and clung to him slightly. With one hand he wiped his face off as he moved forward, and with that same hand blocked the next shot of much smaller ice as the Yakuza began to realize how effed he was with nothing between him and the main man. He fired more ice, and fired faster, creating lots of smaller ice shots before the main man bowled into him, grabbing him by his hands and breaking his fingers before he could shoot off any more ice. He was shoved into the wall as Mao began to fire off a quick combination to his face, denting the wall with his human punching bag before the other Yakuza got back up. Mao barely glanced over, adjusting the mask that was falling off his face to hide his smile as he let the second Yakuza drop like a sack of bricks, unconscious. He spread his arms wide as the first Yakuza rammed into him, shoving him across the tile and throwing him back, and laughing like a maniac for every second of it. Now this was his scene. Ronin waited quietly in the alleyway behind the building, spinning a gun on his finger as he stared at the back door. A garbage dumpster sat in front of the second exit and the third led to the roof. All signs pointed to this being the escape route, but Ronin had to draw them out with a sense of safety to make sure they tried to escape instead of hide. So he lurked. He hid slightly out of sight, watching that back door, waiting for it to open. It would open, the targets would run through, and he would intervene, scaring them into either giving up, fighting him, or running back to try and deal with Mao. He had his zip ties, he had kindness, and he had everything he needed. He was thoroughly prepared, as far as he knew. He could handle this, busting some Yakuza drug ring before it even started, something he'd done 3 times so far. He just needed to rattle the newcomers to keep them away, to make sure everyone knew dealing with the Yakuza was bad business. That would starve them out. And when a starved prey got desperate, it would try some pretty stupid shit, something that the heroes should be able to catch. This was what he did, ambushing criminals from out of sight. It was what he was good at. Had it been 2 years since he started yet? It felt close, but maybe it passed already. Still, 2 years. That was a lot of time to get good at his trade. One person threw open the door, the fastest arriving first. She glanced around, panicked, and then ran towards the street. Even as she moved away from Ronin, he made no move. He needed the others to come out to see him, to make one large impression and inspire fear in them. That would get the reaction he was looking for. Inspiring fear, stopping criminals, beating villains. They were all good things, good in his hands. He could use that fear. He could stop the criminals and stop their crimes. There'd be no drug ring if he beat every drug runner into the ground, right here and now. The others caught up quickly, just a few seconds behind the first. They didn't have her hesitation as they ran behind her, following her lead and running after her to try and get out of the cramped alley. Even she didn't notice the sights of a pistol as Ronin aimed ahead of her, timing it out before firing a single small air shot into her legs. This was good. The woman stumbled as if something struck her leg, causing her to falter right as Ronin dove off from the nearby roof, his cloak catching the wind and flaring like wings before he fell on the woman, grabbing her by a shoulder and slamming their 2 heads together. She screamed as something fell upon her, but was silenced as skull met helmet and fell back limply. This was helping. The rest of the criminals slowed to a sudden stop as Ronin glanced over his shoulder, still holding the woman by her shoulders. They took some steps back as he turned, activating Beowulf and the bodysuit to lift her limp body before throwing her like a weapon at the small crowd. The attack had barely any power to make sure that first woman didn't break her neck, but it struck a hard blow against the criminals' confidence. Where were the heroes who were supposed to do this? Some of the criminals ran back into the building like Ronin wanted. Some tried to find a new way out, running the other way. A few even just stood there, panicked. They were drug sellers, in between for the Yakuza and the junkies, not real villains. What the hell was someone who spent their days peddling drugs supposed to do in a time like this? Why were no professional heroes here? Why did no one move to stop this drug ring? Did the heroes not know, or just not care? Ronin dealt with the runners first, raising kindness and drawing Cupid to fire off a quick barrage. His shooting was sloppy, but with the wide impact range of the guns, they slammed into the runners, knocking them off balance with sudden and unseen force. He was here, doing what the heroes could not, no, what they did not. They could be here, with the police sitting idly on the side waiting to take the criminals that the heroes had finished off. They could take down this whole ring. There was, 10 heroes in Hasu at least. Why were 2 vigilantes doing their job for them? Ronin snarled as one person moved towards him, adjusting his aim to shoot one of the man's feet. The man shifted suddenly from a charge to a stumble, giving Ronin an easy opportunity to slip right by, but he instead leaned into it, wrapping a leg between the man's and an arm over the man's head, then throwing him roughly into the ground as he learned in judo class. He finished it by turning his gun down, shooting the man 6 times before finishing it with a hard kick to the ribs. He was doing a hero's job, but was he doing it right? Was beating up criminals like this the way of a real hero? Ronin saw someone trying to run past as he was distracted. He turned, grinding his foot into his last victim's chest as he raised both guns and fired center mass, even with his lackluster aim. One of the shots hit dead on, and the other slammed into the next criminal's shoulder, creating a moment of weakness. When he had been bullied, with the class picking on him and Bakugo kicking into him, he hadn't wanted someone to beat all his bullies up. He wanted someone to save him, just like how All Might and the other heroes in his videos always saved everyone. Ronin leapt off the body, checking the criminal with his shoulder and shooting out their legs with a gun. They were off balance, unable to defend themselves, and easy pickings as he fired one more shot center mass before stepping in and slamming the handle of his pistol into their skull twice, breaking their jaw and then leaving them slumped on the floor. Was this what real heroes did? Hell, were real heroes even real? Saving everyone? Even All Might couldn't do that. No one could. That was how life worked. If someone could save everyone, there'd be no more crime at all or something. Ronin looked down at his last victim, then at the broken teeth before him. His scowl deepened as he turned, raising both pistols at targets who'd already run back inside. He kept a gun raised and trigger finger ready as he moved towards the slightly immobilized figures on the ground, holstering Cupid as he went for those zip ties. Was it really enough to just do what he was good at? He was good at dealing with villains, not the civilians. He'd just taken on almost 20 people with 2 pistols and 1. Could most heroes do that? Could most heroes take on a bunch of spooked drug runners with no real combat experience facing a guy with 2 guns? What a question. Ronin shook his head as he pushed through the babbling of the criminals, dodging a swift elbow and grabbing the criminal by the head, ready to slam them into the ground, then tightening his grip, breathing out, and letting go to focus on getting those zip ties finished. He had to do a job, and at the very least, he could do a good job at the job he was good at. By the end, the criminals were pulled together around some yakuza with a motor quirk, probably similar to Ingenia. He was buried in the ground, staring absent-mindedly at the ceiling with wide eyes, surrounded by cracked stone and broken tile. It seemed easier to bring everyone here than to try getting this guy out. That's dull last OM. Mao worked his shoulders, looking over the scene with a satisfied tone. He picked up his kanab, which must have been dropped during the fight, and returned to Ronin's side just as he started to call the police with some of the phones lying around. Pretty fun, honestly. Man, I should have seen it. Train face here wasn't paying attention when these losers came running back and effing sent out flying. He landed in dat Dara wall, right next to the door. Funny as F. Yuha. Ronin was in little mood to humor Mao, but the main man also served as a welcome distraction from his own worries, so he could at least laugh a little. Settling on somewhere in the middle, Ronin just shook his head while smirking to himself at Mao's story, grabbing a criminal's phone, calling the cops, then tossing it and grabbing the next. With so many emergency calls coming from one very traceable area, the cops would be here in probably 6 to 8 minutes. Not suppose you're gonna help me with this? Mao glanced over as Ronin held up a phone, scoffing at the idea and dismissing the idea with a wave of his hand. Fact no, man. I helped you plenty, you got this. Ronin could only roll his eyes as he finished up, settling on just using 6 phones to call the cops. That should be enough to get the police's attention. He took one last look at the criminals to make sure everyone was nice and stuck before moving after Mao to the exit. I'm going to stick around to make sure none of them escape, at least, until Da Popo ride up, yee. Another wave of Mao's big hand as they walked out, moving back toward their initial hideout, the crumbling building that had crumbled a little bit right on top of them a few minutes ago. It might have looked shabby, but it had a good view of the entrance and an alright view of the side exit. As long as nobody tried hopping out a window, they'd be able to see any runners. They only had to wait a few minutes for the telltale sound of sirens. There were no runners, none that they could see, and in just 7 minutes, 2 officers arrived on the scene in 1 car. Even from up high, Ronin and Mao could see the confusion as the 2 officers went inside for about 10 seconds, then walked right back to their car to order backup to help detain all these criminals. There would be some easy arrests tonight with the drugs and money on site. It was unlikely any of them were getting out. Mao was already satisfied, heading off on his own as soon as he heard the sirens with a parting pat on the back and a cheery smile. Ronin stayed longer, wanting to wait until the police van arrived to cart away all the criminals. They bid one another goodbye, making some quick plans for the upcoming days before parting ways. Midoriya had a lot of free time the next day. His UA lessons started around 12:30. After one finished their lunch, so as long as he got there before 12:30 he was free to do whatever he liked. That Tuesday, he chose to take a nap to catch up on the sleep he lost. He had definitely stayed out too late. He took his nap and woke up at his old Riverside training grounds. He couldn't go to school. He said he'd be missing a whole week. He couldn't stay home. His mom didn't know he was skipping a week. This little spot by a tiny brook was the perfect hiding spot to sleep in the sun, if it didn't start raining. But what could you do? Midoriya made do with napping under a tree, earning him a sore back and a few leaves in his hair for his troubles. Wiping the sleep and stray droplets from his face, Midoriya shut off the alarm he set and stared into the rain, pondering his options before making a few decisions. He tossed off his civilian attire, donning the familiar bodysuit and coat of Ronin before tying his hair back and putting on the grayish-brown wig, securing it with bobby pins. He finished securing it by tying his signature bandana over his eyes, turning the world slightly blurry and darker. It was sometimes difficult to see in through the bandana, like in dark places, which is why he usually kept it around his brow instead of his eyes, helped to keep his hair out of his way while putting on his helmet, too. It was still easy to slide over his eyes in case he ever needed to don it as a disguise, but it mostly stayed out of the way save for a few times he tied it too loosely. and it had slid down over his eyes, pulling the knot tight. Midoriya gave himself a quick pat over. He had all his stuff, so next up was makeup. Midoriya set his phone on a few branches with the camera showing his face, acting as a mirror as he applied his usual scars. It occurred to Midoriya that maybe he should take a picture of what his makeup looked like someday, so he'd stop applying it by memory. But that would only work if he had a mirror so he could see both his current fact and the face he was aiming for. He could get a handheld mirror or something for his hideout later, but that'd be later. It was time to go. Taking the train to UA was always odd, just because he saw other heroes while on the way over. In times like these, he kept most of his weapons in his bag and his sword tucked under his coat. Every day, he was thankful that the energy absorption in his bodysuit absorbed heat. Otherwise, he would have melted long before he got to the gigantic high school. Even with the rain, it was still well into the 80s. The train was pretty empty when Midoriya got on a Tuesday, before noon. The people were busy with their own business, from office workers running their papers to students stuck in their classes like they should be. And here he was, skipping class to go teach some good people to try and be better. That was a laugh and a half, but for some reason, he wasn't laughing. The thing that did get a smirk out of him, at least a morbid one, was sitting on the train some 20 feet from two groups of heroes, talking casually to one another as they also headed to UA. UA was part of the Hero Center in Musutafu, with many hero agencies stationed around it. All Might had a branch within a few blocks of the place, run by his old sidekick Sir Nightai. There had to be at least a score of other agencies around there that he couldn't remember off the top of his head. Midoriya kept his head down and his mouth shut tight, instead reflecting by going over his notes and adjusting accordingly. Bakugo was ahead of schedule, which he had accounted for and had made entire days of extra things to do just in case. The benefit of knowing each other outside of school. Zero had used his tape in an interesting and unorthodox way that could be very powerful if developed correctly, so Midoriya would have to figure out what was the correct development and help Zero towards it. Most of the students were like that. While some were a little outside his wheelhouse, like Mina's acid or Kirishima's fighting style, he could do his best to adjust. He might have no experience using a quirk like Mina's acid, but he was pretty good at running around, so while he'd encourage her to develop her quirk, he would focus on what he could do. Kirishima and Sato were a little harder, as he wasn't actually that good with their fighting styles. He was a sword fighter, not a boxer, and certainly not a grappler. He could pass on some of the basic judo he knew, but other than the boxing and wrestling basics he looked up to prepare for this, Midoriya wasn't sure he had good answers for them. He should have practiced boxing and wrestling last night, using the fighting styles for himself on the villains. Revenant's brow furrowed again as he faced a truth that was obvious in hindsight. Last night's fights hadn't been very hard. It would have been little work to go out of his comfort zone and try a different fighting style. Yet he'd been so distracted, he hadn't thought of it until now, 40 minutes and closing until he was supposed to teach. What good was the realization now? Well, this realization would be good for tonight. The next time he'd go onto the streets to fight, but it would be of no use at the moment. Revenant made a reminder for himself, then checked the time and the hero news. The Yakuza he'd been taking down weren't coming up in the news for some reason. In fact, none of the Yakuza he'd been taking down were coming up. Searching around, he could barely find any trace of the Yakuza in the hero news, and what he did find he had to actively search for. Did the Yakuza have someone inside the Hero News Network? No, that was ridiculous. The Hero News Network was a network of several different branches all reporting on heroes and villains. And it would have to be several people working together to cover up all of the Yakuza. Maybe someone up top could do it, like a network official or a high-ranked hero. But that'd be harder to prove and much harder for him to discover in the first place. Hopefully, if he cut out the roots, the higher-ups would fall too. Cut enough of the lower level. And it should affect everyone in the Yakuza. The fact that the Yakuza were avoiding Musutafu was a sign of something, and he hoped it was that his plan was working. But as UA rolled into view through the train window, Midoriya's mind switched back to his current problems, keeping his head down as the train slowed to a stop and he followed out the pro heroes to the streets. Arriving on time, the new day started pretty much identical to the last, meeting Nezu in the entrance hall of UA, and taking a little cart down to the gyms. There were a few changes, though, like Ronin arriving before 1 so he could set up instead of running late. Class 1B had just left for lunch as they rolled up, leaving behind Cementos to clean up. From what he saw of the last class, 1A's homeroom teacher Eraserhead would probably be supervising, plus their heroics teacher All Might. All Might was probably at lunch or resting right now. He didn't look great the last time Ronin saw him, and shouldn't be pushing himself too hard. Ronin gave Cementos a little wave as he walked in, thanking him for his work. Has to be hard setting this up for both classes, all day. Want something to drink? Cementos accepted the Gatorade with a raised eyebrow, glancing at Nezu before opening it. One gets used to it with time. Using my quirk in small but frequent ways is little compared to my heroism days. Most of this work is simply repairing damage, nothing of great effort. Ronin nodded, not really understanding Cementos's words but the meaning he hoped. While Ronin thought reshaping an entire gymnasium over and over was hard work, compared to dealing with city blocks made of different structures, avoiding things like electrical wires and sewage pipes, and especially not having to deal with civilians and focusing just on your work, it probably was easier for Cementos than Ronin first thought, kind of like how a backflip was easier to Ronin than most people. At least, that's how he read it. They parted ways, with Ronin moving to his own gymnasium to prepare. The gym was as clean as a whistle. Any sign of yesterday's fight swept clear from the minor breaks in the building to the blood Kaminari had left on the road. The provisional license exam always happened in foe cities, with recreations of disasters from natural to villainous. The main things past students were judged on were damage control, rescuing, and cooperation, the three main things that most heroes should be good at. If the students were anything like him, he could imagine Exam F would struggle with at least one of those three principles. Ronin checked the clock, dropping his bag by the entrance and beginning his own warm-ups. The students would be getting here soon, and if they were going to do their best, he'd have to give them his best. So, Ronin stretched his arms, widened his stance, and leaned back against a wall as he reread his notes over Exam F, just to be sure. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.